Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. Back in 2004, I was a first-year psychology student who tried to stay small. I kept my head down in lectures, wrote neat notes, and hurried back to my room when class was over. I was skinny and awkward, my hair never did what I wanted, and nothing about me seemed to stand out. I wasn't popular, and I wasn't funny on command. Most days I moved through campus like a ghost who was still learning how to walk. I didn't think it was strange that I didn't have many friends. When I looked back on school, I couldn't remember a crowd of people around me. I could not even recall warm family goodbyes when I left for university. My life felt flat and quiet, like a radio station just out of range. Then one day a girl sat beside me in class and said, "Hey." She said it like we already knew each other. Her name was Alice. She looked like someone who had stepped out of a magazine. Her hair was perfect, her face was perfect, and her smile could light up a gray morning. When she laughed, I felt the sound in my chest. She moved with a grace I had never seen up close. I wondered why a girl like that would choose to sit next to me. She asked my name, and I said, "Janet," and then I asked a foolish question about whether she was new, which of course she wasn't. She teased me in a friendly way and brushed her fingers through my hair, and it took everything I had not to melt into the seat. Before class ended, she asked if I was going to a Halloween party that night. She said the party would probably be terrible, but it would be less terrible if I came with her. Nobody had asked me anything like that in a long time. I had gotten used to walking alone. My mouth tried to ruin it by asking why she didn't go with her friends. She rolled her eyes and called them shallow. Then she looked straight at me and asked if I liked girls. My heart flipped. I told her yes. She smiled in a way that felt like a door opening. We met at 8 that night, had a couple of drinks first, and then went to the party. The party was loud and messy, full of people trying too hard, but it didn't matter because she stayed close to me. We danced, we made dumb jokes, and we laughed until the noise in the room faded into a soft hum. When she left to get drinks, I counted the seconds until she came back. On the walk to my dorm, she kissed me. Her hands slid into my hair, and her lips were warm, and for the first time in a long time I felt seen. When she pulled away, she giggled at the look on my face and asked if anyone had ever kissed me like that. I told her I didn't think anyone ever had. From that night on, we were almost never apart. If she wasn't with me, she was on my phone. If she wasn't texting me, she was sending a photo or a joke or just a little heart to let me know she was there. I woke up to messages from her and fell asleep to her voice. I didn't question it. Other couples spent time together too. Ours was just more. When she left a room, something in me fidgeted and looked for her. When she came back, everything eased. I didn't think to ask if that was normal. It felt like how life was supposed to be now. There was one strange note. In class, I noticed a girl a few rows down who kept staring at us. She had messy red hair and a black eyeliner look, a bit goth. She never smiled. Her face held a mix of fear and anger, and her eyes followed Alice in a way that made me uneasy. I decided she was jealous or narrow-minded and pushed the thought away. But I kept seeing her around campus, always looking in our direction. Every time I thought about saying something to her, a louder thought rose up: don't waste time. Be with Alice. A few weeks later, the red-haired girl cornered me in the bathroom. It happened fast. I was washing my hands when she stepped in, grabbed my phone out of my bag, and put her hand over my mouth. I tensed to fight, but her eyes were full of tears. "Don't scream. Please," she said. Her shoulders started to shake. Her mascara ran in black lines down her cheeks. She sobbed hard enough that I forgot to be afraid. I lifted my hand and patted her back like I would comfort a kid, because I didn't know what else to do. Then she looked up and the kindness was gone. Something bright and fierce burned in her face. "Tell me my name," she said. "I don't know your." "You do." Her voice climbed into a ragged edge. "You know me. Remember." A tightness in my head shifted. It felt like someone was turning a key inside my skull. The word Emily came up from somewhere deep and old. She squeezed my shoulders. "Say it." "Emily," I said, and the name opened a door. Memories rolled in like a tide. I saw a girl with red hair and a crooked smile who loved old movies and stranger books. I saw us as lab partners in a class where I had dreaded sitting next to the weird goth girl, until she made me laugh and I realized how wrong I had been. I saw a school dance where she asked me to go with her, even though people would talk, and we went anyway. I felt our first kiss 3 years earlier, sweet and careful, and every part of me said yes. I saw nights watching trashy sci-fi films and talking until the sun came up. I saw a life where I was not alone. I had forgotten all of it. "I don't understand," I whispered. "How did I forget you?" "It started when she showed up," Emily said, and she didn't have to say who she meant. "At first it was little things. Our friends would look past us like we were in the way. Then you started to lose whole pieces. Anything that tied you to them. Anything that tied you to me. One morning I woke up and you were gone. You were living in a different dorm with people we'd never met, and when I tried to talk to you, you stared through me like I'd stopped existing." She told me that everything had changed when Alice first slid into our circle at a bar. Alice had been friendly and fun and somehow always around. She never shared much about herself, but she listened with a focus that made you feel special. She drew close to me fast. Emily said she had felt the wrongness of it, but she didn't know what to do. Then the forgetting began. Not just with me, but with everyone around us. Our friends stopped calling. They stopped waving on the quad. They acted like strangers. And when Emily reached for me, something else had already closed its hand around mine. We didn't go to the police. How could we explain any of this to a stranger? We didn't even have proof. If we tried, we'd sound sick or confused. And I didn't want a doctor to hand me a word like delusion and pin it to my chest. It left one thing: face her. I texted Alice and told her to come to my dorm. My heart hammered as I waited, and I noticed everything I had not noticed before. Since meeting her, I had never seen her with bed hair. I had never seen a pimple or a scar or a chapped lip. I could not remember her sneezing or yawning or rubbing sleep from her eyes. I didn't know what food she liked because I couldn't remember watching her eat. Now that I was looking, the shine on her seemed like a mask. She came in smiling. Her smile changed when she saw Emily. It thinned. She turned back to me. "So, she's back," she said. The sound of her voice was off, like two tones that didn't quite blend. A heavy anger rose in me. "What did you do to me? To our friends? What did you use?" She laughed softly, and the laugh didn't echo right. "Drugs?" she asked. "Your kind loves small answers." Her words were the same, but it sounded like many voices spoke together. They overlapped and hummed in my bones. The air grew hot. The light buzzed and dimmed. Her skin rippled like warm wax. Her fingers were suddenly too long. Behind the perfect shape I had loved for weeks, something else stretched and shifted, eager to show itself. "You're kind," she said again, and the many voices rolled into one word like a wave. "Are easy to keep. You taste like sweet fruit." The change came fast. Her skin slid and pulled tight in the wrong places. Her face split and reformed into a long mouth full of ropes of spit. Her eyes bulged and sank and bulged again. Bones cracked and reset in fast, dry snaps. She grew in front of us, scraping claws along the floor. The smell in the room turned sour, like meat left in the sun. "We did not do this for love," the thing said. We did it for hunger. We always do it for hunger. It moved closer, and an ice-cold stillness slid into my mind. A moment later my mind began to leak. My mother's face smudged at the edges. The first friend I had ever made at school was a shadow without a name. The first time I held a girl's hand dropped out of reach. The ache was sharp and then dull and then sharp again. Janet! Emily's voice snapped me back. She grabbed my hands and squeezed hard. Look at me! Remember. So I did. I pulled up a tiny light and held it steady. I remembered prom. I remembered her lopsided smile in the mirror. I remembered the terrible DJ and how we danced anyway. I remembered her soft, snowflake kisses, just the lightest brush, because she liked to tease me. When I did that, the creature shrieked and slammed its head into the wall hard enough to leave a hole. You have to take us apart to do it, Emily shouted over the noise. You can't strip both of us at the same time. That's why you broke our ties first. That's why you isolated her. The creature writhed. Its many eyes rolled to us in a dozen wrong angles. It clawed at its own face like it wanted to tear the sound out of its head. Emily stepped forward, not letting go of my hand. You can't have her, she said. You can't have either of us. She pulled back and punched it in the face. It was like punching a wet wall. The creature fell with a sound I can't describe. It shifted again, squeezing itself into Alice's shape, as if that would make us pity it. It looked at us with big eyes, soft mouth, small voice. Please, it said. I'm so hungry. But the eyes were wrong now. There was no fear in them. There was only calculation. Emily scanned the room, grabbed a heavy trophy from a shelf, and lifted it. I didn't say anything. She brought it down hard. She brought it down again. She didn't stop until the room went quiet and stayed quiet. After that, the world didn't flip back all at once, but something eased. In the days that followed, our friends started waving again like a radio clearing. They would stare at the ground and say they felt like they had woken up from a long nap. They didn't remember the last couple of months. We didn't fill in the blank for them. Sometimes kindness is leaving a door closed. Life after that wasn't a movie. It was real. I moved back to the right dorm. I stopped counting seconds when someone left a room. I learned how to be alone without hearing a whisper in my ear. Emily and I found our way again. We didn't erase what happened, but we didn't let it own us. We argued about real things like chores and money and whether a movie deserved the hype. We said things we shouldn't and said sorry. We found the shape of us that was old and good and still held. In time we finished school, started jobs, and made a small home that felt like ours. This year I married her. I cried through most of the vows. She did too. We laughed about it later at the reception, while my aunt took blurry photos that I love. If the story ended there, it would be simple. But there is one more thing I have to tell. I still remember Alice. Nobody else does. Emily doesn't. Our friends don't. If I bring her up, people frown a little and say I must be thinking of someone else. If I let my days get busy and forget to think about her, the air tilts in strange ways. In a crowded street, I will see perfect hair and a perfect smile facing me. In a quiet house, I will hear a laugh from another room when I know I am alone. It feels like a tap at a window on a windy night. It might be nothing. It might be something. Every time, I stop and pull up the memory on purpose. I don't know what she was. I could call her a demon or an alien or something from a lab, but all those words fall short. I know this much, she wasn't the only one. She said we, when she talked about her kind. She talked about moving from person to person, town to town, feeding on memories and love like bread and wine. She called us easy. I try not to think about how many people have been hollowed out, and then filled with the shape of someone who never existed. I try not to think about how many faces like hers are walking into classrooms right now. When I ask myself why I am writing this, I come back to the same answer. Because forgetting is part of how they work. They want to be the last thing that remains when all the real things are gone. So I choose the opposite. I hold on to what is real with both hands. I write it down, I say it out loud. I keep the small lights lit. I remember the first time Emily and I walked to the used bookstore on the corner and found the shelf with the old paperbacks. I remember the way she raised one eyebrow when she read a line out loud and the way the owner, an old man with shaky hands, pretended not to watch us because he was shy. I remember the winter we got the flu together and lay on the floor with blankets and watched a bad nature documentary while we tried not to cough. I remember the day we looked at a small apartment with a sink that leaned to one side and decided we loved it anyway. I remember the smell of tea in the morning and the sound of her key in the door in the evening. I remember the fight we had that felt like it would break us and the quiet "I'm sorry" that brought us back. I remember the day she put a ring on my finger and my knees went weak. I also remember that other apartment, the heat of the air, the lights buzzing, the smell of a thing that should not have had a smell. I remember the sound of the wall when the creature rammed its head into it, and the way Emily's hand felt when she squeezed mine and said my name. I remember that last look the creature gave us with eyes that were not afraid. It was not a pleading look. It was a look that said, "I will wait. I will be patient because I have all the time in the world." I don't know if that is true, but I treat it like it is. Sometimes at night I wake up and listen. The house creaks and settles. Cars pass outside. A dog barks down the block. When I hear only that, I go back to sleep. When I hear a soft laugh that is almost familiar, I sit up and speak into the dark. "I remember you," I say. "I remember your name. I remember what you did." Then I turn to the real person beside me, touch her shoulder, and let the real voice pull me back. If you are reading this and thinking about someone only you remember, you can call it bad memory or a trick of the mind. Maybe that's all it is. But if you feel a cold draft under a closed door, if you hear a voice where there is no one, if your mind slips in places it didn't used to, hold something true in your hands and keep it there. Call a friend who knew you when you were still yourself. Tell them a story they were in. Write it down in a notebook. Keep a photo where you can see it, and say the names in it out loud. I don't know if it makes a difference. I believe it does. I believe that as long as I remember Alice, she stays where we left her, as close to dead as her kind can be. I believe that if I let her fade into silence, something will find a gap and step through. So I make a simple promise every morning with my tea. I remember Emily. I remember our friends. I remember the library and the bad coffee and the old man at the bookstore and the trophy with the dent in it, and the way the light looked the first time we came home to our crooked sink. And I remember Alice. I say the name. I do not say it with fear. I say it like a lock I check before bed. There is an old question people like to ask at parties. If you could forget one thing forever, what would it be? People laugh and say the name of a class or an ex or a song that got stuck in their head for a whole summer. I used to think that way too. Now I think forgetting is easy in the moment and costly later. I would rather remember. I would rather carry a weight that keeps me rooted than float off without a string. What I want for you, whoever you are, is not fear. It is attention. Pay attention to the people who love you, and to the pieces of your life that are small and solid. If you ever feel a hand you did not invite, if you ever feel an empty room try to step into you, say the names of your real life out loud. Use your voice. It is stronger than you think. If you ever find yourself staring at a face too perfect to be true, if someone steps into your world and everything else goes gray, ask yourself what they are pushing out to make room for themselves. Ask yourself what you are losing to keep them near. Ask yourself who looked at you with fear in their eyes and tried to get your attention, and whether you turned away. I turned away once. I did not turn away the second time. I did not walk there alone. I remember Alice. I remember Emily more. On some afternoons I sit by the window with a pen and copy lines I don't want to lose. First kisses belong to people who have them. Laughter in bad lighting is still laughter. Perfect things are rarely honest. Honest things rarely look perfect. Love is not a spell. Love is a practice. And sometimes the thing that tries to eat your life looks like a gift you think you don't deserve. Most of all, I write this, remember, on purpose. It matters. When I'm done, I put the paper away and start dinner, or change the sheets, or answer emails. Ordinary tasks that make an ordinary life. The kind of life that a hungry thing cannot stand, because there is nothing for it to hold. The kind of life that keeps doors shut and windows locked not with fear, but with care. If you ever need it, take this with you. I remember Alice. Keep a light on in your own way. Tell someone what you don't want to forget. Say it twice. Say it every time the room tilts and the air grows warm and a laugh you didn't invite tries to settle beside you. Say this, if nothing else: I know who you are. I know who I am. And I am not alone. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The old house always had a voice of its own. At night the beams stretched inside, the windows tapped against their frames, and the wind ran fingers down the chimney until it found a low, lonely note. When my husband was home, those sounds were part of the place, like the smell of soap after he washed his hands or the way the floor dipped near the kitchen door. With him there, the house felt steady. I could laugh when a shutter banged in a storm. I could sleep while the wind bent the trees outside and the rain hit the roof in hard sheets. That was before the war, before the newspapers printed lists of names in small black letters, before the long lines at the station as mothers and wives hugged men in uniforms that still smelled new. We had come to the village 5 years earlier, young and proud, as if we had somehow built the hills and hedges with our own hands. The house was tired around the edges, but it had good bones. Paul said that the front steps had been worn by decent boots, and that sounded like a blessing. He took the job at the post office because he liked knowing names and streets, and where people belong. He liked the rhythm of mornings and afternoons, and he liked being useful. I liked that he whistled while he worked, a little tuneless whistle he did without thinking. We were good together. Even when the wind screamed, I was not afraid. Then came the day he stood in the doorway in a coat he had never worn before. I still remember the shape of his smile, brave and a little embarrassed. Men in our village said it plain, they had to go. We did not fight with them. We ironed shirts and rubbed stains from collars and packed small things, as if an extra pair of socks could keep someone safe. In those first weeks the village felt like a stage set after the actors had left it. The green looked wide. The lanes sounded empty. I learned the sounds the house made when I was the only one who could hear them. I was not alone in my waiting. Meg lived 2 doors down. We had met the week we moved in and fell into friendship as if it had been waiting for us to arrive. Her husband, Reg, had worked the post with Paul. If I hung washing and saw her hanging washing, we would meet at the fence and talk. It is a small thing, to talk while pegging shirts, but it can hold a person together. When the men left, we folded our days around one another. Some mornings we walked to the grocer together. Some afternoons we made jam or mended socks. In the evenings we read the newspaper in her kitchen because it was better to share the news than to face it alone. We watched for letters. We watched for the postman the way a dog watches for its master. The first letter from Paul arrived in September. The paper was thin, the ink uneven, the lines short and careful because space was tight and the censor's pencil was ready. He wrote about mud and cold and the way your hands never felt clean. He told me not to worry, which made me worry more. He wrote that he missed my bread, though my bread had always been heavy. He wrote that he missed our rowan tree in the back, the one that leaned like an old man in the wind. He said that he missed the feel of the front door key turning in the lock. He said that my last letter had smelled like soap, and he had pressed it to his face. I cried into that letter and then I baked bread that turned out no better than before, and Meg and I ate it with butter and pretended it was perfect. Months passed. The war settled into everything like dust. The station platform became a place where we learned to keep our elbows close and our voices low. The post office felt heavier. I stepped in sometimes to help with small things, and I could feel the weight in the sacks. Letters were like breath, and the village breathed better when the sacks were full. Some days the sacks were not full. Those were the days the news carried more of the lists. In my kitchen the clock ticked louder when the lists were long. Then one night, very late, The house made a sound I did not know. It was a small sound and a loud one at the same time. I heard the front door key turn. It did not rattle on the nail by the stove where I kept it. It turned where a key turns when someone uses it. This is how fear moves. It starts in your feet and steals your steps, then climbs your legs and turns your stomach, and by the time it reaches your throat you cannot swallow. I lay still and listened to heavy boots cross the floor. I heard a pause at the bottom of the stairs, then the slow climb, one step and then the next. I could not call out. The handle of the bedroom door turned. The door opened. I saw a shape and a face in the gray light. I cried out his name. I cried so hard I could hardly breathe. I threw myself at him. I could not stop touching him to see if he was real. He held me, and I felt that he was solid. He smelled like damp wool and mud and something like smoke. He said he was home, that he was there, and that was all I wanted. I wanted it so much that it hurt. Much later, when I had quieted and he was sitting, he told me what he could. He said there had been shelling. He said he and Reg had been thrown to the ground like sacks. He said he woke in a hospital with a nurse whose hands were kind and a doctor who spoke too fast, and that a man with a clipboard told him he was done. He touched his upper arm and his back and said shrapnel, as if it were a word we had always used. He said the pain would stop in time, and I pretended to believe him. He said Reg had been near him in the hospital, and would be home soon. Then he said no more? He took off his boots. He did not undress all the way, and I thought it was because he was modest with the scars. He lay down. I put my head near his shoulder and slept as if someone had lifted a rock from my chest. When morning came, I thought we would eat and tell ourselves the day would be soft. Paul was up before me, dressed, and buttoning his cuff with quick fingers. He said there was no time for breakfast. He said he must go to the post office at once. I asked if his back hurt, and he said no. I asked if he wanted tea, and he said no. The nose fell straight to the floor. He kissed my cheek and left. By 10 he was home again, carrying a sack that must have been half his weight. He tipped it on the table, and letters slid out like a small paper river. He sorted fast, the way he used to, his eyes moving more than his hands. I poured tea and set a cup near his elbow. He did not reach for it. I watched him make stacks. Most stacks were neat. One stack was for the small black iron bucket we kept by the stove for cinders and scraps. He put a letter on that stack, then another and another. In a little while they made a slice like a loaf. He looked up and saw me looking. "Rubbish," he said, and his voice was rougher than it had been the night before. "Burn them." He said it again, lower. "Do not read them." Then he gathered the neat stacks and tied them with string and put them back into the sack and left on his rounds. I did what he told me. I carried the iron bucket to the stove and opened the little door and fed the first letter to the flame. The paper curled and darkened. The edges lifted and became lace, and then there was nothing. I burned the second letter, and then the third. I have never been brave by nature, but I have always had a tidy mind. I like to do things in order and do them right. I was careful not to let ash fall on the floor. After the fourth letter I noticed something and told myself not to notice it. The envelopes had the army stamp. They were addressed to women in our village and in the villages to either side. It was not my business, I told myself. The fifth letter went into the stove. The sixth went in. The seventh went in. The eighth was addressed to me. There are moments when all the blood in your body seems to go to your ears. I heard a sound without realizing it was me. I opened the envelope. My hands shook so much I had to steady them on the edge of the table to read. The letter was plain and even. It offered formal words that have not changed in 100 years. It told me my husband had died in action. It told me the army grieved with me. It told me I could write to an address if I wished to know where he lay. I do not know how long I stood there. I do know that I pushed the letter into the stove as if it might burn me. Paper burns fast. You can watch words leave the world. I watched. Then I burned the next letter and the next and the next. I could not feel my hands. I could hardly feel the floor. When I reached the bottom of the bucket, there was one letter left. It was addressed to Meg. He came home near dusk. He did not ask for supper. He asked if I had done as he said. I said I had. That answer was almost true. He nodded and went to the chair by the fire and sat. He did not lean back. He sat like a soldier waiting for a command. When we went up to bed, he lay still on his back and closed his eyes. I closed my eyes because mine needed to close. After a while I opened them. He was looking at me. He did not pretend not to be looking. He watched me the way a person watches the line of the sea. I pretended to sleep. After midnight he rose. I listened to his steps go down the stairs. I thought I heard him speak. I told myself he was praying because I wanted that to be true. The words that came up from the kitchen were words I had never heard. They did not sound like any words I knew. I did not know there were sounds that made your teeth ache to hear them. In the morning he was dressed and ready, and told me he had no time for breakfast because he had work to do. There is a point at which fear stops being a feeling and becomes a task. I put on my coat and took the letter to Meg. I felt steady because I had to. I told myself we would read it together and know what was happening to us. I knocked on her door. The door opened, and she smiled at me as if I had brought cake. "Reg came home last night," she said, and all the words I had planned fell out of my head in a clatter. I asked where he was. She said he had gone with Paul to the sorting office to see about a position. She talked about how quickly Paul had arranged it. She talked about how good it would be to have two strong men sorting letters and parcels again, how the work had piled up and everyone would be grateful. She had a glow about her. I tried to match it. I could not. I made some reason and left. Days became weeks. The village changed. Men came home in ones and twos, at dusk, at dawn, in rain and sunshine. Their boots were heavy. Their faces were pale. They did not walk like men who have just come through our station with a cheer. They walked as if they were already in a parade. People cried and people laughed, and people held onto coats and sleeves with both hands. The men did not carry kits or bags. They did not ask for food. They did not sleep in. They went straight to work. The post office took on more men than it ever had. The telegraph office added more hands. Lines were checked and repaired. New routes were added. If a wire had sagged across a field for months, it was pulled up straight. If a dead branch leaned toward a line, it was cut away. If a pole had a rot spot, it was replaced. At first, the village celebrated. Who wouldn't? Mothers walked with a lighter step. Children ran to meet their fathers and brought them to see the place where they had planted a bean that had come up into a stringy vine. Wives hung sheets and whistled. The older men in the pub banged the table and said this showed the war would end well. The grocer wrote down names again in his little book and was not so strict about sugar. People said their prayers with a real thank you in them. But joy can be like fog. It settles across everything and you do not see what is under it right away. I began to notice small things. Paul did not eat. He would sit at the table and watch me lift a spoon or cut a slice, but he would not take any for himself. If I pressed him, he said he had eaten on his rounds. I told myself he was shy about his scars. I told myself his stomach was not right after the hospital. He did not sleep. He lay on his back and closed his eyes and stayed that way until morning. Sometimes, when I opened my eyes, he opened his at the same moment, as if my lids had pulled a string on his. At night I heard him speaking downstairs again. The words did not sound softer with time. They scraped. Other wives began to say things that sounded like jokes but were not jokes. "He talks in his sleep," Meg said once, and she smiled in a way that asked me not to ask anything else. "He stares out the window," another woman said about her man, and she laughed and called him a cat. "He doesn't touch the stew," someone said in a whisper, and that whisper felt like a path I did not want to follow. When people asked the men about their wounds, the men touched their arms and backs and said shrapnel, the way Paul had. They all said it like that, with the same small pause as if remembering something unpleasant and far away. Work at the post office ran like a new clock. Letters that had taken 2 days took one. Telegrams that had lingered found their way fast. Post was moving. Paul brought sacks home and sorted at our table more than he used to. Sometimes I sat with him and tied bundles with string because my fingers needed to be doing something. I never saw another army letter in the iron bucket. I did not need to see one to know what would have happened if there had been. The village did not have funerals that spring. It had a string of quiet, bright mornings. We told ourselves this was mercy. We told ourselves our men were lucky. We said so out loud. But there was a space inside me that none of the telling could fill. It started the size of a pin and grew to the size of a coin, and then the size of a teacup. I carried it with me. Sometimes it sloshed when I walked. When Paul passed our front garden on his route and tipped his cap, the space went cold in a way that felt as if I had swallowed a handful of snow. There were other small things I did not talk about. One afternoon a boy ran into the post office to bring his father a biscuit, and when he looked up at Paul he stopped short, as if he had run into something he could not see. The biscuit fell. The boy crouched and picked it up and held it against his shirt, and went out without handing it over. Another day a dog followed the cart for a street, and wagged and wanted to jump up and then stopped, and dropped its tail and backed away. I saw a magpie hop along a wire until it came level with where Paul stood and then fly off with a rough croak, as if a cat had nearly caught it. These are little things. If I had spoken them aloud, it would have sounded mean, like I was telling a cruel story about a person I loved. So I did not speak them. One Sunday I asked Paul if he wanted to walk by the river after church. He said he had things to see to. I walked alone then, and watched the way the water moved around a big stone and then smoothed out again. On my way back I passed the telegraph office. The door was open for air. As I came near, I heard a sound like a kettle about to sing and like a swarm of bees and like a wire when the wind pulls it tight. I paused. Inside, a group of men stood around the table. The tapping of the key was quick and even, and it made me think of a heartbeat heard through the wall. The men were answering, but I could not say whether they were talking to the key or to one another. I could not make out the words. I knew the word for what you send and what you receive and the word for the person who sends and the person who receives. But in that moment the words felt like the wrong size. Sometimes I think I could have left. I could have packed 2 dresses and some money and gone to my aunt's sister in Leeds. I pictured taking the late train, buying a ticket with the coins I kept in a jar for emergencies, keeping my head down so nobody would stop me, looking out at fields that did not belong to me. I pictured my aunt's sister opening her door and finding me there, and saying my name in the voice people use when they find something they thought they had lost. I did not leave. People say the word should as if it has no weight. It does. It weighs as much as a person. 3 months went by. By then the village had its own kind of peace. People went about their business with a brightness that felt taut. The school bell rang. Carts went up and down. The grocer swept his step twice a day. The church looked as it always had. The wind rattled the poplars by the green. If a stranger had come, he would have said it was a good place to live. He would have said the post was quick and sure. He would have said the men here were steady and polite, and that the women hung their washing in straight lines and that children were not wild. I learned to sleep with my back to Paul so I would not see his eyes open when I opened mine. I learned to take his coat and hang it, and not think about how it felt warm in some places and not in others. I learned to set a plate he did not touch and to wash it later without counting how many teeth I had in my smile. I learned to listen to the sounds he made downstairs and tell myself that speaking to oneself in a low voice is no sin. The letter to me burned. The letter to Meg stayed in a drawer under my sewing things. I thought I would bring it to her every Thursday, because we always had tea together on Thursdays. On Thursdays she talked about Reg and laughed, and told me he was like a lad again, busy and helpful and full of plans. Paul has done wonders, she said more than once. He's got all the men set up. Imagine the order we'll have once all the offices are in good hands. I said imagine and took another sip. I thought of telling her everything. My mouth would not move that way. I told myself I was waiting for the right time. There is most often no right time, only the time you decide is good enough. On an evening in late spring, I stood at the sink and washed 2 cups and put them upside down to dry. Paul came in and set his sack by the door. I wiped my hands and went to him. I wanted, with a sudden sharpness, to put my head on his chest and feel his hand on my back the way I used to. I stood close. He lifted his hand and rested it on my shoulder because that is what a husband would do. His hand was heavy and very careful. That carefulness pierced me more than any roughness would have. I lay awake and tried to think of all the things I knew. I knew what the house had sounded like when it was only a house. I knew what Paul's whistle had sounded like when he sorted letters before the war. I knew the exact place on the stairs where your foot slips if you are not paying attention. I knew the sound the post key made in our lock. I knew the words of the army letter because they are the same in every house. I knew my name and my husband's name, and the way my mouth opened when I said them both together. I tell myself I am not writing a warning. I do not know what to warn you of, if you are reading this far from my village, in a place where the wind goes another way. Perhaps you will call me a woman who could not calm her mind when she should have. It is not my task to convince you of anything. I am only trying to put things down the way they felt to live through, in a voice that is plain, so that I can hear it and say yes, that is what happened. When Paul passes by our house now with his bag and his cap and the steady step of a postman, I stand at the window and watch him until he turns the corner. He tips his cap each time. I raise my hand without thinking. He is doing his job. The village says he is a blessing. The post is fast and sure. Letters find their way. Telegrams do not wander. People sleep deep because their men are home. All these things are true. Another thing is also true. When he lifts his eyes to mine, something inside me goes cold as if a door to winter has opened. That is where I am now. In the kitchen are the cups we bought the week we moved in. On the shelf is a jar with coins, in case the roof leaks and the thatcher needs to be called. In the drawer with the needles and thread is a letter I did not burn, thin and folded and official. In the lane, children chalk squares and jump them. In the telegraph office the key taps and taps. In the post office there are sacks and string and stamps, and hands moving faster than they ever did before. At night the beams stretch and the windows knock and the wind finds the chimney note it likes best, and I do not startle at those old sounds. I know the house. I know its voice. The thing that chills me now is not the house at all. It is the man who walks past in daylight, whom everyone calls by my husband's name, who takes care of the village so well, and who never seems to tire. Context is a strange thing. In one life a sound is nothing. In another life it means you must sit up and listen. A key turning in a door used to be comfort. Then, for a while, it was the start of a different story. I cannot tell you what is true in a way that will satisfy every listener. I can only tell you what changed for me, and how a person can be grateful and afraid in the same breath, and how a village can be both blessed and watched over, and how a wife can stand at a window and raise her hand and feel her blood run cold. I'm going to tell you about a town, a place I pray you never find by accident. I won't share the name or give you a map. I won't point at a region on the weather report or hint at a highway mile marker. All I'll say is this: if you ever feel like you might be there, if the air tastes wrong and the streets look a little too quiet and the hairs on your arms lift for no good reason, turn around. Leave the way you came. Don't argue with yourself. Don't look for proof. Just go. It happened some years back, on a trip I had no business taking alone. I was headed to meet an uncle I'd never actually met, more of a family rumor than a person. I had a folded paper map on the seat beside me and kept flipping it open and turning it around, trying to match blue lines to open sky and green patches to the real trees sliding past. I'm not a natural at maps. The more I stared, the less they made sense. Somewhere between a bad turn and a worse guess the fuel light came on. I told myself I had miles left. I did not. The engine coughed and died in the kind of heat that melts the edge off your thoughts. Sun pushed through the windshield and laid a hot hand on my forehead. The mix of dust and tar made a sleepy smell. I sat a minute and let the quiet press in. No other cars came. The horizon wobbled where the road ran straight into it. There was nothing for it. I got out, locked up behind me, and started walking with my thumb out like the pictures in old magazines. I tried to look friendly and not desperate, though the truth was I felt a little of both. The road shimmered. Crickets rasped in the weeds. Sweat gathered at the back of my neck and ran down between my shoulder blades. The sun did not let up. I kept glancing back, then forward again, the way you do when you want something to appear by will alone. At last a red pickup rolled into view, a little dusty around the fenders, a little faded on the hood. I waved my arm and sent up a small hope. The truck slowed, then stopped, the brakes letting out a tired sigh. "That your car back there?" the driver asked, leaning across the bench seat to look past me. He was an old-timer with a cap that had seen fields and summers and maybe even a war parade. His eyes were the kind you trust before your sense catches up. "Yes, sir. Ran out of gas," I said, trying to sound apologetic and competent at the same time. "Hop in. We'll get you some at the next stop," he said, as if it was the easiest thing in the world. He swung the passenger door open and I climbed in. He told me to call him Cappy. His mouth liked to move, and he had stories that felt like small, warm stones in your palm. He talked about his boy overseas and the way the boy's letters always started firm and ended tired. He talked about his daughter's twins and how he'd been practicing holding both at once, one tucked against each forearm like loaves of bread. He called my generation heroes without irony. I didn't know how to accept that word, not with my stomach flipping at the thought of sleeping on a bus bench, not with the way I flinch at a hard noise. I kept my doubts quiet and let the praise pass over me like a warm breeze. The road ran out of asphalt and settled into ruts, two long brown stripes with grass standing tall between them. The truck shouldered along, the cab rattling in a steady, friendly way. Fields rolled by, then a thin line of trees, then more fields. When the town rose up out of the distance it did it slow, like someone lifting a curtain a little at a time. It was small and ordinary at first look. The houses were faded blue with white trim. A couple had porches with paint peeling in long curls. Signs on the little brick buildings were painted by hand, the kind of careful letters people used to learn in school. There was a square with a tired fountain, a red barn standing as if it had always been there and would always be, and a white chapel on a small hill with a cross that caught the sun. A few cars sat along the main strip, two with no tires, a third with the hood propped open. I didn't see a dog sleeping in a doorway or a cat slipping along a fence. Even the birds seemed to have stepped out for a moment and forgotten to come back. We found a garage with a lonely gas pump out front, the kind with the globe on top and numbers that flip when the fuel runs. The garage door was pushed up halfway, enough to duck under. Inside, the air felt heavy. Tools hung from nails where someone had decided they belonged. A calendar on the back wall had stopped in a month years old. Cappy kept apologizing for having lent his gas can to a neighbor. He started searching, neat in his own way, moving a box, lifting a tarp, peering into the shadowed corners. Now and then a sour smell would pass through, the kind that curls your lip and reaches the back of your tongue and sits there. The smell came and went, like a bad thought. "I'll go find someone, let them know we're borrowing the place," I said, wanting more than anything to walk out into air that hadn't been kept in that garage for months. "And see if anyone has a can. Look for one anyway," he said, head half in a cupboard. "If I find one here, we're set." The town sounded empty at first, but as I walked the main street and stood still I heard something a street or two over, laughter maybe, or children in the kind of game that needs running. I followed the echo. Two kids broke from the high grass and chased each other across the road on quick legs, not paying me any mind. Farther on, an orchard opened up, neat rows of trees hung with small apples, the ground beneath dimpled with ones that had fallen early. Children ran there, darting in and out, tossing fruit and yelling the way kids do when there's nothing to do and nobody to tell them no. It looked like summer should look, if not for the masks. They all wore dog masks. Not the soft, silly kind you see at a party store. Not cartoon faces with big eyes and a tongue hanging out. These were made to look real, maybe too real. Short muzzles, long muzzles, droopy ears, pricked ears, black noses with a dull shine. Some of the masks looked gentle, others mean for no reason. A few had teeth bared. I told myself the kids were playing a game, that there must be cake somewhere and a parent with frosting on one hand and a camera in the other. At the edge of the orchard a little picnic table sat in patchy shade. A cluster of children gathered there, pressing their hands into something soft, bringing it up to their faces, smearing it on their shirts. From a distance it looked like cake. Close up it didn't smell like cake. I tried to put some adult into my voice. "Hey, I'm sure someone baked that cake to be eaten, not played with," I said, aiming for cheerful and landing somewhere near tired. The children went still together, like a flock of small birds when a hawk slides across the sun. They turned their heads toward me at the same moment. It sent a small chill across my shoulders. All those dog faces, so close, all looking with the same dark eye holes. "I'm sorry, but could you take off those masks a minute?" I asked, softer now, wanting to see real cheeks, real eyes, a freckle or a dimple, anything human that would settle the small nervous thing that had woken at the base of my throat. The children looked at each other, and then back at me. No one moved. One let out a little yip, the kind a pup makes when someone steps on its tail. Another answered with a higher sound. A third joined, then a fourth. I tried to steer the moment. "So whose birthday is it?" I asked. One child yipped again. "Oh, it's you?" Another made the same noise. "You too? Is it all of you?" I wanted to laugh at myself for playing along, but the laughter didn't come. Their small hands pressed into the soft stuff on the table and lifted it like it was something precious. The smell came up and made a greasy place in my mouth. Heat and the long walk and the hard quiet in town had worn down my patience. I heard my own voice sharpen. "Listen here. What would your parents say if they saw you being so rude? Take off those masks and behave." The yips turned to rougher sounds, small barks that didn't sound like children making dog noises but like something else wearing the shape of children. "Where are your parents?" I asked, trying to drag the moment back into a normal shape. "I have car trouble. I need an adult right away." They threw the soft stuff at me. It hit my cheek and smeared along my jaw. I wiped at it, and couldn't keep the anger off my face. The more I spoke, the more they barked. I turned to go find Cappy, and the way back to the garage seemed farther than I remembered. I hadn't gone 10 steps before a line of kids formed across the path between the trees. They stood shoulder to shoulder, not close enough to touch, close enough to block. I stepped to the left. They stepped with me. I stepped to the right. They followed. The game had a wrong edge to it. "Move," I said. They didn't. "I'm serious." The orchard held its breath. I took one step straight at them. They held the line. "I'll count to 3 and I'll walk right through you," I said, though I didn't like the sound of my own threat. 3. A few throats rolled and found long, low growls. 2. More joined, a strange chorus that was less pretend and more something else. I sighed. It had been a long day already. 1. They exploded into noise. The bark that came out of them was sharp and furious, as if they'd been holding it in and couldn't anymore. A rotten apple thudded against my arm and left a dark wet star. Another hit my shoulder. Then more. The fruit came hard and fast. I blocked with my hands. I told myself to keep my voice level and my hands open, and then hands small and quick pushed at my legs and my hip and my back, and I stumbled and fell. As soon as I went down, they broke the line and came in close, not with fists, but with sharp little fingers and a kind of wild purpose. They kicked, they scratched, they barked in my ear. The noise was too much. My temper went where tempers go when the room is small and the sound is big. "That's enough!" I shouted and shoved the closest few away. They fell, stood, came back. I shoved again, harder. A couple went down and stayed down a heartbeat, then scrambled. The anger in me surprised me as much as it seemed to surprise them. I swatted and swung and cleared as much space as I needed to get my feet under me. When I finally broke free, I didn't waste time testing their play again. I ran. I cut back through the grass toward the street, telling myself I'd find Cappy, tell him everything, get in the truck and go, and never tell the story to anyone again. I spotted the red pickup where we had left it, and sprinted for it, calling his name. No answer. The truck sat empty, door closed, keys gone. I looked toward the garage and didn't see him there either. My chest tight with that small cold fear, I ducked into the general store, a little bell on the door giving one hopeless ring. Inside smelled like dust that's been left alone. Shelves stood with a few canned goods and boxes that had been there long enough to gather a gray film. A fly drifted in lazy loops in the window and couldn't find the glass. "Hello?" I called, the room swallowing my voice. I pushed through a curtain to the back room and found nothing but crates and a clerk's stool tipped on its side. Outside, a noise rolled up from farther down the street. Cheers, a high whoop, a thin scream bending in the middle. I pressed myself to the doorframe and listened. The sound rose and fell, a tide pulling in and out. I should have gone back to the garage. I should have stood in the doorway and waited for Cappy to come around the corner with a can, and then we should have left. I walked toward the sound. The noise drew me past the line of small houses with front steps that had been swept that morning and flower pots that had gone dry. I knocked on the first door I came to. No answer. I tried the next. No answer. I banged and rattled and went to a window and peered in at a tidy living room with a crocheted blanket folded across a chair back. I moved to the next house in a hurry and then the next. If anyone was home, they didn't want to meet me. The sound pulled me toward the base of the hill near the orchard, to a farmhouse with a porch too large for the little house it held up. The front door stood open and the dark of the hallway behind it looked like a mouth. Dog masks lay scattered on the porch and in the entryway, like flowers left after a parade. I stopped. Everything in me wanted to step back and then turn and run and keep running, but I don't know where I would have run to. Cappy was somewhere, and I couldn't leave without trying. I moved up the steps slowly, my feet finding where the boards settled and where they were still strong. Inside the house the air felt used. A trail of masks lay like a path. If I had believed in signs I would have called them that. The smell from the garage had a brother here. I went through the narrow hall, past a room with a couch and a cold lamp, through a kitchen where a plate sat on the counter with a cup beside it, into a back room where a door opened on a set of stairs that went down into dark. The smell rose from that door and hit me hard, a thick, damp rot. I held my breath and tried again and my stomach rolled anyway. From below came the scrape of feet and the wet slap of something heavy being moved and the strange joy of small voices, wild and happy, layered with a human sound that strained and then broke, then tried to rise again and failed. I wanted to be braver than I am. I wanted to tell myself I could look and handle what I saw because the truth, even when it is ugly, is better than not knowing. I crouched and started down, one hand on the wall, one foot feeling for the next step, careful not to let the boards speak more than they had to. A single bulb lit the center of the basement, leaving the stairs and corners dark. The floor was wet with something that made a low sound when a small heel moved through it. They were gathered under the light, close together, faces turned down. At first it looked like a game of sharing, that childhood way of crouching around a prize, hands darting in, hands pulling back, whispered laughs in the throat. Then the picture sharpened. They were not playing. They were eating. I don't have the right words for their faces. Even now my mind tries to slide off the shapes, as if a part of me is still trying to keep me safe. The masks were gone, but the faces didn't look like any children's faces I've known. Some had a push and pull to them, like someone had taken a finger and moved features a little bit where they didn't belong. Teeth met at odd angles. Noses turned up too far or sat low and wide. Eyes were set apart just a shade too much, giving a blank look even when they were busy. Their mouths opened wider than mouths should open. And they were happy. In the middle of them lay Cappy. What I saw was enough to tell me it was him without needing to go closer than I did. His shirt, the color of it, the knit of the fabric, The small tear near the hem I had noticed when I climbed into the truck. These small details stood out even as the rest of the picture shook. They had torn away what marked him most. The shape of him was wrong now. He didn't make a sound anymore. I covered my mouth with my hand and told my body not to move, not to breathe too loud, not to draw one pair of those small hands in my direction. I backed up the stairs as carefully as I had come down, eyes on the circle under the light. Once I reached the kitchen, I found that I had to hold on to the counter a second. I wanted to run and I wanted to be silent, and those two wishes do not sit well together. I forced myself to take slow steps through the front room and out onto the porch, where air that wasn't basement air moved across my face. I took one careful step down, and then the next, and thought I might be all right. He was waiting at the bottom of the steps. A man built like a shed, broad and thick and old in the way of a fence post that's still doing its job. His beard was gray and itched your eyes to look at. One of his eyes didn't sit right, wooden maybe, or a clouded glass that gave no shine back. He smelled like someone who had worked all day in heat and never bothered to wash. For a second we stood like that, two strangers close enough to shake hands. I thought he would grab me. He didn't. He reached into the bib of his overalls and pulled out a small whistle on a string. He put it to his mouth and blew. I didn't hear a sound, but I felt something in the air hum, like a wire drawn tight. I did what any animal does when something larger says move. I moved. I ran for the main street, the way I had come. Doors looked like mouths again. Windows looked like eyes that were turned away. My breath sounded too loud. I cut into the general store, dragged a crate in front of the back room door, and sat there with my back against it, listening for the quick steps of children. The front door rattled once, twice, then went still. A few pairs of small feet pattered past the alley. I held very still. My head found the rhythm of my heart, and I breathed with it. Time stretched thin and long, and then snapped back again. The voices wandered away. The town went quiet. Dark found the edges of things and then filled the middle. Later the sounds picked up again, not running now but a different music, howls, high and a little broken, carrying across the fields. The sound raised the hair on my arms and then flattened it again. I thought about Cappy and felt a hot, ugly want to do harm. I thought about the gaskin, about pouring a line from the basement out the door and dropping a match without looking back. I thought about fire finding dry wood and old paint and running with it. Thinking and doing our different acts. I did not have a can. I did not have matches. I had a thin plan and a body that wanted out. When the howls drifted away and the night settled, I slipped out the store's back door into weeds that brushed my knees and then my thighs. I crawled at first, then hunched, then stood when the ground turned to trees. From the cover of the edge of the wood I looked back at the town. It lay like a picture set on a table, still and made. No street lamps burned. No porch lights came on for a late arrival. The church sat like a ghost. I listened again and heard only insects sawing at the dark. A shape moved in the weeds to my right, a small figure in the half-light, one of them. I pressed down into the grass and tried to slow my breath. The child lunged and then there was a small animal squeal and a rustle, and then the wet busy sound of eating. The night made a pocket around us. I had a choice I didn't know how to make. If I moved, he would hear me. If I waited, he might look up and see me. If I did nothing, the picture I would carry of Cappy would never let me sleep again. A rock lay under my hand, the size and weight of a loaf end. I stood because the choice had already been made inside me when I wasn't looking. I moved soft as I could and stood over the child. He did not look up. I lifted the rock and brought it down. I lifted it again. I did it until he lay still. The quiet after that kind of noise is large. I stood there and felt my stomach go cold. He was small. He looked small and soft when he wasn't moving. The part of me that wanted to be a good person tried to rise and say something, anything, to make sense of what I'd done. There wasn't anything to say. The only thing that felt honest was the picture of Cappy lying where he lay, and the choices that had led here. Dawn laid a pale strip along the horizon. I moved away from that place, away from the town, not careful of my direction, only careful not to step loud enough to bring anything to me. Fields opened. I crossed a fence and then another. I climbed a low rise and went down the other side. The sun came up and got to work. The day warmed. My legs ached. My thoughts slowed to simple things: water, shade, distance. A couple of times I thought I heard a car engine and turned, but the sound fell away and left me with the bees again. I kept walking. Somewhere near noon I saw a fence line that ran straight toward a cluster of buildings. A ranch, I thought, relief like a cold drink moving through me. A place with people. A place with a phone. A place where someone would laugh and bring me inside and say I was overheated and get me a glass of water and call the patrol to go check out that odd little town with the polite houses and the empty eyes. As I came closer I heard voices and slowed. Laughter rose and fell. Small feet pounded dust. I looked across the last stretch of field and saw children, half a dozen at first and then more, running through the yard. The first thought that crossed my mind was that I had never been so happy to see ordinary life. The second followed it and pushed it out. Even from that distance I could see their heads were wrong. They wore masks. Not dogs this time. Horses. Long faces, flared nostrils, teeth too big and a smile a horse never makes. Some of the masks had hair glued to the top in a stiff brush. Some had painted eyes that never blinked. The shapes turned this way and that as the children ran. A few dropped to all fours and galloped. They tossed their heads and whinnied with their mouths wide and their tongues thick and awkward. I stopped where I was and did not take another step. The field around me went still. The sun buzzed on. Far off, something metal banged once and then again. I looked at those masks and felt the same small warning bell in my body ring once and then ring again. I did not go down the hill. I did not call out. I stood very quiet, the way you do when a wasp floats past your face. And then I did what I should have done sooner. I turned around and walked away, back into the heat and the grass and the empty road that would try to find me before the day ended. If there is any sense in telling a story like this, it is not to shock you or make you think I'm brave. I am not. It is to hand you a simple piece of advice I wish someone had handed me. Your body knows things before your mind writes them down. If a place feels wrong, you do not owe it your curiosity. You do not owe anyone proof. You owe yourself your leaving. If you ever end up near a quiet little town that looks tidy and kind and a little too still, listen to that small bell. If you ever hear laughter where there should be none, or see a line of masks drop like breadcrumbs along the floor, or smell a sour thing that threads itself into your breath, go. Walk back to your car. If you don't have a car, walk to the road. If there is no road, find the fence line and follow it until you do. Don't be a hero. Be gone. It was late enough that the sky had turned the soft color it takes on in summer right before it lets go of the day. The street out front was a two-lane with a bank on the other side, a red brick building that had a candy dish by the teller window. Jenny leaned her elbows on the table and told me about a school dance. The first one was coming up. She said she was not going with anyone because, going with, was for kids who watched too many shows. She said she was thinking about what to wear and then immediately said she didn't care at all and rolled her eyes and then asked if Elizabeth could take her shopping on Saturday for something that did not look like she tried. She kept touching her hair because she had recently decided bangs were a good idea and she was still getting used to them. I loved her so much in that moment that it hurt, an ache that was clean and full and so easy to feel compared to the rest of it. Elizabeth came out with the bank deposit bag in her hand. She tapped it to get our attention like it was a drum. "Escort me across the dangerous highway?" she joked, holding her chin high as if we did not live in a small town with mostly respectful drivers and a crosswalk with a light. Jenny hopped up. "Candy," she said in the tone of someone who knew she was too old to say it like that and didn't care. She grabbed Elizabeth's hand and they stood there a second, our three little family planets in the same orbit. "I'll warm up the truck," I said. "It's a habit in my bones. Start the truck, check the mirrors, listen to the old engine, adjust the seat. It makes me feel useful." I pulled my keys out with my left hand and walked around to where we had parked along the curb. I slid in, turned the key, and the engine coughed once and then settled. I rolled the window down a bit because the air was nice. Elizabeth came to my side and leaned in to kiss my cheek through the open window. She smelled like coffee and flour and whatever soap she had borrowed from Jenny that week. She tapped the glass with her knuckle and I laughed, and rolled it up to kiss the other way, pressing my lips to the cool. She did the same, a little ritual that made Jenny roll her eyes and smile anyway. They walked along the passenger side of the truck toward the crosswalk. I checked the rear view. I checked the side mirror. The street was mostly empty. A car turned off the side road down the block. A dog barked somewhere behind the bakery on the corner. Then I felt the shape of headlights before I saw them, and I lifted my eyes to the mirror and saw a truck coming faster than anything had any right to move on our street. It was wrong the way a shout is wrong in a quiet room. "Liz!" I yelled and shoved at the door. The door flew open. My left foot hit the pavement. I twisted to throw my body across the seat and out, and that was when the hand that wasn't a hand jerked me hard toward the passenger side. It didn't pull me gently. It yanked with a force that played my body like a lever. My shoulder wrenched, and my left hand scrabbled for anything to hold and found the steering wheel. My left knee hit the dash and pain flared in a bright, immediate line. The cold grip on my phantom wrist bit down, exact and total, as if I were a dog straining at a leash and something had decided I would not go. In that fraction of a second, I saw my wife's face in the glass of the bank door. I saw Jenny's hand in hers. I saw the blur of the truck's hood and the line of its chrome. I heard brakes scream in a long, losing argument. The rest is the sound absence makes. It is not silence. It is a long exhale where everything in you collapses inward. Later, people told me the light was red for them and green for us, that the driver of the truck had been looking at his phone, that he was young and so sorry, that everyone is so sorry in the first few days. The sirens grew teeth and ate the night. Someone opened my door the rest of the way. Someone put a hand on my chest and told me to breathe. Someone asked me if I could feel my toes. I did not feel anything in my toes. I felt a hand that was not mine closed around mine, and I hated it so much I wanted to tear the air apart. When I say the kiss on the glass of the window was the last one I got, that is a fact you can hold like a stone. I could tell you the color of the bank bricks. I could tell you the way the deposit bag looked when it fell, how small it was, how dumb, because it lived in our house for a decade and had a place of its own on a hook behind the counter. I could tell you what the cold felt like in the moments after, how it went from a squeeze to a clamp to something like a cuff that fused with my own idea of a wrist. But the most honest thing I can tell you is that the hand never let go again. They kept me in a room with pale walls that tried to be soothing. Nurses came and went in soft shoes. Machines beeped in a polite rhythm, like metronomes taking turns. There is a special cruelty in living through something and being fed and bathed and told to rest when the people you love do not need those things anymore because they are beyond them. I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling. Friends came and touched my left shoulder and wept, and told me stories about Elizabeth balancing 3 plates on one arm. About Jenny making a face at a pun and then laughing at it anyway. People brought flowers because they didn't know what else to bring. The cold on my phantom wrist tightened when anyone else was in the room, like it knew I was thinking about leaving the bed and wanted to remind me that I would not. A therapist came in after the funeral and sat down and told me, with a steady kindness that made my chest hurt, that sometimes the brain grabs onto one sensation and won't loosen its jaw. She talked about triggers and stress and grief. She said the hand would likely let go when I worked through the trauma. She said maybe it was a way my mind was holding on to what happened so it wouldn't feel like it had fallen through a hole. I nodded because she was trying to help me. I did not say, "It helped me in the truck." I did not say, "It was stronger than me." I did not say, "It made a decision." That would be like telling her that the wind chose the direction it blew. You don't argue that with people who have studied weather. You learn to hold the railing tighter. I moved back into our house because I could not bear to move out of it yet. You can leave a place and take the good things with you in your head, but the smell of a person you love lingers in odd corners. I stood in the doorway of our bedroom and put my forehead on the frame and breathed. I unfolded the card with the dog on it, and the ruined line of my name, and laid it on the dresser. And the stupid song warbled when I opened it, and I let it play because this was how my life sounded now. I looked at the cafe keys and couldn't bring myself to pick them up. The cold hand on my phantom wrist sat there like a fact. At night it did not let me roll the way I used to. If I shifted to the left, the imaginary pull did not shift with me. It was as if I wore a bracelet attached to something I could not see. There were hours, in the first weeks, where I tried to bargain with it the way a person bargains with pain. I whispered, "Let go," into the dark like I was talking to a child having a tantrum. I placed my left palm over the space where my right wrist would be and tried to thaw the cold with heat. I held a hot compress to my forearm and my stump and told myself warmth moves. It did not. Friends suggested I try mirror therapy again. I placed my left arm in the box and watched the reflection of a right arm that wasn't there. I opened and closed my left hand and the phantom one did not react to that lie, because that grip did not belong to my nervous system the way others did. I imagined it as fingers that I could peel away one by one and I tried to do it with my mind. They did not peel. On good days, I learned to work around it. The body is good at making detours. I used my left hand to do all the small chores you don't notice until you only have one hand. I learned new tricks in the kitchen and burned fewer things. I walked a little each afternoon, slow at first, then faster as my legs remembered they were made to carry me. The grip felt like a boundary in the air that I learned to move within. An invisible wall at my right side. A line to my left that felt like freedom. On bad days, it held tighter and the cold seeped up into the space where my fingers used to be and it felt, all over again, like the night in the snow when warmth left me in a rush and the world narrowed to a tunnel that led to hospital lights. I lay on the couch and watched the pattern of sun shift on the floor and told myself to just stay until it shifted again. The therapist said to name what was happening in plain words because plain words make a thing smaller. I said out loud, "I feel a cold hand on my right hand that isn't there." I said, "I am angry." I said, "I am here." None of those sentences changed the grip. They did not make it go. They did let me breathe all the way to the bottom of my lungs. People who love you keep showing up even when you are unbearable to be around because the alternative is a kind of silence no one can stand. Our neighbor mowed my lawn without asking. A high school friend I hadn't seen in years sent a box of books that she said helped her through something that wasn't this thing but was still hard. A regular from the cafe taped a note to my mailbox that said, "Your muffin saved me on a day I didn't know I needed saving." I took the note inside and set it next to the dog card on the dresser. I stood in that room and looked at those two silly pieces of paper and felt like I was standing between the two ends of a rope. I never told anyone this, but there were nights when the anger felt so clean and bright that I wanted to walk down to the bank and throw a rock through the window. It was not logic. It was wanting to make a sound big enough that something in the world would match what was in my chest. I stood in the doorway and imagined the crash of glass, the alarm, the red lights, the way a mess is honest and a way quiet rooms are not. I did not go. I went back to bed and watched the ceiling fan instead and counted the seconds between clicks in the broken blade because counting is a good way to survive an hour. Time bent again. The anniversaries came whether I wanted them or not. 1 month. 3. 6. The hand on my phantom hand stayed. It did not loosen and it did not crush. It lived with me the way a scar does, an old injury that still tells the weather. People stopped bringing food. People asked less often how I was because they knew there is no answer anyone wants to hear. I started answering with a nod and a half smile like a person in a commercial who is fine. When the cold grew sharper, I excused myself and went to the restroom and locked the door and pressed my forehead to the cool wood and breathed in 4 and out 6 like Elizabeth had taught me. Every so often I would have a dream where the map in my brain was the old map. In the dream, I would tie my shoes with 2 hands and feel the lace slide over the back of fingers that weren't jagged at the tips. In the dream, I would hold a coffee mug with my right hand and feel the heat in the pad of a palm that wasn't there. In the dream, I would hold two hands, one belonging to a woman who laughed in her sleep sometimes, one belonging to a girl who was not a girl anymore but the age where you balance the world on one hip and don't know you're doing it. I would wake, and the cold would be right where it always was, and I would lie on my left side and stare at the outline of the chair in the corner, until the sun made a promise I could see. A year after, a man at the rehab center asked me if I felt like the hand had saved me in the truck. He meant it kindly. He meant, did it hold you in place so you didn't run into the path of the other truck and die too? People try to find sense in things because sense is a light on the porch. I didn't answer him right away. I thought about the door, the half step I had managed to take, the angle of my knee, the way the grip had thrown me backwards like a rope snagging on a post. I thought about the night of the blizzard, about reaching where I shouldn't, about spinning a wheel that did not want to obey, about the force that came through the side of the car like a fist. I thought about how in both moments I had tried to put my body between the people I loved and a thing that wanted to take them. I thought about how small I am under weather, under metal, under other people's decisions. Then I told him the truth that fit in my mouth. It didn't save me, I said. It just held me. He nodded and scribbled something on a clipboard because that is what you do when a person puts anything into words in front of you. When people ask now what it feels like, I say it in the simplest way I can. I tell them it feels like a hand on my right hand. I say it is cold. I say it doesn't belong to me. I say it does not hurt the way a cut hurts. It hurts the way a memory hurts when you walk past the place where it lives. I say it was there before the worst thing and it was there during and it is here after. I say it used to make me think of death and now it makes me think of how stubborn a brain can be, how it will replay a feeling over and over if it thinks it matters. Sometimes I think if I am very quiet I can hear the small movements of whatever it is, the shift of imaginary knuckles, the frictionless slide of imaginary skin. On rainy nights, it seems to hold tighter. On bright mornings, it is simply there. I keep the cafe keys in a drawer. I don't know if I will ever open the door again. Some days I walk downtown and stand across the street and look at that door and pinch a line of my lower lip between my teeth the way Elizabeth used to when she was thinking. I stand there until a dog pulls its owner past me or a car honks a friendly hello and I have to wave. Then I walk home. I sit at the kitchen table, the one with the long scratch, and I put Jenny's card in front of me and I put my left hand on a blank piece of paper and I write my name slowly, the way Elizabeth showed me. The letters come out shaky but still letters. Sometimes the line wobbles because the cold tightens. Sometimes it is steady because I have stared at my hand long enough that it forgets to be afraid. I keep these pages in a stack. They are a record of a person making a new map. People say time heals like time is a person who visits with a casserole and a listening ear. Time is more like a road that is there whether you want to walk it or not. Some days you go because your feet move without asking you. Some days you sit down on the curb and wait. The hand on my phantom hand did not loosen at 1 year. It did not loosen at 2. It sits with me when I drink coffee. It sits in the passenger seat when I drive. It rests on the bed rail at night like an old habit. I do not know if it will ever let go. Part of me believes it will the day I die, the way doors open in stories. Part of me thinks I will take it with me wherever I go next, if there is a next, because that is how attached it has become. If you had asked me before the accident what I thought I would carry after a loss like this, I would have said a kind of emptiness. I would have said an absence that rang like a bell. I would not have said this. That sometimes grief is a touch that won't leave you, that it is as physical as a hand on a wrist, that it will throw you back into your seat when you try to run headfirst into what you cannot change. And if you had asked me then what I would do with that touch, I would not have known how to answer. I don't know now, not really. I sit with it. I tell the truth about it when I can. I write my name in a way that is legible enough that my daughter would have made a joke about it, and then hugged me anyway. I stand at the window and watch the light move around the room that still smells a little like her soap. The day I finished this, I went to the dresser and opened the dog card again. The song, wired into the paper, croaked through the tiny speaker like it was tired of being asked to cheer. I let it play out to the end. When it stopped, the house settled. The hand on my phantom hand was there, the way it always is. I set my left palm over the space where my right wrist would be. The phantom skin felt the heat even if it could not take it in. I said, because plain words are the only ones that do not lie. You are here. And I am here. The cold did not answer me. But I did not need it to. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was young when I figured out I could fall in love with people who didn't exist. Back then it was a cartoon girl with a red side ponytail and long legs. I'd sit on the carpet with a controller and pretend she and I were on a date. I would train a team that beat the things she was weak against, and in my head I protected her. I pictured her smiling at me after a battle. I pictured her wanting to stay. It was harmless kid fantasy, and when actual girls at school didn't look my way, those daydreams were somewhere soft to land. I wasn't great with people. I was quiet, and when I got nervous I sounded sharp without meaning to. I never knew what to say on a real date. I'd reach for a topic and grab air. The silences got long and heavier than they needed to be. Most of the time I retreated to games, where the rules were clear and the next step lit up for you. One of the few friends who stuck around was Chris. We met in an online game when I was still in school and he was a few years older. We teamed up, we chatted, and eventually we hung out in person. He loved anime in a way I didn't totally get, and he always made his avatars look like the same girl from some show he liked. He was blunt when I came to him with problems, and he never ran out of advice. Don't worry about girls, he told me once, sprawled on the old couch in my mom's living room while we played co-op through a swamp level. You think they're the prize because everyone says they are. They're not. They've got everyone trained to jump when they blink. I'm telling you, you spend less time being miserable when you stop chasing them. They can't all be bad, I said. His character got swarmed on screen and he hissed at it, then flicked his eyes my way. You know what never messes with you? The stuff in your head. Animation. Drawn girls. The ones you can switch off when you want to sleep. My girl is perfect. She's never cruel, and I never go to bed mad. I thought it sounded sad and also weird, but I didn't say that. The thing is, pieces of what he said stuck. There are years you think about something, then one day the thought fits your life in a new way. That happened to me. I moved out. I found a job that paid bills but didn't mean anything to me. At night I streamed games. I wasn't famous or anything, but a steady crowd came by to watch me play. My main was a time-skipping, sprinting hero with a bright voice and an orange visor. She was funny. She was brave. She was fast. In the animated shorts she sounded like she was smiling even when nothing went right. I liked playing her because the movement felt good. I liked watching her because she was beautiful. I memorized the details the way you do when you choose to have a favorite. My routine was clockwork. I'd log off, dim the lights, and scroll through my phone. I knew where to find animated clips made by fans, and I knew which ones looked like love instead of just noise. A few creators were so good at mimicking that hero that I forgot I was watching a model move. They wrote little scenes where she met you at a doorway. They gave her shyness in private, not the bold one-liners she used in a fight. In those clips, the camera played the you, and I let myself pretend the you was me. I'd fall asleep afterward with a calm I didn't get from anything else. That's how I found a creator who called themselves Sprite Shark. Someone on a forum linked a video with a thumbnail that caught my eye. In the clip, the hero opened her door and let the camera in with a nervous laugh, like she was doing something she'd never done before. The voice actor was so close to the real character that for a second I felt fooled. The apartment looked lived in. There were photos on a shelf. The way the light hit the kitchen floor at night looked like a place you could actually stand. It ended with her on her back, hair mussed, a grin that said she'd had enough and also that she'd be thinking about you later. Come back soon, she said and waved. I saved that one the second I saw it. I looked for more from the same person and found nothing. No social account. No website. No other uploads. I wondered if the video was mislabeled, but it turned out that I was just early. Weeks later, another clip appeared, same creator name, same quality. The video opened in a coffee shop with just the two of you at a table. The hero kicked her heel against the chair leg and looked like she wanted to hold your hand. When she stood up to leave, she jangled a key you hadn't seen, tossed a look over her shoulder, and said, "This way." It cut to the quiet room behind a nondescript door. The camera caught up and didn't stop again. More followed. For a while they came like clockwork twice a month. They all had a short story at the beginning, a walk under streetlights, a talk on a park bench, a soft argument about whether this was a good idea. Then the private part. The lighting changed from blue to gold. The animators knew that small gasps were better than shouting. I checked the forum on upload days like it was a holiday and felt oddly protective when nobody else seemed to notice. These should have had 1 million views. They had a handful. Then one video made my heart skip in a way that wasn't about attraction at all. The camera stepped out of a car. The hero stepped out of the passenger side. The beach behind her was empty and gray. She said, "You always pick the best places, Jeremy." My name is Jeremy. I sat there in front of the screen and told myself I'd misheard. Plenty of people are named what I'm named. It had to be coincidence. I watched through until the last line just to test myself. She said it again later, and there was no way around it. The next video, 2 weeks later, she said it again. "I miss you, Jeremy." After the third time, curiosity got the better of me. I tried to send the creator a friendly note. Nothing heavy. I wrote like a fan who'd been following a while. Near the end I added a little. "Funny coincidence. My name is Jeremy too." When I hit send, the site told me the user didn't exist. I shrugged and figured they had messages turned off. The following day, a new upload hit out of cycle. At first I thought I was seeing a repost until I clicked. The video opened with the hero lying on her stomach on a bed, chin on her hands like a kid. She looked straight into the camera and smiled like she knew a secret. "Sorry," she said. "I just wanted to see you." She held up a phone and showed a message I recognized. She read words I'd written and never successfully sent. "It's not a coincidence, love," she said. "I was talking to you. I know your name." I clicked away because my chest was tight. I had the sudden, ridiculous thought that my webcam was on, and she could see me. I turned in my chair and dropped into my rig downstairs to push the creepiness out by shooting at something. I loaded into a match and picked a character who hid behind a mask and a blade. The hero I liked sprinted past my teammate in game and stopped in front of me. She looked straight at my screen and spoke, not in a pre-recorded taunt, but in the same voice from the videos. "Did I scare you, Jeremy?" I quit out of the match. My fingers felt useless. I told myself I'd been modded or pranked. I switched consoles to an old comfort game. When the level loaded, the world looked right. Snow. Steel. Aliens. Guns. Then my HUD was wrong, and when I moved, my avatar moved like her. She chattered in my ear while I played. "This is a little weird, yeah?" she said. "I wanted to show you I'm real. I can reach you. Not all the way. Not yet. But I can. How are you doing this?" I asked out loud in an empty room. "Wish I knew. But I know what I want. I want to see you properly." "What does that mean?" "It means I want to be where you are." I held my controller and stared at the TV like it would offer an explanation. The hero breezed through an encounter and died to a sword like anyone would, then laughed. "I can show you later," she said. "Think about it." Later was that night. I sat down at my desk and a new file blinked into existence on my screen like it had been there all along. I double-clicked. The hero sat on a couch in a living room I hadn't seen in any of the clips. She didn't look flirty. She looked focused, like she was about to explain a plan. "All right," she said. "I'm going to say something big. Don't panic. We can do this together." I nodded without meaning to. I kept telling myself I was dreaming, or that I would wake up in a bed I hadn't made. The room smelled like my apartment, and the computer fan made the same faint buzz. The details were all normal. Only the wrong thing was wrong. "I want to cross," she said. "To your side." "I can't on my own. There's a cost." "What cost?" "I need life." The room went very quiet. The second hand on the kitchen clock made 5 clicks I could hear from here. I made myself ask the question I didn't want to say. "What kind of life?" "Human," she said. She didn't say it like a villain would. She said it like a person trying to break bad news gently. "A woman. It has to be done a certain way. I will help you. It's not as difficult as it sounds." I looked at the keyboard and then at the floor and then back at the screen. "No," I said automatically, and then, "I can't," and then, "I don't know." "It's a lot," she said. "I wouldn't ask if there was another way. But I am stuck. I want to be with you. You want that too. We can choose someone who won't be missed. We can make it fast. It's one life in exchange for a lifetime together. We can do it right." She stood and carried the camera down a hallway. She opened a door into a dark room. In there, a woman with a red bob haircut sat in an office chair with her wrists tied to the arms and a strip of tape across her mouth. I recognized the face from the comics and holiday cards the game studio had put out. The hero's official girlfriend. Seeing her rendered here felt like snooping on a private photo. Seeing her bound made my stomach clench. "Watch," the hero said. She took a knife off the desk, stepped behind the chair, and did it the way someone in a movie would, quick and certain. For a beat the model glitched and the blade passed through without effect. Then the woman's breath seized. The sound she made went high and thin like a balloon at the end of its air. The hero dipped a finger in the blood that wasn't on the screen 1 second and was the next, and drew a circle on her monitor. Then another circle inside the first. Then lines between, so many lines that at a glance it looked like lace. The longer I looked, the more it felt like the pattern moved. Maybe it did. Maybe my eyes were doing that thing eyes do when you stare without blinking. "It needs to look exactly like this," she said. "I'll send you a guide. It only works if it's exact. If you want me to do it with you, I will." I leaned back, and my chair creaked in the quiet. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. She tilted her head at me and smiled like she always did when the clip ended. Only this time the smile felt like the click of a lock. "You know where to find someone," she said softly. "Think about it." I did think about it. I thought about it the next day at work. I thought about it brushing my teeth. I thought about it while a microwave meal spun under a weak light. The hero's voice followed me into each room. I thought about saying no all the way, and then I thought about her hands reaching out of the screen and meeting mine. I thought about the way my chest had stuttered when she said my name like she knew me. I thought about being loved without ever getting lost in a conversation or saying the wrong thing. I thought about the one life she wanted weighed against what I wanted. I hated myself for being able to imagine it. When I finally made a decision, it wasn't brave. It was quiet. I scrolled through listings. I looked for someone who would come to my apartment without too many questions. I convinced myself it would be kinder this way. She wouldn't see it coming. It would be over fast. She would not be missed. Her name on the site was Destiny. She was tall and fit and smiled in every photo like she meant it. I told myself not to read her reviews. I told myself not to look for a Facebook. I told myself that would make it harder. She came over in jeans and a tank top and sneakers. She looked like anyone you'd pass in a grocery store. She stood in my doorway and said, "Hi," like a neighbor borrowing sugar. That should have made it impossible. Instead, it made what I was about to do feel like a dream, because nothing so ordinary could live next to something so wrong. "This is a nice place," she said when she stepped in. She took the envelope and slid the money into her purse without counting. She smelled like cheap perfume and soap. She touched my shoulder with her fingertips like she was easing me into a pool. "Bedroom?" "Down the hall," I said. "First door on the right." That was my office. I had already cleared the desk. I had already printed the pattern she showed me. She walked ahead. I went to the kitchen drawer and took out a steak knife. It felt too light. I closed my hand around it anyway. The door opened. She paused in the frame when she realized the room had a computer instead of a bed. She turned to look back. She started to say a polite, confused thing. I moved. Whatever I tell you about that next minute won't match what it was like to be inside it. My hearing narrowed to the sound of my own breath. The knife was an idea in my hand instead of a tool. I meant to make it fast. I remember being sure I would miss and then the terrible shock of not missing. There was a brightness to her fear that made me feel like I was looking at the sun. I hate that I remember that. I hate that when I write this my hand still wants to shake. It was messy. There's no kind way to describe it. She tried to get away. I tried to make it end. When it did, the room smelled like iron and something else I had no name for. My throat burned and my eyes watered, and for a second I had to lean against the wall because my knees didn't belong to me. I told myself to keep moving. I told myself I had already stepped over the line, and the only way out was through. Is it done? The hero asked from the speakers. Her voice sounded like a warm hand on my back. You can do the rest. I'll help. I dragged the body into the office. The carpet left a line behind her that I tried not to look at. The blood pooled in a shape that didn't look like it could come from a single person and also obviously had. I wanted to be sick and was. I wiped my mouth and stood because I had to. On the monitor, the empty document was gone, and the circle pattern I'd seen the night before waited in pale gray lines. I dipped my fingers and traced, careful and slow. My hands shook and made some of the edges uneven, but mostly I followed the guide. 2 circles. The thin maze between. The blank center. Good, she murmured. That's it. You're doing it right. When the last line connected to the first, the room stilled like someone had shut a door in a noisy hallway. I opened the folder where I kept the videos and chose the first one I'd ever downloaded from her. It sprang to life like always. The hero stood there in her doorway with a nervous smile. Hello, Jeremy, she said, and then she turned her head and looked past the camera into my room, not the room she lived in. She reached toward me. I should have flinched. I didn't. I lifted my hand to meet hers. My fingers touched the glass and kept going. The screen cracked like ice in a spring thaw. A sliver fell away. The ends of her fingers pushed through, and then her hand, and then her wrist. The model looked like a model up close, smooth skin, perfect lines, but the weight of it bent the damaged frame. She braced her other hand against the inside of the monitor and pulled. I grabbed and pulled too. The glass scraped my palm. Her arm slid out up to the elbow. Her head followed, hair first, then the curve of her cheek, then the mouth. I have had nightmares where a shadow opens its mouth, and the inside is nothing. This wasn't that. There was something there. Too much of it. A wet darkness that wasn't a throat. Teeth, yes, rows and rows, but behind them, more eyes than I could count, all turned where a person would be if she swallowed. The mouth yawned wider than any jaw should. A noise came out that didn't sound like it came from a chest. It sounded like a cave. I let go so fast I fell backward. The chair hit the floor. My shoulder hit the filing cabinet. I rolled and ran for the door because that was the only thought my body could hold. Fingers longer than mine by half caught my bicep. They were cold, and they didn't care what they were squeezing. You're mine, the voice said in the sweet tone from the clips. You belong to me. I yanked and twisted and jerked and felt bone pop and then crack. Pain like white light erased the rest of the world. My vision narrowed and pulsed. I shoved with my legs because that's all I had left, and I stumbled into the hallway with blood soaking my shirt and no right arm from the elbow down. I didn't look back. The sound behind me, the frenzied scraping, the roaring breath, pushed me forward. I banged my shoulder against the doorframe, missed the handle entirely, and crashed face first into the hall. Someone else's feet pounded down the stairs. Those were my neighbors coming because of the screaming. That's the last thing I remember before the lights went out. I woke in the hospital. The smell of antiseptic made the back of my throat feel like it was closing. There was a warm weight across my legs. It took a while before I understood it was a blanket, and not hands. A nurse explained where I was and what they'd done. The stump was neatly dressed in white. The pain came and went on a schedule controlled by a button I could press. People I loved appeared and blurred into each other. My mom cried. A manager from work brought a balloon and looked like he wanted to leave the second it was appropriate. Chris came, wide-eyed and quiet in a way I'd never seen him. "You'll be okay," he said, and left quickly, like something in the room had spooked him. A police officer came, too. He flipped open a notebook and asked about that night. I picked where to be stupid and stayed there. "I was gaming," I said. "I don't remember anything after that. I woke up here. We found signs of an animal," he said. "Broken glass. Deep claw marks. The room was torn to pieces. Front office thought maybe a bear, but we don't get bears on the 6th floor. Was anyone else hurt?" I asked. "No. And nobody saw anything." He hesitated, then added, "It's a strange one. Do you have photos?" I asked. I said it like an idle thing, like I was making conversation. He showed me a few shots on a tablet. There was my office with the monitor on the floor, its frame bent and empty where the screen used to be. Bits of glass lay like ice on a dark pond. The window beyond the desk was broken, the curtain shredded. Wind moved the fabric in the frozen frame so it looked like it should be rustling. Blood stained everything it could reach. If you didn't know what had happened, you might imagine a nightmare animal had smashed its way in and then thrashed its way out. If you didn't know, you saw the truth. Something had crawled through from the wrong side, and when it fell, it found a new direction to go. They asked me about the body they found in my apartment later. Destiny's name became another detail people said carefully around me. There's nothing I can put on this page that will make any of that right, and I won't try. I told a version of the story that didn't include a screen that bled or a mouth that opened too far. I told a version with gaps where the worst things lived. The rest was taken out of my hands. I sleep badly now. Sometimes I wake because my stomach thinks my missing arm is still there and hurts in a place I can't touch. Sometimes I wake because I hear a tap on glass that isn't in the room. When it's raining, the sound runs along the windows and makes patterns that look too close to circles. I catch my breath and sit up and tell myself to list the things I can see and name the ones I can touch. I tell myself to look at the clock and say the time. I say out loud that this is my bed, and this is my wall, and this is not a monitor. I also think about the way love can sound like kindness and still be hunger. I think about how I let myself confuse those two things because it was easy. I think about how the thing I invited and used my voice, used my name, used every little version of intimacy I taught it with my views and my clicks. I think about how long it watched before it spoke, and what it learned from the gap between the person I wanted and the person I was. A therapist told me that when your brain loses something, it builds around the missing part. It overcorrects. It tries to fill space with story. She told me that's part of why I feel a hand where there is no hand. She told me to notice when a thought loops and steps sideways out of its path. Some nights I can. Some nights I can't. On those nights I hear a cheerful voice in the speakers one room over, not real and very real, saying my name like it's a promise. When that happens, I sit very still and wait for morning, because morning is a fact and facts are stronger than invitations. Every once in a while, I remember the very last photo on the officer's tablet. It wasn't of my office. It was taken from outside the building, angled up. It showed a 6th floor window with the curtain torn and rain blowing in. The glass that used to be there glittered in the bushes below, and on my desk inside, the frame of the monitor sat on its face, empty. There was no sign of anything that came out of it. You can look at that picture and build whatever ending you need. I know the only part one can carry. I put my hand where it didn't belong, and something that had been waiting took it. I was 27 when my grandfather died, and until the very last evening of his life, I thought I knew almost nothing about him. We called him Grandpa Henry because that was his name and also because it fit the quiet, closed way he carried himself. He lived in the same Pennsylvania town where my father grew up, a place of brick houses and clipped hedges and maple trees that dropped sticky seeds onto the sidewalks in spring. Scottstown. If you drove through it without stopping, you'd say it was a normal town. If you lived there, you'd say the same thing. We were the sort of family that kept records, report cards in a file, Christmas photos labeled by year. But there are parts of a person you don't capture in folders. Those were the parts one didn't have for my grandfather. Here's what I did have. He was born April 7, 1943. He had a brother named Rupert, and a sister named Olivia who both died young. He finished high school a year early, played football at Michigan State, served 3 years in the Navy, met my grandmother near Norfolk, came home, and worked 38 years at a Pittsburgh accounting firm. He liked black coffee and Sunday morning crosswords. He didn't talk much. If you pressed for stories, he gave you dates and names. He let the sad parts pass in a quick line, like bumps in a road you don't slow down for. In 2018 he got sick. The word we used first was cancer. Then we learned the location, then we learned the stage, then we stopped using words because nothing left to say felt useful. When the time came, we gathered in his hospital room, my parents, my grandmother, my 2 brothers, my sister, and me. There was the white hum of machines and the clean sting in the air that never quite smells like air. I had graduated from seminary school earlier that year and was working as a pastor in a small church 2 towns over. So people looked at me in that room in a way I had never felt before, like I should have something to say. I held my grandfather's hand. The skin on the back of it was thin and cool, and his wedding ring slid loose on his finger. He was in the middle of telling us about some teammate of his at Michigan State who ran a kickoff back for a touchdown. His voice was a rough whisper, but there was a smile tucked in it, when he stopped abruptly, looked past us toward an empty corner, and said, "Rachel, could you all give us a minute? I need to speak to Nicholas alone." My mother didn't argue. Neither did my father. They stood, kissed the top of his head, and let everyone out. The door swung shut with a soft magnet click. Outside, I could hear my sister pretending to be calm while she dug for tissues in her bag. Inside, my grandfather's breathing seemed louder without the rest of us to soak it up. He swallowed and squeezed my fingers harder than I thought he could. "Nicholas," he said, "I have something to tell you. I have—" He turned his head toward that same corner again. His eyes sharpened, focusing on something I couldn't see. He spoke toward the air and said very softly, "Please, not yet. Let me talk to my grandson first." Then he looked back at me. "I have committed a great sin in my life that I must confess." A list of guesses flashed through my mind faster than I could catch them. An old affair. A fight that went too far. A thing done during service. A secret family somewhere else. I had sat through enough end-of-life confessions to know they came in all shapes, and they rarely matched the stories people told about themselves. I steadied my voice. "What is it, Grandpa?" "I invoked the forces of darkness for a favor when I was a boy," he said. I didn't laugh. I didn't correct him. I watched his face. He wasn't telling a joke to break tension. He looked tired and a little afraid, and that fear surprised me more than his words. "The forces of darkness," I repeated. "What do you mean?" "An entity," he said. "He is called the Dark Man." He flicked his eyes toward the corner again. "He is here now, in this room, waiting to collect my soul as payment." The room seemed colder, though I can't swear it actually was. I have prayed in hospital rooms for years. I have prayed at bedsides where people saw angels and at bedsides where people saw nothing at all. I don't claim to see what other people see. I only listen. I pulled the chair closer, and he began. "You know my brother and sister both died in their teens," he said. "You know Rupert died in a car crash just before his 18th birthday. And you know Olivia was murdered in her sleep a few months after." "Yes," I said. "My parents never planned to have me. he said. I was the third child they didn't expect. Back then people didn't say those things out loud, but you can tell. The older two got the new clothes, the new toys, the attention. I got the hand-me-downs. I got the pat on the head when somebody remembered. Rupert and Olivia were not unkind. They were simply full of their own lives. They never noticed I was shrinking to fit around them. When you are small and ignored long enough, you start to imagine leaving. I did. I had a whole map in my head. I would run away and join a circus. I would hop a train. I would work on a ship. You think those things when you are 10 and there is no one watching for you to come home. There was a boy in my class named Sam Ludlow. He went on. Every school has a boy like that at one time or another. The teachers sigh when they see him, then look past him. The other boys make faces behind his back. He wore rain boots to school on a clear day because he wanted to. He read horror comics when we were all reading superheroes. He had a dog he named Cat because it amused him to do the opposite. His father drank and played poker and didn't notice much. I never asked where his mother was. He didn't say. We were both the kind of boys nobody looked for first. That made us notice each other. One day after school in 1953, my grandfather said, we were walking past the train yard on our way home. I remember the clank of couplers and the smell of creosote and hot metal. I told Sam I was going to leave. I told him I was done being the extra child nobody remembered. He looked at me, really looked, and he said, you don't have to run away to fix it. There's another way. He said it like he had a secret he wanted to share. I asked him what, and he said the dark man ritual. I thought he was pulling my leg. He wasn't. He told me the dark man was something you could call, someone, something, and if you called him the right way, he would make a person of your choice not be around anymore. I asked him where he had heard that nonsense. He told me he had a book from Hanson's Oddities, over on 3rd Street. If you've heard of it, it's because the whole town did. They moved in after the old Beecher couple who ran the shoe store vanished without a trace. One morning the two clerks came to open the store and found the door locked, lights off, no sign of Mr. or Mrs. Beecher. The police looked, but they did not find so much as a shoe print to follow. A few months later, Mr. Hanson bought the building and put 2 skeletons and a taxidermied alligator in the front window, and called his place a shop of curiosities. People crossed the street to avoid the window. People also stopped in to look because we are all human and curious even when we pretend not to be. Rumors stuck to that store like lint, and the biggest rumor was that Mr. Hanson had something to do with the Beechers disappearing. That was how a small town explained the strange. Sam said he bought the book for $1 during one of his father's poker nights. He said he could have hopped a freight train that night, and his father wouldn't have noticed. He didn't. He took his money and walked to 3rd Street and asked for something real. Mr. Hanson gave him a volume bound in black leather. Its title was pressed in gold, Spells, Summoning and Rituals. No author's name. No publisher listed. A pentagram and a circle stamped under the title. It looked like something you should not touch, which is exactly the sort of thing a lonely boy will put both hands on. I asked him how he knew it worked. My grandfather said. He looked at me like I'd missed the obvious and said he'd done it already. He said he had used the ritual on our teacher, Miss Gibson. If you want to know what she was like, picture a woman who could sour milk by walking past it. She was older, unmarried, and angry about both in a way she didn't hide from children. She had thin lips and a voice that never softened. She had favorite students, and she had students she wanted to crush. Sam and I were in the second group. Over Christmas break, her house caught fire in the night. The fire crews found her afterward as a black shape in a pile of ash. The town said it was faulty wiring. Sam said it was the dark man. I was 10. I was invisible and angry. I chose to believe Sam. My grandfather's eyes drifted toward the corner again. His hand tightened around mine, then relaxed as he pushed on. Sam's father worked long shifts at the mill. He said, so we had Sam's house to ourselves. It was the same level of tidy a boy can keep when no one is watching, clothes on a chair, dishes in the sink, dust on the shelves. He led me to the bathroom because the ritual required a mirror. He brought out 2 black candles and set them on either side. He took the book from his shelf. It was heavy in the way old books are heavy, and it smelled like an attic. Sam had marked the page with a red ribbon. The instructions were clear and simple. That is the trick with dangerous things. They make it feel easy. We turned off the light. The room wasn't completely dark. Evening sun leaked in at the edge of the blind and made a dull copper line around the mirror. We lit the candles. The flames were the only bright part of the room. In that wavering light, we said the words, dark man, come to me, so that my eyes can see. Dark man, take away who I no longer wish to be. The mirror darkened, Nicholas. It wasn't just the candles or our imaginations. The glass seemed to pull its own light inward. Then a shape appeared, blacker than that dark, a man-shaped cutout with a hat brim sharp against the top edge of the frame. No face. No hands I could see. Only a presence like the absence of everything else. I spoke my brother's name and I spoke my sister's name. Sam whispered, "Count 10." I did. At 10, we blew out the candles together, just as the book told us to do. We turned on the light. The mirror showed us what it always showed us. We laughed then, 2 boys trying to convince ourselves that a game was only a game. A few days later my brother lost control of his Ford coupe coming down Shotgun Hill. The road bends hard at the bottom. He didn't make the bend. The car rolled and came to rest upright. He did not come to rest at all. He died where he sat. Several months after that, Olivia was cut open in her own bed. The boy everyone said did it, Joey Wilson, had been angry at her for leaving him. He had a switchblade. He had said ugly things on our porch. The police arrested him. At the trial, they told the jury about Joey's temper, and the jury decided that was enough. They gave him death. 5 years later the state killed him in the chair. He said he was innocent while they strapped him in. He said he didn't know how Olivia's blood got on his knife. It did no one any good to hear that. I heard it and thought it wasn't him. He paused. The air machine hissed and sighed. He swallowed again and kept going. After my brother and sister were gone, he said, my parents turned to me like I was a thing they had misplaced and finally found. They watched me like a second sun might light the house. They bought me new shirts in my size. They asked how my day had gone and waited for answers. I was both thrilled and sickened. The attention I had wanted felt like a coat I had stolen. I wore it anyway. For a while, the guilt didn't have a name. It was just a shadow that followed me down the hallway when the lights were off. Life moves, he said, almost to himself. It moves whether or not you are looking. I skipped 7th grade, finished high school in 1960, won a partial scholarship to Michigan State, and left. Sam finished on time in 1961. He didn't apply to college. He tried out for a minor league team because he could hit a baseball hard and far. He lasted a season or 2 and then gave up, joined the army, and shipped out. I met your grandmother while I was in the Navy, then married her after I was discharged. We came back here. I took a job at an accounting firm, and we rented a small house on Maple Avenue. We brought a dog home, Hercules, a Doberman Rottweiler mix with a chest like a barrel, and we learned the slow shape of a life together. I stopped thinking about the boy in the mirror. I told myself it had been a story made of smoke. He drew a rough breath and let it out. In 1968 I sat down on the commuter train and looked up to see a face I knew. He said. It was Lester Green, a friend from school 2 grades ahead of me, one of the few black families in town then. He recognized me and smiled, and we were 2 people happy to see each other in the middle of a workday. We traded short histories the way you do, where we'd been, what we were doing. Then he told me he'd served in Vietnam and had come home. He said a lot of the boys we knew had gone. Some came back. Some didn't. I asked about Sam. Lester's mouth tightened. He told me Sam had died in a firefight. He said their unit had been walking out of a clearing when the Viet Cong opened up on them, but before the shooting started, Sam dropped his rifle and ran. He screamed about the dark man and sprinted toward the trees, and then a sniper cut him down in one shot. Everyone in the platoon thought he'd seen an enemy and broken. They called him a coward. Lester didn't like saying that. He said it anyway because that was what the men said, and he had to bring the story home to Sam's father. I asked if I could go with him. He nodded. Sam's father refused to believe his son was dead, my grandfather said. He refused to believe his son had run. He shouted at Lester until he ran out of breath. While that was happening in the living room, I walked down the hall and opened Sam's bedroom door. The smell of old paper and old wool hit me like a time machine. His posters were still on the wall. His bookshelf was still crowded. And on the top shelf sat a familiar black book. The red ribbon still marked a page. I took it down and turned to the place where the ritual was printed. The words sat there, just like I remembered. Only now there was something else at the bottom of the page in tiny script. I had never noticed it. Maybe the dark man lets you see warnings only when it suits him. Maybe I had been too eager as a child to look closely. Either way, I read it, and my heart dropped. It said, "Warning, the dark man will require payment in the form of your soul. The dark man does not operate on a fixed schedule and may collect as early as a week after providing the requested services or decades later. Regardless of when he collects, you cannot escape him. No matter where you go, no matter how far you run, the dark man will claim his payment in his own time." I knew then that what I had done was not a childhood prank. He said. It was a contract. The other thing I learned that day was practical. When a thing sticks to you, you can't simply hand it to someone else. I tried to return the book to Mr. Hansen. He said he could not take it back. He said I had taken it from Sam's room, which made it mine, and the book would not go where it was not wanted. I called him a liar and left the book on his counter. I went home and slept badly. In the morning, the book was under my pillow. I marched back to Hansen's, put the book on his counter again, and told him to keep it. He told me something I did not want to hear, that the book could only be destroyed by a man of the cloth. I told him that was foolish and that I had no intention of dragging a priest into my mess. I left and put the book in a dumpster behind the hardware store. The next morning I found it in my sock drawer. I took it down to the river and dropped it off the bridge and watched it float away. The next morning I found it on the front step. I buried it in a field behind the high school under a broken cinder block. I came home and found it on the kitchen table. I threw it into the wet concrete of a foundation being poured at the new Scottstown Mall. I watched a man with a trowel smooth the gray surface flat. The next morning the book lay on my passenger seat when I opened my car door. At that point, blaming Mr. Hansen for somehow sneaking into our home in the night stopped making sense. He would have had to pass our dog without losing a hand. He would have had to get past my wife who woke at the smallest sound. He would have had to have a key to every place I went, and the kind of time no shopkeeper has. The only explanation left was the one I didn't want. The book went where it wanted to go, and for reasons I had already written into the world, it wanted to go with me. I thought about taking it to St. George Cathedral, he said. I stood at the bottom step one morning with the book wrapped in a towel under my arm. I imagined the priest's face if I told him what it was and what I had done with it as a child. I imagined the call he would make to the police. I imagined the headline in the Scottstown Gazette. I turned around and walked home and slid the book into the crawl space in the back of my bedroom closet. I told myself I would deal with it when I was braver. I never got braver. I got older. And now I am here, he said, and the dark man is here, and he is patient. I do not tell you this to frighten you, Nicholas. I tell you this because there is one thing I can still do right. You chose a light that can turn curses into ash. Promise me you will destroy that book after I am gone. I didn't look toward the corner because I did not want to know whether looking would show me something. I looked at my grandfather and at the door my family had closed behind them. I thought about standing at hospital beds with people who wanted a clean end and couldn't find it. I thought about how much of my job comes down to telling the truth at the exact speed people can bear it. I squeezed his hand back. I promise, I said. He let out a breath like a man who hadn't breathed in a while. He looked once more at the corner and said, in a voice as steady as it had been during the kickoff return story, "Okay. I'm ready now." He turned his face toward the window and was gone. Funerals are hard and simple at the same time. There are steps you take because you must, and the steps carry you along even when your legs feel hollow. We made arrangements, wrote an obituary, chose a photo where he looked like himself, and gathered in a church filled with flowers and soft music. My father stood up to speak and sat down before he finished because grief is a muscle that fails without warning. I stepped up and finished for him. I didn't mention the dark man. I talked about the truth I could hold up in a room full of people. A man who worked, who made a family, who liked crosswords and quiet walks and strong coffee. We took him to the cemetery on the hill where winter leaves the ground tired and spring brings the first green back like a promise. The next afternoon, when the house had emptied of cousins and casseroles, I drove to my grandparents' place. The hall still smelled faintly like his aftershave. I walked into the bedroom that had been theirs for 50 years, opened the closet, and pushed aside old golf clubs, a plastic tub of Christmas lights, and a stack of folded moving blankets. At the back, the small door to the crawl space sat low and square behind a row of shoes. I had to get down on the closet floor to reach it. When I lifted the wooden panel, a puff of cold air rose and a smell like dust and something else old came with it. I reached in and felt around on the planks. My fingers brushed leather. I pulled out a black book with gold letters, spells, summoning and rituals. Dust filmed the cover. For a second, I just looked at it the way you look at a photograph you think might move. I slid the book into a canvas bag and drove it to the seminary where I had studied. The chapel sat at the back of campus in a stand of trees. I went to find Reverend Smith, one of my professors, who had taught me pastoral care and also how to listen when the story in front of you sounds like madness but carries a true weight. He was in his office shelving donated hymnals. When I told him I had something I needed to destroy and that it was not as simple as throwing it away, he studied my face for a moment, then nodded and said, "Let's go." We walked out behind the chapel to the strip of ground where groundskeepers burn brush in fall. The afternoon was clear and cold enough to make your breath show. The light had that thin winter quality where colors look washed and edges look near. I set the book on the ground. Reverend Smith bent to look at it without touching, then looked up at me. "Tell me what you think it is," he said. I told him. Not every detail. Not the corner of a hospital room. Not every date. I said my grandfather, and a boyhood ritual, and a book that won't stay gone. I said warning and payment and soul. I was careful with the words because words in these moments are matches, and some catch faster than others. He listened with his hands in his coat pockets and his head tipped slightly to one side, then straightened and nodded once. When someone asks for a thing to be destroyed, he said, we take that seriously. When the thing is a book like this, we do it carefully. He went inside and brought out 2 long white candles from a box in the sacristy and a metal pail he used for burning old palm fronds before Ash Wednesday. He set the pail on the bare ground, put the book inside, then looked at me. "Will you pray?" I am not a man for big words when small ones will do. I kept it simple. I asked for protection for my family, for mercy for my grandfather, for mercy for everyone harmed by the choices he'd made as a child and a man, and for any cords tied through this object to be cut. I lit the candles. The wicks caught and brightened. I tipped one to the edge of the book. The leather didn't want to burn at first. It smoked, curled, then finally took fire along the seam. The smell that came off it wasn't like paper. It had a bitter, old sweet edge that made my eyes sting. We stood with the pail between us until the cover warped and split, and the first pages blackened, browned, and then flamed. When the flame reached the ribbon and the marked page, it flared bright for a second and then settled, the way a person sometimes gasps before they fall quiet. We waited until there was nothing left but a shape of ash that caved in and became nothing at all. I wish I could tell you the air felt different as soon as the last scrap turned gray, or that the trees pushed a warm wind across the back of the chapel. or that a sound like a sigh ran through the pines. What happened was smaller. The candles licked and hissed. A crow called from somewhere behind the gym. My fingers had gone numb in the cold. Reverend Smith put his hand on my shoulder for a second, then took it away. "Take the ashes and scatter them," he said. "Don't keep any. Don't bring any home." We waited for the pail to cool, then carried it to the creek that ran behind the maintenance shed. I tapped the side until the ash slid out in a dark sheet and broke apart in the water. The current took it and pulled it under and turned the surface back into a skin that reflected the pale afternoon sky. We stood there a minute. We didn't say anything. On the drive home, I caught myself looking at the passenger seat 3 separate times, as if I expected to see a black rectangle lying there. I looked in the rearview mirror and half expected to see something sitting upright in the back. There was nothing, of course. The house was quiet when I let myself in. My grandmother had gone to stay with my parents for a few nights. I walked down the hall to the bedroom and opened the closet. The crawl space panel looked like it always had. I left it alone. I made tea in the empty kitchen because making tea is what you do in a house that has held a lot of grief in a short time. The steam fogged my glasses. After a while I went home. I wish I could end here, right at the warm mug and the soft lamp and the small, good tired feeling you get in your bones when you've done a hard thing that needed doing. Life doesn't close itself on a perfect scene. But I can tell you this. I slept that night without waking to the sound of something tapping the window or standing in the corner. In the morning I drove back to my grandmother's and sat with her while she ate toast, and when she asked if I thought Henry was at peace, I said, "I think he is done being afraid." And I meant it. There are a few things I carry from my grandfather's last story. One is the obvious one: do not play with things that pretend to be simple. Another is less obvious: the wrongs we do when we are young do not always stay where we leave them. They grow with us. They find us. We like to think time is a cure. Sometimes time is only a rope. I also think about Sam, a boy who wanted to be seen and found a door no one should open, and about the teacher he hated, and about a young man who ran toward trees in a country far from home with a name in his mouth that had followed him from his childhood bathroom mirror. I think about Joey Wilson, who went to his death saying a thing no one wanted to hear, and what it costs, all the way down a line, when you put a shadow into the world and ask it to move at your command. I think about my grandfather keeping a book in a crawl space because shame kept him out of a church, and how shame is almost always the thing that keeps us away from the help we ask for in every other prayer. When I stand at a pulpit on a Sunday now and talk about the difference between confession and ruin, I do not think of demons because I don't have to. I think of my grandfather asking for a minute at the end of his life to tell the truth, and I think of a simple promise made in a quiet room with a machine hissing like a tide. I kept that promise. I can't make the book stay burned for everyone everywhere, but I can say it did not come back to my house. I can say my grandmother slept without dreams of footsteps in the hall. I can say the corner of that hospital room holds no power in my mind now. It is just a corner with a chair, and the chair is empty, and the man who looked at it is not afraid anymore. Sometimes at night, when the rain comes down steady and soft, and the whole town seems to breathe easier under it, I sit with the window open an inch and let the sound in. It is a kind of prayer all by itself. The streetlights blur. The gutters sing. I remember my grandfather's hand in mine, how strong it felt, even so late, and I remember the way his voice shifted when he said, "Okay, I'm ready now." Most of the time we don't get to choose the way we say goodbye. He did, in that small way. He told me a thing that needed saying. He asked me to do a thing I could do. I did it. There is a clean grace in that. It doesn't erase what came before. It doesn't fix the unfixable. But it is a true thing, done at the right time, and sometimes that is enough to let a troubled room feel like air again. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. We were halfway through another lockdown drill when I first heard about Holly Reyes. It was third period social studies, and the principal's voice came through the ceiling speaker, flat and distant. All of us slid under the long tables like we'd practiced. Chair legs scraped on the blue carpet with the tiny red flecks. Mrs. Lowe locked the door, switched off the lights, and sat at her desk to grade. Third period was my favorite time for drills because my best friend, Dina, was in that class. We lay on our arms facing each other under the table, watching for the moment when the room relaxed enough to let us whisper. A couple of boys at the next table started snickering and no one hissed at them to stop, so Dina leaned closer. "Who do you like?" she whispered. It was her favorite game. "No one," I said. She rolled her eyes. "You have to like someone." I stared at the carpet and tried to think. Yesterday at lunch I had dropped a dime and a penny because my new Pikachu wallet was stiff. A boy ran out of the line to chase the coins down and handed them back with a bright grin. He had dimples. "The new kid," I said. "I don't know his name." "Ricardo?" Dina's eyebrows jumped. "Maybe," I said. She gasped so loud that Mrs. Lowe shushed her. "Oh no. Did you hear what happened to his little sister?" I shook my head. "Holly. 6th grade," she whispered, almost excited by the drama. "She's missing. The posters went up this morning." The facts slid over me like a heavy hand pressing down. For a second I thought she was teasing. Then I felt slow for not knowing yet. Dina drifted on to talk about her own crush, but I barely heard. Missing kept echoing. By the end of the day the posters were everywhere. Telephone poles, the grocery store window, the cork board at the library. A few even ended up on the black maples around town, though most people avoided those trees. In Hockstadt the sap that bled from black maples was thick and tar-dark. If it soaked your sleeve, you might as well throw the shirt away. People said the stains never came out. When I first saw Ricardo in the hallway after that, my heart did a small, clumsy step. He didn't look like the boy who chased coins for strangers. His eyes had deep shadows. His notebooks were torn along the spiral edges, and broken pencil stubs fell out of his pockets when he walked. He stopped trying to talk to anyone. I kept wondering why his parents hadn't pulled him out of school for a while. Dina said maybe being at school felt better than being at home. Rumors trickled down from the high school like always. My science partner, Finn, had an older brother and loved to repeat everything he heard. He said this was exactly like when Troy Evers and Mackenzie Kentworth vanished a few years ago. 2 ninth graders who were there one day and gone the next. He sharpened his colored pencils while he told the story, and I kept labeling a diagram of a cell while I listened. According to the gossip, Mackenzie disappeared late one night. Troy was last seen after school the next day. People decided they'd run away together, though the kids never believed it. Troy was quiet and small. Mackenzie wore blue lipstick and did not care if anyone stared. She made people nervous. Finn said some students called her a witch and swore they'd seen scars shaped like words on her arms. Everyone knew Troy was closeted. None of that added up to running away together. "Because my brother saw the monster," Finn said. "He was trying to talk Troy into kickball after school, and when he looked up, the sap man was standing at the tree line." I tried not to roll my eyes. It sounded exactly like a high school invention. Still, there was already a story in town about something in the woods. Some kids called him the sap man, and everybody had an idea of what he looked like. A very tall figure with long, black, sticky arms and a pale, blank head like an egg. I had heard someone say Mackenzie used to make stick dolls shaped like him behind the school, but that didn't make sense. The sap man's arms were always described as long and wavy, like they were made of syrup. You couldn't get that from sticks. No one ever found Troy or Mackenzie. The parent-teacher group organized a huge search for Holly. It was still cold, so everyone wore puffy coats, and those knit hats that leave lines on your hair. The local news filmed interviews. Mr. and Mrs. Reyes stood under a streetlight and begged into the camera. They asked whoever had their daughter to bring her home. They said there would be no questions. The footage played all day. Ricardo wasn't in any of it. In the halls at school, The whispers turned mean. Some kids decided he must have done it. Dina and I kept our heads down and felt sorry for him. About 4 or 5 days after Holly disappeared, I found myself walking to his table at lunch. Dina had an emergency meeting for student council and our other friends were buried in manga they read like it was oxygen. I'd seen someone scratch an outline of the sap man on Ricardo's locker. It was a sloppy drawing, but I understood what it meant. The rumor would find him soon if it hadn't already. I didn't want the sap man took your sister to be handed to him like a knife. If he was going to hear it, I wanted him to hear the simple version first, without anyone laughing. I set my lunchbox down across from him. He looked up, wary, and didn't say anything. "Hi," I said. "I'm Rowan." He nodded. I was going to lose my nerve if I didn't get it out. "Have you heard about the sap man?" He stared at me like I had dropped a snake on the table. "Good if you haven't," I rushed on. "But you will. People are already talking. I just want to say it now, it's stupid. The sap man is stupid," he repeated in a low voice, like testing the shape of the words. "Yes," I said. "But people are going to say he takes kids." I winced at my own sentence and kept going. "They'll tell you he has something to do with disappearances." He leaned forward. Hope flickered in his eyes. It wasn't the shape of hope that expects a miracle. It was the kind that will grab any thread. If I'd had the reporters with their microphones there, if I'd had the police standing around us, and they looked at him the way I saw him in that second, none of them would have said his name like it belonged next to a crime. "Who is the sap man?" he asked. I had meant to wave the story away. Now I was handing him a map. I took a breath. "People say he lives in the woods," I said, keeping my voice flat. "He's supposed to be very tall, with arms like long strips of black sap. They say he has a smooth white head with no face." He listened like the words might open a door. "But he's not real," I added fast. "My dad works with the town's historical stuff. He thinks the story started a long time ago, when the first families camped under the black maples. Without leaves, the branches look like long, skinny arms. When the moon comes through, it can look like a round white head. That's all. That's probably where it came from." "What does he do with children?" Ricardo asked. I pushed my spoon around in my applesauce. "The story says he takes them to an old stone house on a hill so the town won't grow. If there are no children, a town dies out. That's the idea. But look around. We have kids and bake sales and soccer leagues. So, it's a small town," he said. "Yeah," I said. "But it's a nice small." We sat in silence. He wasn't touching his carrots anymore. His eyes had that faraway focus like when you try to hear a faint sound. It was clear he was ready to follow any clue, even a bad one. "Are you thinking about the sap man?" I asked. He looked at me like I was transparent. "Where is the house?" I didn't ask what he told his parents after school. I didn't want to know. When the last bell rang, I cut around the gym and pushed through the double doors at the back of the building. The field was empty except for one of the gym teachers setting out orange cones. His cap hid his eyes. I wasn't sure if he'd yell at me for heading toward the trees alone. Ricardo came a minute later without a coat and without his backpack, like he couldn't be bothered to remember ordinary things anymore. The wind had that thin March bite. Goosebumps rose on my arms. "It's through there," I said, pointing to the narrow trail. "Just keep going until you see a hill. There are stairs." He started walking and I jogged to keep up. The gym teacher turned his head as we crossed the field, but he didn't shout. The path slipped into the dark of the woods and we went in. I'd been to the stone house with my dad on tours. He loved to talk about the first mayor who built it, the limestone and the early fires, the way only the toughest corners lasted. I still felt nervous now that we were here for another reason. It seemed easy to choose wrong at a fork and wander too far. Every time a branch swung, I checked that it was only a branch. We climbed until the ruin appeared above us, just a low rectangle of pale rock held up by the tangled arms of leafless trees. There was no roof. From where we stood, the walls looked threaded into the black lines of the canopy. See? I pointed. Up there. Ricardo squinted. On that ledge? There are wooden steps, I said. For tours. We stared up together. For a long breath, nothing moved but the tips of the branches. Then the shape separated itself from the trees. It was like those puzzles where you stare at a pattern until another picture appears. One moment there was nothing but trunks and dark lines. The next, a body too tall for the path, thin and upright. The head was a smooth, pale oval without eyes or mouth. A black shape at the neck hinted at a collar. The arms were the worst part. They were long and soft-looking, and they did not swing like wood. They drooped and stretched and gathered themselves up like tar being poured. I think both of us screamed. I know my feet moved. Ricardo didn't run at first. His whole body leaned forward, like he meant to go up the steps and into those arms. I grabbed his sleeve and yanked. We stumbled back onto the trail. My backpack thumped against me with each step and slowed me down, but I didn't dare throw it. When the trees thinned, I sprinted for the double doors of the gym. They were locked from the outside. Of course. It was a school. I didn't turn around. I pounded on the glass with the flat of my hand. I felt a touch on my shoulder, cold and heavy, like something had stuck to me. It was only the gym teacher. He had come around the corner with more cones. He opened the door and waved us in. He guided us toward his office with a calm voice, and then Ricardo pulled away hard. I need to see my parents, he said, breathless. He ran down the hall and vanished. I stood there shaking. The gym teacher asked me what happened. I told him we went for a walk and got scared. I didn't say the name. He frowned at the streaks on my backpack as I left. A glossy black smear ran down the fabric like oil. When I found a window, I checked my reflection and swallowed. Ricardo's forearm had been coated from wrist to elbow with the same stuff. At home, I told my parents about the woods. They scolded me, then went quiet when I reached the part about the shape. I softened everything with, "It looked like," and, "I might have imagined." We laughed about how much stress can do to your brain, because laughing kept it far away. No one wanted to be the first to say the other thing out loud. I didn't sleep much that night. Ricardo found me 2 days later in the hall between classes. He said he had told the police they needed to search the stone house again. They said they already had. They asked him why. They wanted to know what he knew and how he knew it. Their faces changed. The way people looked at him changed. "We have to go back," he said. I couldn't make my mouth say yes. I shook my head. He stared at me for a long second, then looked past me at nothing, like the answer might be written on the far wall if he could just stare hard enough. The school planned a vigil for Holly. 100 tea lights arrived in cardboard boxes. The art teacher glued photos onto poster boards. Parents measured extra parking with ropes and flags. People were ready to say goodbye without saying the word. Then someone said they saw her. A group of 6th graders were playing soccer first period. They said Holly stood at the edge of the trees, not waving, not calling, just watching. They said she was covered in something dark. The office called Ricardo over the intercom to tell him, and he ran down the stairs so fast he fell on the second landing and broke his arm. By lunch, the whole school knew he had a bright green cast. Searchers went back into the woods. They checked the stone house for the 3rd time and found nothing but leaves. They pushed deeper with flashlights. They came out with empty hands while the sky dimmed. By midnight, adults were shaking their heads and saying kids love attention. The next morning, a body turned up at the far edge of the field where the grass meets the first trees. It was the gym teacher, the one with the orange cones. People gathered in knots and spoke in quiet, stunned voices. By noon, the whispers had spread farther than the official notice. He hadn't drowned in water. He had choked on sap. It had filled his mouth and nose and pressed into his lungs. It coated his stomach. Someone had seen the photos, because they were already describing the black sheen clinging to his eyes and his teeth, as if the trees themselves had poured into him. You can't keep something like that off the lunchroom air. His wife was on the news by late afternoon. She cried for him and said he'd gone out to help with the search and never come home. She said he loved the kids. Holly came home the next day. She walked into the front office at school covered in sap. The nurse took her into the back. She would only whisper a few words, and none of them answered what we all wanted to ask. Teachers said to give her time. Students pretended not to look. That lasted until someone said she had asked the police a question. Is he really dead? At first, people thought she meant the sap man. She didn't. The police took a computer from the gym teacher's house. They took a box of thumb drives. They stopped calling his death tragic. His wife faced the cameras and said she never knew. Over and over, she said she never knew, like the words might turn into a shield if she stacked enough of them. A week later, Ricardo sat with Dina and me at lunch instead of alone. He turned the edge of his green cast in his fingers and told us Holly was seeing a child psychologist. He said no one understood yet how much had happened to her. He said she was safe now. Dina said, so that's why she ran away, to hide from him. Ricardo nodded, then glanced at me and held my eyes for a beat. We were thinking the same thing we wouldn't say in front of anyone else. After school we met behind the gym without planning it. We walked the path without speaking. The air was warm for the first time in months. I tied my hoodie around my waist and held the knot the way you hold a hand. I heard they found other kids on a flash drive, he said. Troy and Mackenzie? I asked. And more, he said quietly. He answered the question I hadn't asked. Not Holly. The breath I let out felt like one I had been holding for days. Not Holly. He stared at the ground while he walked. If she had been on there, he said, I don't think she'd be here. We reached the stairs and climbed to the ruin. The ground around the house sank under our feet like wet sponge. It felt like stepping on a full chest, up and down, a slow breathing. I'm moving, Ricardo said. I know, I said. We climbed through a low window into the single room. The roof was long gone. A half chimney leaned in the corner. Someone had built a little fire there recently. A few charred sticks still smelled like smoke if you leaned close. I tipped my head back and looked at the branches. They made a ceiling of black lines above us. With the sun behind them, the spaces looked pale and smooth. If I softened my eyes, I could imagine that blank white oval between the limbs, watching without features. I didn't know how to feel about the thing we had seen. I didn't like the way my backpack looked with the dark streaks on it. I didn't like the shiny coat on Ricardo's arm. But I kept seeing Holly stepping over the threshold of the school office. I kept seeing the black sap in another man's lungs. When I thought about Troy and Mackenzie, about all the names Finn said were on that drive, my stomach went cold and then warmer than I could stand. Ricardo picked up a burnt stick and dragged it along the pale stone. The charcoal left a deep line. He wrote 2 words in his messy block letters, thank you. I smiled and he did too, but we both knew the words might go unread. The woods felt different. Looser. I don't know how else to say it. Maybe it was just the first warm day and the birds trying out their voices. Maybe the sap man had moved on. Maybe he had finished what brought him close. Maybe that kind of thing doesn't stay in one place, only comes when needed and then slides away like a shadow when you turn your head. We stood there with the sun on our faces and watched the black branches sway. We didn't talk about how Holly must have gotten out of the woods that first time, or how she found her way back again. We didn't say out loud that she might have been allowed to be seen, that she might have been the only lure strong enough to pull the right person past the white line on the field. We didn't name the cost of that plan. Some things were too heavy to hold, and we were still just kids. Ricardo broke the stick in half and flicked both pieces into the brush. We climbed down the steps and followed the path out. When the trees opened into the field, we ran for the fun of running, for the feeling of breath and wind, the air sweet with the dark smell of sap. We didn't look back toward the ruin. We didn't need to. The thank you was there whether anyone read it or not. Every summer, for as long as I can remember, my grandparents flew in from Haiti to stay with us for a week. They would land in New Orleans, drive out to our small place in Norco, and the whole house would change. My grandfather carried stories like they were treasures in his pockets. My grandmother cooked like she could talk to the food and tell it what to be. Even my parents seemed lighter when they arrived. Most days my mom and dad fought about little things that felt big, but when my grandparents were in the house, the sharp edges dulled for a while. It felt like someone opened a window and let the air move again. That year I was 12, my brother Sam was 15, and I noticed my grandfather looked different getting off the plane. He moved slower. He smiled, but the smile got tired quickly, and sometimes he drifted away in the middle of a sentence like he'd put down a heavy bag and forgotten where it was. My grandmother kept touching his arm. She told us he was fine, and I could tell by the way her eyes slid down to the floor that fine wasn't the truth she believed, just the word she had. Grandpa spent most of the first 2 days in our guest room with the curtains pulled almost closed. The house kept trying to be cheerful and quiet at the same time. On the second night, my mom sat Sam and me on the couch. "You both are old enough to understand something," she said. "People get old. Bodies change." We nodded because we knew the sentence, even if we didn't like where it went. "Your grandfather isn't as strong as he used to be. He may not have a lot of time." She still didn't cry. She just pressed her lips together and told us we should spend our afternoons with him while he was here. We promised we would. We kept that promise. We stayed beside him, listened to the same stories twice, laughed when the laugh lines told us to, brought him water when he waved for it. When Sunday came and they stood by the gate at the airport, I hugged him too tight. I watched the planes taxi out, lift up, and disappear into the bright morning, and I prayed he'd be on another one next year. I prayed like I was paying a bill. After they left, time began doing what it does, moving and changing things in the same motion. When summer came back around, Sam had a girlfriend and stayed gone most evenings. Dad started giving me awkward talks about growing into a man, which meant he said 3 sentences and nodded at the end. I got my first little bursts of acne that felt like tiny, loud announcements on my forehead. Mom and Dad called it a separation, and they said the word like it was a bandage that didn't hurt going on. Dad slept in the living room. Mom kept to the bedroom. We learned how to move around the quiet. We learned the paths in the air you take when you don't want to bump into anyone. Grandma called often. I called her, too, more than I used to. I always asked how Grandpa was. She said he had good days and bad ones. I asked if they were still coming. She hesitated more each time. Then one afternoon Dad told us to pull out the papers for passports. "This summer we'll visit them," he said. "We'll go to Haiti." He said it practically, but the idea warmed me from the inside. I wanted to see the place that lived in Grandpa's stories. The bright water, the markets, the old streets, the trees that made their own kind of shade. I wanted to fly. I'd never flown. The day we left, the airport was half asleep and full of coffee. The plane lifted. My stomach dropped the way it does on a roller coaster. People around me were calm. I pressed my forehead to the window and watched the land fall away to blue. For a second I wondered if that was what it felt like to be done with the heavy parts of the world, to be above it all where nothing can touch you. It felt like being on a page that turned by itself. When we landed, I saw the look in my grandmother's eyes and felt it in my own chest. She was trying to smile, but the smile was standing on soft ground. She hugged each of us and then looked down at my shoes. Grandpa's tired had deepened. It lived in his bones now and didn't want to leave. I didn't ask for stories that first night. We ate, and the food had the kind of flavor you don't need words for, and then we slept under a ceiling fan that moved the night back and forth. The next morning Grandpa felt a little stronger, and we took a slow walk down to the market with him. Everything around us had a voice. The vendors called, the scooters popped by, conversations lifted and settled like birds. Streets had numbers instead of names, and the sun reached deep into the alleys and pulled out all the colors. My dad paused at a stand full of paintings that stacked sky on top of water on top of faces. and while he spoke with the vendor, I noticed an old woman across the way watching me. She wore a black dress and a headscarf with a thin red stripe. She held a pile of mangoes in a shallow basket on the table and waved me over. I know what it feels like to be curious and to be careful at the same time. This was different. It was as if a string had been tied to something in my chest, and now someone was holding the other end. I stepped closer before I decided to, carrying my own feet. The woman's smile had gaps where teeth should have been. "Want a mango, little man?" she asked in a voice rough like a dry leaf. I looked down. Some of the skins had small black specks. "I don't have any money," I said, starting to step back. "Sorry." "Who asked for money?" She laughed, but there wasn't much joy in it. "A gift from the land. Take it." She pressed a mango toward me. Something in me, the same piece that pulled me over there, went cold. The feeling shifted from curious to wrong. I shook my head and turned to go, and her hand clamped around my wrist with surprising strength. "Take it," she said again. "You do not waste what the land gives." She put the mango in my palm and let go. I walked back fast with the fruit in my hand, shaking without knowing why. "Where did you go?" my mother asked, not really waiting for my answer. "Don't wander." "How many times?" "It was just a mango lady," I said, holding it up. Grandpa turned to see what I had. The woman looked straight at him and smiled. He looked at the fruit once, and the smile fell off his face. He took it from me, threw it to the ground, and pressed his lips together like he was holding back words. "Why did you touch it?" he said. His voice had some of his old strength in it for a second. The woman's smile disappeared. Grandpa gripped his cane tighter. "Let's go," he said to my father, and that was the end of our browsing. That evening I asked my grandmother 100 questions because the market had left me full of them. I asked about the way people lived side by side with not much space between anything. I asked why some had so little. She said something I think about even now, that poverty doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't last because no one could fix it. Someone always benefits from someone else having less. People in charge make a shape and keep that shape in place. "There is enough food for every hungry child," she said, and her voice shook with a quiet kind of anger. "But countries play games, and people become pieces." After dinner she drew a bath with salt and warm water and poured it over my head and my shoulders. She murmured prayers she learned before she could spell them. I slept, but not deeply. Grandpa stayed in bed the next day and called us to sit with him. He told us about the heat when he was a boy, when the day seemed to swing like a bell and the shade was the only good place to be. He told us about meeting Grandma at a window and thinking the whole world had its own light for a minute. Then he told us about the things he had seen in the dark. Sam laughed. "Ghosts aren't real," he said, almost gently, like he didn't want to argue, just nudge. Grandpa turned his head and looked at him hard. "Who told you that?" Sam was quiet. "Mom and Dad," he said, softer this time. "They are wrong," Grandpa said. He beckoned us closer. He lowered his voice. "Remember the mango?" We nodded. "You should not have touched it. The woman meant harm." He glanced toward the window as if someone could be listening. "There are people who make promises to things that are not God," he said. "They trade what is good in them for favors. Some of them are called mambos. Don't say it out loud." Sam tried to make a joke of the strange word, drawing it out, but Grandpa shook his head. "I am serious. They choose who can see and who cannot. They choose when to be seen." "The mangoes were bad?" I asked, looking down at my hands as if I could still feel the weight of it. "They were not what they looked like," he said. "If you eat what is twisted, sometimes twisted things find you. There are spirits that do not like the living. They don't want your joy. They don't want your breath. They want you to be less than human." He reached out and squeezed my wrist, the same place the woman had grabbed. "You have to be careful what you receive." The morning after that, Sam asked to walk to the river. Mom started to say no, but Grandma waved her off. "Just to the river and back," she said. "It is safe to the river." Grandpa shuffled into the room with his cane and stopped by the door. "Listen to your grandmother," he said. "To the river and back. Do not go past it." I asked why, and he closed his eyes for a moment like he was remembering something old. "Past the river there are places that can trick you," he said. "You will see things that are not there, and you will miss things that are. The trees can whisper to you when you are tired. Some of the dead are unhappy. If you hear your name in the dark, and you cannot see who's calling, do not answer." He looked at me and I felt the words try to settle in. The walk was short. The path sloped down, and the air felt new along the water. We skipped stones and they made little jumps across the surface until they sank. "Is this the last time we'll see Grandpa?" I asked, though I already knew how it felt to be near the answer to that question. Sam took a breath. "Maybe," he said. We watched the water for a while without talking. Across the river, a dusty four-way met a strip of woods. No one passed through while we stood there. It looked like a place where you might wait, and something would happen. We both stared at it longer than we needed to. "Let's go back," Sam said. We turned. That's when I heard it, just my name, soft, like someone laying a hand on a shoulder. I looked over the water, into the trees, and saw only shadows moving where branches moved. I didn't answer. We walked home and didn't tell anyone about that small voice that seemed to know me. There was a storm that night. Rain came like a curtain being pulled across the sky. The wind pressed a palm against the house. I got up once to use the bathroom and felt like someone else was awake in the hallway, but when I opened the door there was nobody there. "Sam?" I whispered into the dark. He breathed slow in his bed. I crawled back under my blanket and pulled it up to my chin. I was 13 and still hiding from the shapes in my room. That's when the door I'd left half closed pushed back against my hand. I tried to pull it shut. Something pressed from the other side. I pushed again. It pushed back. I opened it in a quick, wide swing and stared out into the hall. There was nothing but the dark and the sound of the rain. The floor creaked behind me, just a small sound, like a board remembering all the feet it had held. I turned fast. For a breath, something that looked like the woman from the market stood on the far side of the room, by Sam's bed. She smiled and I saw the missing teeth. I blinked and my eyes filled with the ordinary shapes. Just the dresser. Just the window. Just the two of us. I left the door open that time. On our last full day, we went out on a boat. The water was the clear kind that makes you forget other colors exist. Fish like flickers of paint moved under the surface. We saw a shark's dark shadow and a dolphin far off. Bottles and wrappers drifted by, too, and I wanted to lean down and pick them up one by one until the water was as clean as it looked in postcards. Dad said there was too much to make a difference. I started to argue and then stopped because I could hear how it would go once Mom joined in. That night we ate the fish we brought home, and I set my suitcase by the door with my shirt folded on top, ready for morning. I went to sleep with a full stomach and a head that tried to be empty and couldn't. Something tapped my window. I woke and listened. It came again, small and regular, like a finger. "Stop," I said without thinking. It went quiet. I looked over to Sam's bed. It was empty. "Sam?" I called. A voice outside answered. "I'm over here, Junior," it said. It sounded like my brother, casual and soft. "Come here," he said. "It's fine." I hesitated. "Mom will be mad," I said. He laughed. "She won't. Don't be a baby." I pulled on my shoes and slipped out the front door. The night lay over everything, but I could make out the shape ahead of me, walking toward the river, wearing Sam's shirt. I couldn't see his face, but I knew the way his shoulders were. We crossed the short distance to the water, and he didn't stop. He stepped into the road on the other side, past the place Grandpa had drawn the line with his voice. I followed because my feet didn't know what else to do. There was a small shop at the corner that I hadn't seen before. A dim light colored the doorway. People moved in and out the way people do when a place is ordinary and comfortable. They barely noticed one another. They drifted with their heads turned in like they were thinking a private thing. None of those people had been there earlier, and no one had mentioned a store. "Sam," I said once, and then again, louder. He stepped inside. I reached the door as his voice, came from the other side of the wall. "Junior," it said calmly. "Come in. You have to see this." My mouth went dry. I didn't want to step into the light. I felt the air move the little hairs on my arms. Grandpa's words arrived whole and heavy. "If you can't see who is calling you, don't answer." I hadn't seen my brother's face since I left the house. I hadn't heard his steps. I took one step back, then another. "I'm going home," I said to the door, and I ran. I burst into the house and shook my parents awake, and then my grandparents. Words fell out of me without any shape. Dad grabbed a flashlight and a bat and headed for the door. The neighbors came when they heard us calling. People here know how to come in the night when there's a reason. We ran down to the river, crossed into the road, and reached the intersection. The shop was gone. There was only the dark, the trees, and the ordinary hum of a place that had fallen asleep. "Where?" my father asked, his face open and afraid. "Where did he go?" I pointed at the space where the light had been, and the space was only space. "It was here," I said. "I saw him go in." We walked the road in both directions until our calves burned. Dad called Sam's name into the night until the words had no sound left. The neighbors stood with us in the dirt and didn't say maybe, or what if, because they lived here and knew better. We went back home when the sky started to gray. I didn't fall asleep. I just closed my eyes and didn't open them. No one found Sam. Reports were filed. People came with badges and asked questions, and then other people came with different badges and asked the same ones in a different order. Someone said it might have been a kidnapping for money. Someone said it might have been something worse. My grandmother kept shaking her head, not at the officers, but at the shape of their ideas. "It isn't that," she said to my mother when the door closed again. "It's the other things." She didn't have better words. She didn't need them. The neighbors agreed without being asked. They lit candles and prayed the way you pray when you've seen both kinds of loss, the kind with a body and the kind without. We had 2 funerals the next summer. Grandpa's body finally did what his tired had been trying to do for months. We stood over him and let the priest say the words and felt the air settle around his name. For Sam, we had a service in Louisiana and a place for flowers in Haiti beside Grandpa. We put empty weight into the ground and pretended it was enough to hold our grief in one place. My parents did not blame me. They told me and told me again. Their hands were gentle on my shoulders. Their eyes were bruised. I still felt the sound of my brother's name in my chest every time I walked down a hallway in the dark. When the house was quiet and the light switch was far away, I remembered the tap at the glass and the voice that called me. I remembered the woman's smile. I remembered the door that would not shut. Years shuttled by. I grew into a taller body and found a job that paid regular and married a person who knows how to make ordinary days feel like pieces of grace. We had a child. I do the simple things carefully now. Lock the doors, keep a light on in the kitchen, check the backyard before the sun goes down. I don't tell my child the old stories yet. I tell them to listen to their name and decide who gets to use it. I tell them to stand in the doorway and think for a second before they go where someone points. When the house is very still in the middle of the afternoon, when the hum of the refrigerator sounds louder than it should, my mind loosens its grip on the to-do list and slides backward. I am at the river again. I am watching a place that looks empty until it isn't. I am hearing my name in a voice that knows exactly how to where my brothers laugh. I see a slice of light where there is no building. I see a hand reach out from that light and grab him around the waist and pull fast. The scream cuts off like a string. Every time I get that far, my heart does the same small, uneven step. I have thought my way around that night from every direction. I have told myself better endings late at night when the house has settled and I am pretending to sleep. I have tried to make roads inside my head that lead to a door that opens and a boy stepping back into the street because he heard his own name from someone who loved him. But that isn't what happened. The only true thing is the rule my grandfather gave us, the one I teach without using his words: if you cannot see it, you do not answer it. If you can't see the face, you do not follow the voice. You wait until morning. You put your feet on the ground and call for help. People still tell me that I shouldn't carry this much worry at my age, that time smooths the sharp parts by itself. I think they say that because they want it to be true for themselves. Time doesn't smooth by itself. It moves. That's what it does. It moves through our houses and down our streets and across our faces. And sometimes it heals in the places where we've stopped fighting it, and sometimes it doesn't. The dark keeps coming, and mostly we do fine because we have light switches and lamps and voices in other rooms. But sometimes the dark brings a shape with it, and the shape knows your name. When I feel that old quiet creep back into a hallway years after the fact, I stop and put my hand on the wall and wait. I breathe in and out, slow and steady like the fan at my grandparents' house used to move the night. I listen for the sound that is really there, not the one that those woods taught me. I keep a picture of Grandpa on my desk, him and Grandma on a beach, both smiling like the sun had asked them for advice and they were deciding whether to give it. Sometimes I look at him and still hear the way he said things he knew we didn't want to hear. To the river and back, he warned. Not past it. He said the words to keep us small and safe in a world that only sometimes lets you be both. There are parts of that warning that only grow heavier as you age. Lines you draw for yourself, questions you don't answer, doors you don't open, a kind of care that looks like caution and feels like love. On quiet nights I go out onto the back steps when everyone is asleep. I sit and let the air move around me. The trees along the fence make soft shapes against the sky. If a memory taps at the window of my mind, I don't open it. I don't say my name into it. I let it pass. I wait for the sound of my child's breath through the wall to anchor me back in this life that is mine. Some evenings I find my way to the kitchen, fill a bowl with water, pinch in a little salt, and pour the water over my hands. I don't know all the words Grandma used, but I know what she meant, and the simple act says them for me. I dry my hands on a towel and turn off the light and walk the hall without rushing. People think they would do something big and brave at the right moment. Sometimes all you can do is pause at the edge, and sometimes that is the brave thing. I didn't pause the night I followed the shape of my brother across the river. I ran. If I could go back and trade my steps for his, I think about whether I would walk through that door instead and what would be waiting. That's a question I can't answer and don't try to. I live with the smaller questions now. How do I teach my child to listen for the true voice? How do I keep the story without letting it turn into a map I follow forever? How do I honor the boy my brother was without making the night bigger than the day? There are moments when the world is kind enough to give you a softer ending. There are also moments when it doesn't. I have learned to hold both truths in the same hand. I still dream about the river. In the dream there is no shop and no door and no hand pulling. There is only water moving the same way it did when we skipped our stones. The surface keeps taking what we throw it and folding it down into itself. On those nights I wake up with a little piece in my mouth like a taste I can't name. On other nights I wake up with the tap-tap still echoing and the smile without teeth waiting in the corner. Either way I get up, check the locks, put a glass of water on the counter, and go back to bed. I listen to the rain if there is rain, and if there isn't, I listen to the refrigerator hum and the small sounds a house makes when it is honest with you. One day, when my child is old enough to carry a story without dropping it, I'll tell them a version that fits into their hands. I'll tell them about a boy who loved his brother and a grandfather who said things that sounded like warnings but were really gifts. I'll tell them that some parts of the world want to be kind and some don't, and you can't always tell which is which until you have stood close to both. I'll tell them there are voices that use love as bait, and how to tell the difference between a voice that asks and a voice that pulls. I'll tell them that sometimes not answering is a kind of answer, and sometimes not going is a kind of going, because you have chosen to stay with the people who would miss you. When I am older, I want to be the kind of grandfather who knows how to sit with kids and tell them the truth in a way that lets them sleep afterward. I want to cook too much food and pass the bowl around the table and listen while the house breathes with us. I want to stand at an airport with a small suitcase and see faces I love walking toward me. I want to be tired in a good way. I want to throw away the wrong fruit before it gets into the wrong hands. And if I can't do all that, then at least I want to keep a light by the door, and when a name comes through the dark, I want to be the one who answers with the light already on. We never found Sam. That truth sits in me like a stone I carry in my pocket, solid, always there, not sharp enough to cut me every day, but real in my hand whenever I reach for it. The world keeps asking us to do the next small thing anyway. Make breakfast, call your grandmother, mend a sleeve, teach a child how to tie their shoes, open a window. I do those things. I do them slow and steady. I do them like prayers that don't need words. And when I catch myself listening for footsteps in the hallway that have been gone for years, I remember the rule I was given and the love under it, and I turn toward the room where my family sleeps, and I stand there quietly until I'm ready to walk back to bed. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. TV was our safe place. It sounds small, but when you are two heads on one body and most people don't know where to look, a screen is a kind of shelter. In the early years we fought over the remote. Remus was stronger, his shoulder, his arm, and he'd haul us across the carpet until the control was within his reach and out of mine. I didn't mind much. After a while Mum saved enough from her shifts at Frank's, the American-style diner down the road, to buy a second TV. She set it up on a crate by the wall and said, "There. Now it doesn't matter who's closest." It didn't. The bickering fell away, and we went quiet in the blue light. Remus loved the old slapstick movies. He couldn't talk, but he could laugh, and those films wrung laughter out of him until he shook. His favorite was a 1930s picture called Blockheads, the one where Stanley comes home from the war and keeps being surprised by ordinary things in a flat. Remus would hit rewind and watch the same bit again and again. Chaplin or Laurel or Hardy tipping over, getting stuck, skittering on roller skates near an edge that isn't a drop until it is. He'd wheeze, smack the cushion with his palm, point at the screen with that happy urgent jab, and the sound of him laughing filled in what his voice never could. When he laughed, I always knew how he felt. We were born on July 7, 1994 by emergency C-section. It wasn't a shock to the doctors. The sonographer had already seen us for what we were on the grainy screen. Someone at the hospital called a friend at the Colchester Gazette. The headline that week was something like, "Local woman gives birth to two-headed boy," written large enough that I saw it years later in a folder Mum kept. The first 2 years of our life were mostly hospital corridors and long white rooms. People came from far away to look. You get used to the way a sound changes when people lower their voices in a doorway because they don't want to be rude but also can't help staring. When we were stable enough, the hospital let us go home. Home was a council flat near my mother's parents. It had a small kitchen that always smelled like fried onions and hot tea, and a window that looked down to the car park where kids rode bikes after dinner. People still knock sometimes, asking if they could say hello or just see. Mum learned to close the curtains and say, "Not right now, thanks." She'd sit between us on the sofa and stroke both our hair, one hand to each side, and ask what we wanted to watch. My first real memory is the first day of school. The classroom smelled like glue sticks and paint water. Mum kissed the crown of each of our heads and guided us to a seat. When introductions started, the teacher, Mrs. Neer, I remember her soft cardigans, asked each child to stand and say their name. When she looked at us, Remus tightened beside me. He knew what was coming and what he could not do. I tried to push up with my right hand. He pinched my thigh under the table hard enough to make my eyes sting and kept us down. "It's okay, dear," Mrs. Neer said from behind her desk, as if we were one person and both of us shaking. "What are your names?" I lifted my chin. "I'm Romulus," I said. "And this is my brother Remus." Remus smashed his palm flat on the table with a crack that made the pencils jump. The class giggled because they were 5 and anything sudden is a joke. He glared left and right, jaw tight, then took our body and dragged us toward the door. I bumped hard along the floor, chair legs scraping. We didn't get far. The caretaker was outside. He stopped us with a gentle hand and a, "Let's give it a go, and things settled after that. The other children never invited us to play. They weren't cruel so much as full, their corners already taken by easy friends. It didn't matter. We had each other. Mum took us swimming on Sunday mornings to the outdoor pool in Brightlingsea. People would stare at the changing room door when we came out, curious the way people always are, but the water didn't care what we looked like. We slipped in, felt that bright cold bite, and were light together in a way we weren't on land. When we wanted the same thing, we were almost one mind. Our kick matched. Our arms matched. We skimmed the lane lines like otters, up and back, breath in time. It delighted the old folks who did their slow lengths, and it made the lifeguards watch us the way a person watches a magic trick and tries to see the strings. We made up a game we called Lifesaver. The rule was simple: we'd sink to the bottom and take turns swimming the other to the surface. I could never do it by myself. I needed Remus to help with a push, a kick. One day we sank, and the deeper we went the stranger the light got, all shivers and shatters. We touched the tiled floor. Our ears hurt. I lifted my hand, slid it through the water, tried to rise. We drifted up a foot at most. I kicked. We stayed there like a balloon tied to the bottom with a string. The pressure in my chest was a dull burn. I turned my head toward Remus. He stared back at me with his mouth curled into a grin too wide for where we were. I kicked again, reached again, tried to catch the surface the way you tried to catch a dream on waking. He didn't move. He watched me and smiled like a boy holding a beetle under a jar. The next clear thing I remember was the rough taste of chlorinated air forced into my mouth, and a weight thumping rhythmically on our ribs. A teenage lifeguard bent over us, pale and shaking. We coughed and vomited up a slick of pool water on the tiles. The lifeguard recoiled like we'd insulted him and ran off to the bathroom. He didn't come back. I don't blame him for not knowing what to do. I never forgot the proud, hard smile Remus gave me as everything went black. You grow up. You learn things whether you want to or not. We knew about sex from whispered schoolyard jokes and biology lessons. Masturbation was a stranger to both of us until Sean Hart whispered the trick to his friends in the back of science. "Give it a good tug," he said, like he was telling them how to start a lawn mower. A few nights later, Mum was at Frank's for a late shift, and we were on the sofa watching the girl next door, the one with the blonde who takes her top off by a pool. When she reached for the hem, I felt Remus's hand slide down into our jeans. The next 5 minutes were odd. It was like trying to sneeze and not getting there, then suddenly getting there all at once and being embarrassed by how fast it had happened. We didn't talk about it after. In the mornings, he would reach down and do it again, slow and careful or quick and hungry depending on whatever it is inside a person that decides these things. I learned how to pretend to still be asleep when I didn't want to think about it. I also learned how not to complain, because he was still my brother, and none of it was against my will. By the time we were 17, a new family moved into the house next door. Their son Christopher, Chris, wasn't like the other boys we knew. He knocked the first day, held up a plate of cookies his mum had sent, and said, "I'm Chris. Thought I'd say hello?" He looked at us, both of us, when he spoke. Not at the floor. Not at a middle point between our faces. At us. After that he came by most afternoons. We sat 3 across on the sofa, and I let him pick now and then even if his taste leaned toward loud action movies. Remus always dragged us back to the comedies, and Chris laughed with him at blockheads, clapping when the roller skate scene came on. Sometimes Remus would take Chris's hand in his and hold it warm and tight through an entire reel. Chris let him. It made Remus calmer in a way I can't measure for you. Chris and I talked about the Ainsworth girls who lived around the corner. They were twins, always in matching blouses the color of sherbet. We were boys. We wondered what every boy wonders. When I said it out loud, Remus would dig hard fingers into my side or the top of my thigh, a silent no. He hated it when we talked about girls, like our words were a rope he didn't want wrapped around us. Still, we talked. It was the only time I felt like the kind of teenager who had ordinary worries. By 18, the morning habit had turned into a real itch for Remus. He did it 4 or 5 times a day if we could find minutes when Mum was busy in the kitchen or on the phone. It would sometimes ache, and he'd still go back to it with the focus he had when he rewatched Chaplin rolling toward the edge. I think it was comfort for him. It was routine, and he trusted routine. We turned 18 in the summer of 2012. Mum baked a cake that sagged a little in the middle and tasted like heaven because she'd made it. The flat filled with the people who had loved us or at least looked out for us since the beginning. A nurse from the hospital, the woman from the post office who always saved a book of stamps for Mum, the older waitresses from Frank's who brought gifts wrapped in glittery paper. Most of the packages were DVDs of old films. "They're always talking about those," one of the women said, and Mum smiled and said thank you. The doctor who had been there the day we were born came too. He shook our hands with that odd mixture of pride and apology doctors wear when they have been near the start of something, and can't say exactly how it turned out. Chris arrived late, hair still damp from a shower, grinning like he'd stolen the sun from the sky. Remus hauled us across the carpet as soon as he stepped in, wrapped him in a hug that tipped us both, and then we blew out the candles together, easy to do with 2 lungs and 2 mouths. When the last guest said goodnight, I noticed Chris in the kitchen whispering with Mum. She nodded once, then again, and he waved me over. "Boys," he caught himself, laughed, and started over. "Men, I've got something to show you." We followed him out to the drive. Parked beside Mum's old car was a bright red Fiesta with a dent in the driver's door and the proud, slightly rattly look of a car that has been saved for £1 at a time. "My new ride," he said, arms spread. Remus made a low happy sound in his chest and bounced. Mum stood in the doorway, wiped her hands on a tea towel, and raised her eyebrows at me. I looked back. She gave a small nod. Before I turned fully around, Remus had yanked the passenger door open and folded us into the seat. We drove through town and out toward a reservoir where street lamps thinned and hedges took over. The night was clear and sharp. The water held the sky like a big black mirror. Chris parked on the gravel, and the 3 of us climbed onto the bonnet, the metal warm against our thighs. There was that wide feeling you only get when you are away from houses and the air moves, carrying the smell of damp earth and petrol. "Here," Chris said, chuckling as he leaned in through the window to the back seat. "I've got a surprise." He pulled something out with a flourish, a bra, pale and lacy, hooked in the middle in a way that made it look like a small white bat. I laughed before I could stop myself. "Where'd you get that?" "Amy Ainsworth," he said, the way a fisherman would name a river. He waited a second, then added, "Twice." I felt my face go hot for no reason. "Did you?" I wasn't sure how to finish the sentence, but he didn't wait for me to try. "Twice," he said again, proud and pink. He tossed the bra at us like it was a medal. What happened next split my life cleanly in 2. There was the part before the sound, and there was the part after. Remus grabbed the back of Chris's head in one hard fist, hair bunching between his fingers, and slammed his face down onto the bonnet. The thump had a hollow bell in it because metal hums. I didn't speak. I couldn't. Before I even caught my breath, he lifted Chris's head and slammed it down again. The second thump had a wetness to it the first didn't. The car rocked a little on its tired shocks. I reached for Chris, and Remus jerked us back out of the way. He was stronger. He always had been. He did it again. And again. And again. Over and over until there was no face to be saved from further blows. Until there was just a red smear and a forward slump. At last he let go. Chris slid, then held still, bent over the front of the car, silent, body held by gravity and shock and nothing else. "What did you do?" I heard the words as if from the next field over, a whisper that never reached my own ears. Then I yelled them so loud it ripped my throat. "No, Remus!" His fist came in from my blind side and caught my cheekbone. The world flared white, then dimmed. My eyes watered. For a moment the reservoir went out, then the sky went out, and then everything went out. I don't remember the walk back to town. I don't remember getting through the door. I don't remember the bed. I woke there, though, the next morning, with a weight on my shoulder that didn't make sense. The quiet had a strange shape. I turned my head toward Remus's side. I didn't see hair. I saw plastic pulled tight and shiny. "Remus?" I said. There was no answer. I reached across him with my right hand and touched the plastic bag. It crinkled under my fingers. I tore at the knot, ripped the bag open, and uncovered his face. He was pale and waxy, mouth open in that final forever soundless gasp. The mark of the knot showed dark against his neck. After that, everything moved like a slow film you watch because someone else is in the room. The police came. Essex County. A woman with a soft voice and a man who kept his eyes on the floor when he spoke. They asked me questions. I told them the truth the way a person in a burning house opens windows. It was Remus. It wasn't me. I couldn't stop him. They wrote things down and said yes and and I understand, which is what people say when they don't. The doctors told me what I already felt in our shared bones. It was a miracle I had lived 3 weeks with Remus gone, and it would not be a long miracle. My mother didn't come to see me in the hospital where they kept me handcuffed to the bed. For everyone's safety. A nurse told me she had moved in with her sister up north. I imagined Mum on someone else's sofa with a blanket over her knees and a cold cup of tea on the table, and I tried not to think about the quiet she was making for herself. People in uniforms came and went. They followed a script. They brought me food. They asked if I needed anything. They explained again how that night must have gone, the way people do when they are trying to reshape a story into something that sits easier for them. "The boy who moved in next door," one said. "Christopher. He must have tried to take advantage of you." As if they needed a reason for what Remus had done. I shook my head until my temple throbbed. It didn't matter. No one wanted to hold the shape of how it had actually been. Time thinned and thickened. Nurses changed shifts. The smell of hand gel and powdered gloves sat in the air and didn't move. A guard in the corner page turned a magazine without reading it. I stared at the ceiling until I knew the tiny cracks like the fine lines on your own palms. The day they brought in the little TV on the rolling stand, the nurse smiled at me and set it on the tray. "Thought you might like this," she said. "Something to pass the time." She clicked it on and scrolled through the channels. When she stopped, it took a second for my brain to understand what it was seeing. The picture was grainy and the sound a little tinny, but there he was, Stan, gawky and round-eyed, stepping into a simple room and treating every appliance like a puzzle. Blockheads. That bit came on, the skating one, and Remus used to clap and squeal right at this exact place, and without meaning to I smiled. My face hurt when I did it, but I smiled anyway. I lay back and let the noise fill the room. I turned my head, the only part of me that felt truly my own now, and rested it gently on Remus's shoulder. He was cool. We had spent our whole life joined, and my brain still reached for him as if we would talk in the way we always had, a pinch, a nudge, a pull. There was only quiet. I thought about the boy at the bottom of a swimming pool who smiled when I ran out of air, and the boy on the sofa who held Chris's hand through a Chaplin reel, and the boy in the car park with blood on his knuckles and the strength of 2. I thought about Mum's hand on each of our heads and the way she kissed us quick and even so neither would feel left out. I thought about a red Fiesta under a clean sky and a brow like a white moth in the air. Someone once asked me if I envied Remus his strength. I didn't have to think hard about it. I envied him nothing. I envied him everything. I loved him more than any word wants to hold. He was my other half, and I was his, and that kind of truth does not change because one person is gone. It just becomes heavier. The nurse stood in the doorway and watched the TV with me for a moment. "You like this one, do you?" she asked. "He did," I said, and the sound of my voice surprised me because it sounded like breathing out after you've held your breath too long. She nodded and left the door wedged open with her shoe. I closed my eyes and let the rain sound of the film's old soundtrack murmur and click. There would be more questions later, more papers to sign, more people with kind mouths and careful eyes. But right then there was the small comfort of a familiar scene and a weight against my temple that had always been there. I rested my head on my brother and closed my eyes. Memory has always felt alive to me. It grows. It fades. It leaves and returns with a different face. The ones we feed with attention stay bright. The ones we avoid slip to the back rooms of the mind and sleep there. When they wake again, they come back hungry. They want us to look at them. They ask for a place in our days. We write them down so they cannot leave so easily. I've been chasing one memory for months. I treated my own past like a dig site and kept brushing away dust, certain there was more under the surface. I meditated. I tried dream work. I sat in quiet rooms until the walls felt like paper. Nothing helped, until last month. Then everything came back at once, as if a door blew open in a storm. What follows are the pages I wrote after that door opened. Tuesday, June 13th, 2017. Today I remembered. For the first time in 12 years, the summer of 2005 is clear again. I remember the fear in my chest like cold metal. I remember the faces of my friends. I remember Smuggler's Creek and the mine and the voice from the screen. The past and the present keep tugging on me like two people pulling on one sleeve. If I close my eyes, I'm there. If I look away for a second, I'm back. It hurts, but I asked for this. I wanted the truth, and here it is, sharp as glass. It began in early June. School had just let out. Our small group was ready to spend every hour outside. We called ourselves adventurers even though we were just 4 kids with bikes and big plans, me, Anna, Ben, and Tommy. We liked the same places for different reasons. Ben and Tommy loved the woods and the chance to find treasure, which usually meant rusty tools or an old bottle. Anna and I loved the ravines, the water, the sound of wind in narrow places. We decided the summer would belong to Smuggler's Creek, a broad patch of Appalachian forest near home that everyone called by that name. There had never been smugglers there, only old iron and coal pits, but the name made every map we drew feel like a promise. We were not just looking for caves and creeks. Mostly we were looking for time together. In those first weeks out of school we told each other everything. Who we liked, who annoyed us, what dumb things we'd done and hadn't told our parents. We said our group was a second family. Even so, when choices came up, we often split the same way, Anna and I together, Ben and Tommy together. Ben teased that I spent more time with Anna than with them. He wasn't wrong. Anna and I had grown up across the street. We went to the same school and the same pool. We drifted in middle school, then found each other again our freshman year. We shared almost every class. We walked home together. She had been loud and quick and funny as a kid. In high school she was quieter, but not in a sad way. She wore her hair long. She wore hoodies. She listened more. When I asked her about the change one day, she shrugged and told me she had been pretending for a while. Cheer squad, parties, a crowd that moved too fast. I grew up, she said, embarrassed and relieved at the same time. She quit cheer and played soccer instead. That's how she knew Ben and Tommy. And that's how, by the time summer came, it was the 4 of us again. I told her about our plan to spend every day in Smuggler's Creek when we were almost home. She smiled in a way that made everything feel simple. I didn't say the part where it felt like asking her out. I wasn't brave enough then. Thursday, June 15th, 2017. The memory is still here today. It doesn't blur when I look at it. Yesterday I called my dad and asked about that summer. I wanted him to say I was making it all up. He didn't. He went quiet. Then he told me what happened after. On Sunday, July 3rd, 2005, I was admitted for a short stay at a rehab center for trauma. I came home in August with a diagnosis, minor amnesia, and a note that said I was functional. A week after that, my parents sent me to a boarding school near Philadelphia. We moved to Ardmore the next year. I remember the school. I remember the routines. I don't remember that summer except in broken pieces that never fit. Until now. I booked a flight to Pittsburgh for this weekend. I need to go back to Smuggler's Creek. I need to see where it happened. I need to see Anna Street. Until then, I'm going to write everything I know. Writing feels like the only way to make sense of this and not drown in it. Those first weeks were easy. I got up at 8. I ate Cheerios. Anna and I biked to the gas station at the edge of the woods. The owner knew my dad and let us chain our bikes to the side fence. We waited for Ben and Tommy, then took Delaware Path into the trees. 3/4 of a mile in, the path forked. One arm ran deeper into the forest. The other, called Foothold Pass, dropped hard into a long valley with streams and rock cuts and narrow cracks. On our hand-drawn maps, that valley was Smuggler's Creek. We always stopped at the fork to decide our day. On the day that changed everything, Anna wanted the ravine. I said yes without thinking. Before Tommy could vote, Ben said, "Ravine it is," and gave me a look that meant, "I see you." Anna took my hand and pulled us down the rough trail. "Let's go into a cave," she said, and I said yes again. We had never gone in. Tommy hated tight spaces, and Ben said caves were bad luck, so there was never a majority. But that morning felt different. Anna seemed wired, excited in a way I couldn't place, leaning closer, smiling like she'd made a decision. For a few minutes, it felt like it was just the two of us, and I thought maybe she had decided something about me too. The ravine she chose was the largest, a long cut in the earth, 20 feet down and 6 feet across at the top. The rock walls were green with moss. Deep pockets and small mouths dotted the stone where water had worked for years. There was a mine opening too, a black rectangle supported by old timber, part of the old veins that ran under the hill. Anna stopped at the mine and held up a hand. She tilted her head as if listening to the ground. The smile left her face. "Do you hear that?" she asked. "Hear what?" Ben said, catching up, breathing hard. "Are we going?" "Sure," she said. "Just listen." We stood very still and let the forest sounds float past us, the wind, a bird, a distant truck. Under all of it, faint and thin, came another sound. It was the sound of a small child crying. Not loud. Not a "fell and scraped my knee" cry. A tired cry. A scared cry that had been going on a long time. Tommy swallowed. "What is that?" "It's a kid," Ben said, trying to sound sure. We all knew the missing boy's name. Max Carter. He was a 4th grader. He had disappeared from a school trip a few weeks earlier. The news had run his picture every hour for days. The police searched everywhere. Nothing. He was a scout, too. Ben had been a buddy to younger scouts some weekends. When Max vanished, Ben pretended he was fine, and then went quiet. He took it hard. "Could it be him?" I asked. "We have to check." Anna nodded. "We go in slow," she said. "No surprises. No yelling." We made a plan. Anna would go in first. Ben would follow once she saw the boy. They were the safest pair, Anna because she was gentle, Ben because Max might know him. If the boy was hurt or afraid, Anna could stay while Ben came out to us. Tommy and I would go back for help then. If the boy could walk, Anna and Ben would bring him to the gas station. We'd meet them there. The whole plan took less than a minute to make. We all wanted the same thing. We wanted to be the ones who found Max and brought him home. Anna stepped inside the mine. She stayed gone for only a few seconds. When she came back, she grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold. "He's not in the tunnel," she whispered. "But we can hear him," Ben said. Anna led us in a few yards and pointed. 20 feet ahead, a small wooden table stood in the middle of the shaft. On it was a television. 2 wires fed into the back of the set, and then ran up the wall, past the dead bulbs that hung from the ceiling every 10 feet. The screen showed a close shot of a little boy with shaggy hair, curled up with his head down. The sound of the crying came from the television. "Oh, Max!" Ben said, his voice small, like the image had pulled the air out of him. Tommy looked into the dark behind the set. Maybe this is live, he said. Maybe he's farther in. Or maybe it's a recording. We follow the wires, I said. They'll take us to the camera. We walked toward the back of the tunnel and kept our hands off the rock. I watched the wires the way a thirsty person watches a line of water. They reached a metal cage lift, the old mine elevator, and disappeared down the shaft. Another small television sat on a crate inside the cage, black and humming. The air felt colder here, though the summer heat still pressed down from the opening behind us. I didn't like being underground. I didn't like that every part of this had been set up on purpose by someone we could not see. But the crying was still going on, and we could not go back. Ollie, Anna whispered. I know I said cave. I meant a small one. A quiet one. I'm scared. I'm scared too, I said. But he needs us. Ben stepped into the cage. We can't leave him, he said, jaw set. Come on. Tommy hovered by the door. We should call the police, he said. We should go right now. You go, I told him. Run to the gas station. Call. Come back. Tommy's relief showed in his shoulders. Okay, he said. He turned and hurried away. The three of us climbed into the elevator. I found a heavy lever near the gate and pulled it down. The cage shuddered and began to descend. Gray stones slid past on all sides. The light from the tunnel faded, and we were left with the soft buzz from the little TV. Then, without warning, the cage stopped. The TV went dark. The sound of Max's crying, faint before, faded and left only the creak of the cables and our own breathing. In that first full dark, every small sound turned huge. The metal groaned when we shifted. Pebbles ticked as they fell and stopped. Anna's breath quivered. I held out my hand and found hers. It's okay, I whispered. I'm here. We stood still and listened. After a few seconds, another sound grew at the edge of hearing. It was Max again. This time it felt closer. Ben cupped his hands around his mouth. Max? He called. The name went down the shaft and came back in hard echoes. No answer. The TV flickered on and lit the cage with a weak square of light. A face filled the screen. Ahoy, matey, the man said, smiling so wide his teeth showed all the way back. His hair was long and black. His eyes were dark under a heavy brow. He wore an orange bandana and a crooked black hat like a costume. His voice was rough, a cartoon pirate voice over something sour. I'd be Jolly the pirate, he said. Welcome to Smuggler's Creek. Not many new sailors these days. Always room for a few, though. I hear you be looking for your mate, Maxie. The view swung down. The man carried the camera to a round hole and showed the space at the bottom. A small boy sat against the rock, arms around his knees, the way you sit when you are trying to feel smaller than you are. Two shallow dishes sat near him, one with grain, one with water. Say ahoy, Maxie. The boy didn't speak. The man giggled. It was a high, bright laugh that did not match his eyes. I reckon you'd be trying to plunder me gold. He went on. Come find me. The screen went to static. The cage jerked and began to move again. Ben swore under his breath. I said nothing. I wanted to go back. I wanted to call out for Tommy. I wanted to be anywhere else. But the cage reached the bottom and stopped. A wide tunnel ran ahead. The lights here worked. They clicked on one after another, throwing long shadows on the walls. Wires for the bulbs and the cage ran along the ceiling and then branched. We followed them because there was nothing else to do. Ben walked in front, his shoulders tight, his knife in his right hand. The air smelled like dust and something old and bitter. Signs of the man were everywhere. Chalk words on the walls, half sentences with pirate words written wrong. Empty bottles. A tin cup on the floor. Farther in, a pile of small bones that could have been animals. Farther still, larger bones that made my stomach tighten. We went quiet to keep from thinking about them. We kept moving. At a junction, the cables turned into a room with workbenches and shelves. If you had asked me a week earlier, I could have repeated my dad's favorite fact, that mines had to keep tools underground in case of cave-ins. Seeing the benches now, covered with parts and old metal, made that fact feel like a warning. Another door stood at the back of the room, not stone this time, but a simple wooden door like you'd find on a shed. A voice came through the door, muffled but clear. "Stand there, Maxie," the man said. "Don't be moving. Please," the boy said, his voice small. "Let me go home. I won't tell. A pirate don't let nobody take nothing from him," the man said. "When I say, ye light this here string." Ben took a step. I grabbed his arm. "Wait," I whispered. He pulled against me, eyes bright with anger and fear. "Let go," he hissed. "Think," I said. "This is a trap." "What else can we do?" he said, and in one fast move, he yanked his arm free. The knife flashed. Pain ran across my knuckles where the blade brushed them. Ben lowered his shoulder and pushed the door in. The room beyond was small and low. Max stood 10 feet inside, facing us, both hands holding an old stick of dynamite with a short fuse. 20 feet beyond him, the man stood in the light, an old revolver in his hand. "Avast," he said, almost cheerful. "Bring in your mates. The lad first." My legs felt like they weren't mine, but I moved anyway. Anna came to my side. The three of us stood together. The man's eyes didn't flicker. "Good," he said. "Now, Poppet, come here." Anna took a step toward him. Ben lunged. The shot was a single hard crack that filled the room. Ben fell where he stood. For a second I heard nothing at all. Then the roar of my own blood came back, and the world tilted. Max flinched. The stick dropped from his hand. Light flared and rushed, and then the air in the room turned to heat and sound. When I came back to myself, I was on the floor. The stone was warm. The room was wrong, as if a hand had dragged it out of shape. There was rock and dust everywhere, and other things I didn't let myself see for long. The place where Max had stood was a black pocket in the floor. I turned my head and saw Ben, face down and still. I looked for the gun and found it lying near a broken bench. I reached for it. As I straightened, the man moved. He had been down. Now he was up again, holding Anna in front of him, his arm locked around her neck. He took a step. I raised the gun. The sight bumped up and down with my shaking. I tried to breathe. I tried to make the barrel still. "What do you think you're doing, boy?" he said, his pirate voice gone. Anna fought against him, weak and wild. "Ollie, shoot him," she said, voice cracking. "Please." I found the man's forehead in the notch, closed my eyes, and squeezed. The gun kicked. A body hit the ground. I opened my eyes and saw the man still walking toward me, limping, eyes flat as stones. Panic took me. I fired again and again. One shot hit the wall. Two hit his chest. The last took him down. I turned to tell Anna it was over. I didn't see her. For a terrible second I thought she had run. Then I saw the shape on the floor just ahead of me, hair across her face, blood spreading. The room seemed to tip. I went to my knees. I don't know how long I sat there. Time folded in that place. I remember the dust settling and the quiet that follows after a machine stops. I remember looking at the closed door and not moving toward it. I remember thinking that if I didn't move, none of it could move either. A day later, a team found me and carried me out. After that there are only scraps. The cool of the air when we reached the surface, the sound of radio chatter, someone saying my name like they knew me. Then weeks of not much at all. Monday, June 19th, 2017. I flew back to Pennsylvania. I rented a car and drove to the gas station at the woods. The owner remembered my dad. He remembered our bikes lined up like a row of horses. He told me Foothold Pass is fenced now and patrolled. I walked to the fork anyway. There's a sign there, and a chain-link fence that doesn't look like it will ever come down. On the fence are 3 small plaques with 3 names. Max, Ben, Anna. I went to Tommy's house. If anyone could have made it through the years after, it would be him. His mother opened the door. She told me he had kept on with life. He had gotten a job. He had tried to be fine. He took his own life last year. I drove to my hotel and sat on the bed until the sun went down. For hours, the summer of 2005 kept rolling through my head like a film on a loop. Every time it ended, it started again. Every time I thought there might be a frame I had missed that would make a difference, there wasn't. Thursday, July 13th, 2017. I remember that summer now. I remember how it started. I remember how it ended. I wish I didn't. I wish I could push it back into the dark room where it slept for 12 years. But that isn't how memory works. It wakes and asks for space, and you have to make it a place to sit. I think this is what I can do for the people I loved, tell the truth the simple way. We were 4 kids who wanted an adventure and found something else. We tried to do the right thing. That matters even if the ending didn't change. I will keep writing their names. I will keep going to the places that still hold them. When it rains, I think of the ravine and the way water sounds in a narrow place. When the house is quiet and the night is deep, I hear the soft hum of an old television and a laugh that doesn't belong to any person I ever knew. I tell myself it's only a sound in a story. I tell myself I can turn it down. Maybe memory is not something we beat or bury. Maybe it's something we carry, and we learn how to balance the weight a little better each day. Maybe that's the only way to live with the parts of life that do not change. Tonight I will listen to the rain against the window. I will breathe slow. I will picture Anna at the fork on that first bright morning, her hand in mine saying, "Let's go into a cave." And I will answer the same way I did then, soft and sure. Okay. Before Bryn was born, I used to be the kind of person who showed up 5 minutes early and sat in my car until the exact time so I wouldn't look overeager. I checked traffic the night before, topped off the gas tank after work, and kept the oven clock in the kitchen set 5 minutes fast, just in case I forgot myself. If we were meeting at 9, I'd be there at 8:55. If a drive took 20 minutes, I gave it 30. I wore punctuality like a quiet badge, a small piece of order in a messy world. Then my daughter arrived and rearranged the laws of time. She is 9 months old now, and she does not believe in schedules. The rhythm of her day is her own. If Bryn wants to lie on her back and stare at the kitchen light for exactly 1 minute and 27 seconds, that is what happens. If she decides, mid-diaper, that she must grab both her feet and squeal, that happens too. If you try to interrupt the ritual before it's complete, you will be met with tiny fists, a powerful core, and an angry red face. I used to think of time as something I could plan. Now I think of it like weather. You can look outside and dress for it, but it's going to do whatever it wants. We had a routine, or at least something that looked like one, before her mother left 3 months ago. We were 2 people learning how to be 3, and even the unpredictable parts had a shape. After my wife left, the shape collapsed. I won't pretend it didn't hurt. It tore a hole in what I thought our future would be. But what I know how to do is keep moving, so I wrapped my day around this small person who still needed bottles and naps and a lap to fall asleep on, and we made a new rhythm. Not neat, not pretty, but ours. This morning, we were going to the 9-month checkup. I had everything ready. Diaper bag zipped. Extra clothes packed. Bottle made. Car seat buckled. I even left early, and as I locked the apartment door I felt a little proud of myself. We were going to be on time. Then, while I was putting on my shoes, Bryn punched a finger through the nipple of her bottle and poured milk down the front of her shirt like a victorious wrestler dumping a cooler over a coach. Back inside. Shirt off. Shirt on. New bottle. New burp cloth. Somehow there is milk on my shoulder too, so changed my shirt. Now it's 9:19 and her appointment is at 9:30, and the drive is 20 minutes if you hit every light, and a miracle. I tell myself we will go with the flow. I tell myself driving fast won't undo a late start. Bryn gurgles, the calm before the storm. We make the first 2 lights. We make the third. I let my shoulders drop a little. It's fine. We'll be a little late. The world will not end. At mile 5, it begins. That thin, high note she hits when she is furious and out of ideas. She kicks the seat, arches her back, loses the pacifier, fights the strap with all her small strength. My hands tighten on the wheel. I try the white noise app on my phone. I can't get to it. I try humming. She screams louder. I pull into the first spot that looks safe because if I arrive with a child who looks like she rolled down a hill of milk and tears, that will be worse than being late. I stop beside a gravel shoulder edged by dry grass and a little roadside memorial. I don't notice the cross right away. I notice the sound of my own breath and the way my heart is beating in my throat. I get out, open the rear door, and there she is, splotchy, wet eyelashes, hair plastered to her forehead, 2 small hands like fans. I wipe her face. I murmur. I kiss the top of her head and feel the warmth of her skin under the fine hair. For a second, the crying slows. I hand back the bottle. She looks at me with wild eyes and flings it, a perfect arc, bottle to my forehead to floor. I close my eyes, count to 3, and crouch to find it. That's when I see the memorial. It's a small cross, silver and pink, weathered by sun and rain. Faded ribbons curl around the stem. A few plastic flowers, color softened to a pale whisper, are gathered at the base. Tucked among them are little things, a broken bangle, a plastic ring, a pair of barrettes shaped like stars. Someone arranged them carefully once. The letters on the cross are hand-painted and neat, Emily Semple. I think it must be a child's resting place. The thought lands heavy in my chest. I try not to stare. I reach deeper under the seat for the bottle and my fingers brush a nest of napkins, a crumpled receipt, a toy rattle I forgot existed, the corner of a paper bag. When I pull the bottle free, a little tide of trash comes with it. A few pieces slide out onto the gravel. A gust of wind, the kind you don't feel until it moves something light, pushes a napkin toward the road. I scuttle after it, grab what I can, shove it all back into the shadow under the seat, and promise myself I'll clean the car this weekend. We make it to the pediatrician's office 20 minutes late and dripping apology. The front desk smiles the way front desks smile. That's their job. They check the spelling of our last name and click keys. A nurse with a soft voice and a face lined like folded paper meets us in the hall. Some babies just don't like the car seat, she tells me. You can take her out and bounce her while you wait. I try it. Bryn calms almost immediately, tucked up against my shoulder, thumb in her mouth like a handle. I feel the small weight of her, and something in me unclenches. We get through the exam. 2 shots. An angry wail. A few moments of shrieking accusation. Then the nurse brings a tiny spoon and a single mouthful of vanilla ice cream, and the universe is righted. The doctor says she is healthy and strong and right on track. He gives me numbers, percentile for height, percentile for weight, that I will tell Rena later because she loves numbers that prove what she already knows. Back at the car, I set the carrier on the sidewalk and make sure the straps are smooth and flat against Bryn's body. As I lift her into the back seat, I see something on the floor mat that wasn't there this morning, a small pink elephant with a yellow star on its side. It looks like the sort of thing you'd buy at the register because it smiled at you. I pick it up and hand it to Bryn, who immediately grabs its ear and gnaws it with serious concentration. I don't remember buying it. Maybe Rena, Mimi, slipped it into the bag the last time we were at her house. That would be like her. Since my wife left, Rena has turned up with casseroles and wipes and a pair of hands that have been lifting babies for 30 years. She calls every other day. She says she doesn't want to intrude. Then she intrudes in exactly the way you hope she will. She calls now, in fact, as I'm carrying Bryn into the apartment. I balance the phone on my shoulder and the car seat in my hand. "How did my princess do?" she asks. I can hear the way she's tapping a fingernail on a mug. She always does that when she's waiting for good news. 2 shots, I say. Lots of drama. Then ice cream. She's perfect. Of course she is, Rena says. And you? Are you surviving? I'm fine. I lie. We were a little late, but they saw us. You should bring her over, she says. Let me have her for the afternoon. You can go to the store without taking an army with you. You can clean. You can close your eyes for 20 minutes without waking up to something in your hair. I picture a quiet living room. I picture a nap where my body goes heavy and soft, and nobody needs me for the length of a dream. The thought makes my bones sigh. I'll pack her up, I say. We'll be there in half an hour. I make her lunch and watch her mash sweet potato into a mustache. I wipe her face. I pack a bag, diapers, wipes, spare outfit, sweater. I tuck the pink elephant into the side pocket because it has already become hers. Then I buckle her into the car seat, and we head out again. 3 blocks from the apartment, we stop at a light. I reach to turn up the radio. Tom Petty's voice drifts into the car, familiar and warm. The light turns green. I press the gas. The hit is like a door closing on your fingers, a shock that arrives before the pain. Metal shouts. Glass bursts. The world turns twice and then stops. My body is a weight hung from a strap. For a second I do not know where I am. Then I remember there is a child in the back seat. I twist, and my temple thumps the steering wheel, and a bright thread of pain opens above my eye. One of the mirrors is still whole. In it I see a slanted picture, the rear window's spider crack, a street behind its webs, and Bryn upside down in her seat. She is not crying. For the space of one breath I think, how brave, how still. Then I see her neck, the angle of it, and the way her lips are parted. I try to unbuckle myself and my fingers act like they belong to someone else. I pull and everything in me feels very far away. I want to get to the back. I want to lift her head and hold it steady and tell her we are okay. I want to go back 1 minute and wait 1 more second at that light. I want something impossible. The strap loosens and my head swims and the car smells like gasoline and hot metal and dust. Outside the shattered windshield a little girl stands in the street. Her dress was white once and is now the color of old paper with yellow daisy shapes stitched along the hem. Her face is smudged. Her hair is the brown of dry leaves. She looks straight at me, not at the broken car, not at the way my hand shakes. She looks like a photograph of someone you haven't met and already know. In the time it takes to realize I am still trying to move, the light goes out. My phone rings, and I wake up in my own chair with my hand on my chest. The room is the color of afternoon. My head does not hurt. My mouth tastes like coffee. The call goes to voicemail. I stand up too fast and wait for the floor to steady. In the quiet, I can hear Bryn's sound machine humming from her room. She is sleeping in the crib with her hair in soft loops around her face and one hand curled near her cheek. I watch her breathe and say out loud, "Thank you for nothing and everything." On the floor by her crib is the pink elephant. I pick it up and then put it back, careful not to bump the bars. I tell myself I fell asleep and dreamed. I tell myself that is fine. I tell myself dreams can feel like bones when you wake up. The phone rings again. It's Rena. She leaves a message asking how everything went, and saying I should bring Bryn over if I want. A text follows. The exact words I expect. How did it go? Bring her if you're free. I look at the screen until it goes dark. I don't want to put Bryn in the car. I don't want to go anywhere. I make a bowl of popcorn for myself and carry her to the couch and pull up something soft on the TV. We sit with her back against my chest. I can feel the little clicks of her jaw when she chews her thumb. After a while she lifts her head and looks around with that wild curiosity toddlers have, like the room is a brand new planet. Then she sees the bowl. She looks at the popcorn, then at me, then back at the popcorn. She gives a little grunt and reaches. She is 9 months old. She has no teeth. I know better. I also know how to convince myself things are fine. I pick out the smallest piece I can find and place it in her palm. She holds it like treasure and examines it carefully. The piece looks like nothing, thin as a flake. She puts it to her mouth and gums it with slow, happy concentration. She seems proud. It is sweet and ridiculous. I laugh under my breath. I'm sorry, I think, to the universe, for wanting one soft moment. I go to the bathroom. 45 seconds. A minute at most. When I come back, she is on her hands and knees with her face toward the couch, quiet. Too quiet. The bowl is tipped. Popcorn is scattered like pale shells. Bryn, I say soft, because I don't want to startle her. She does not turn. She does not move. A small sound comes out of her, a thin whine like air coming through a reed. I pick her up and she flops like a doll. Her mouth is open but no sound comes. Her lips are turning the wrong color. 10,000 alarms go off in my body. I flip her forward and thump her back with the heel of my hand. I sweep her mouth. Nothing. I try again and again, counting, breathing when I remember to. The room gets narrow. I dial 911 with a hand that can't find the buttons. The operator says hello and my own voice sounds like static, and behind the operator, in the window of the living room, I see the edge of the street and the little girl in the daisy dress, far away and very present, watching the house. My chest goes tight, and something in me stops trying. The floor rises to my knees and then to my cheek, and then there is nothing at all. When I open my eyes again, the phone is ringing, and I am in the grey-blue of the room with my feet on the coffee table. I can hear the sound machine humming from down the hall. I go to the nursery without answering the phone, and Bryn is breathing. Breathing, breathing, breathing. I stand there and try to breathe with her. I run my finger along her forearm to feel the warmth and the life, and I promise I will not leave this room today. The phone buzzes with a text from Rena in the same words as before. I call her back. I tell her the numbers from the doctor's appointment. I say it all like I have not said it already in another world. She is pleased. She asks what Bryn is doing right now. I look down. Bryn's hand is clenched around the ear of the pink elephant. She's sleeping, I say. Holding that little pink elephant. The one you bought. She loves it. There is a pause. Michael, Rena says gently. I didn't buy her an elephant. I would have remembered. I always remember the little things. I look at the elephant in Bryn's hand, the soft shape, the embroidered star. I don't tell Rena about the car. I don't tell her about the popcorn. I say Bryn is waking up and I need to go. I hang up and wait in the doorway and watch my daughter sleep. When she exhales and turns her head, her hair leaves a warm curve on the sheet. I think I will pick her up and take her to my bed and put on rain sounds, and we will not move for the length of the day. I think I will do that, and then my eyes go to her chest. It is still. There is a long space where the next breath should be. Nothing happens. I say her name. I say it louder. I put my hand on her chest and I feel no movement. The room tilts. I look around for something hard to hit my head with. I want to knock myself out like I did not do it on purpose. Before I can decide, my body takes the choice. The little girl is at the door now. She is closer than a moment ago, and her eyes are not unkind, but they are very serious. The floor reaches up, and the lights go. Once more, the phone serves as a rope I can pull myself up by. I sit up in the chair with my heart banging against my ribs. I do not answer. I do not look at the screen. I get to my feet and I am already moving. I scoop Bryn from her crib and she is warm and soft, and she lets out a little grunt because I have interrupted something important. I don't put her coat on. I don't put my shoes on. I tuck her against me and run to the car. I drive the 3 minutes to the place where we pulled over that morning and stopped beside the gravel and the grass and the pink cross. The air smells like dust and sun-warmed weeds. I open the back door and take the elephant from Bryn's hand before she can pull it back into the safety of her lap. Her eyes widen. Her mouth starts to tremble. She knows when something she loves is being taken. I hold the toy in my palm like it might leap. I walk to the cross. My legs are shaky. My stomach empties itself in a sudden, ugly rush on the gravel, and I put my hand on the car to steady myself because the world feels like a boat. I set the pink elephant at the base of the cross between the faded flowers and the barrettes, and the brittle ribbon. The little yellow star faces up. "I'm sorry," I say. My voice breaks. I clear my throat and try again. "I'm sorry, Emily. We didn't mean to take it. Please leave my baby alone." The words feel heavy and clumsy. I am not used to talking to the air. "I promise we didn't know," I say. "I promise I didn't mean any harm. I'll keep the car clean. I'll pay attention. I'll do whatever I have to do. Just please." I don't know how to stand. I don't know if I am supposed to bow or kneel or put my hand on the cross. I stand with my hands at my sides because it is all I can think to do, and then it feels wrong to be upright, so I kneel because some things require you to be smaller. The gravel bites into my knees. The sound of passing cars lifts and falls like a tide. A breeze moves the ribbon on the cross, and the limp flowers rub against each other with a papery sound. Nothing happens. And then everything does, all at once, in the smallest possible way. The hair on my arms lifts. The air lightens. That is all. A shift like when a storm front moves off and the room brightens a shade. I look at the cross. I look at the elephant. I don't know what I expect. Trumpets? A bolt of light? The way it really works is quieter. I go back to the car. Bryn is watching me from her seat. Her lip is still pushed out on principle, but she stomps her feet and emits a noise that means she has already forgiven me for anything as long as I pick up the pace. I put my hand on her stomach and feel the slow, steady lift and fall. I close my eyes and try not to cry. I fail. I cry anyway, softly, with my head bent toward her and my hand never leaving the warm rise and fall. I drive home slowly because I am tired of speed and tired of the way a day can change in a second. I do not turn on the radio. I do not check my phone. I do not think about Rena. I drive like driving is a meditation. I make every turn gently, like the car is sleeping. When we get home, I carry her inside and lock the door and put my phone in a drawer. We do not go anywhere for the rest of the day. I lay her on my bed and lie down beside her and let the sound machine play the soft hush of rain. She falls asleep with her hand touching my shirt. I watch the window until the light shifts from afternoon to evening to the color that doesn't have a name. Twice I think I will get up and make dinner. Twice I don't. I am afraid to break the spell. Later, I will order something and tip too much. Later I will text Rena and tell her I am sorry we couldn't make it, and that we can come tomorrow and that everything is fine. I will not mention the part where everything wasn't. When Bryn wakes, she is hungry. I feed her, and she looks at me like I have invented a new sun. We play on the floor with a stack of rings that are missing 2 colors. She slaps them down in a disorderly tower and looks proud. I clap for her. She laughs, that laugh that starts in the stomach and works its way up like bubbles. I look around for the elephant out of habit, and then remember where it is, and the ache I feel is complicated but not something I want to fix. That night, I give Bryn a bath and warm a towel in the dryer and wrap her up and breathe the smell of her hair. I settle her in her crib and watch her eyes roll and blink and roll again. I am tempted to stay in the rocking chair and watch her breathe all night, but that is not a life, that is a superstition. I sit anyway until my legs fall asleep. I check on her once more and then again, and in between I text Rena and tell her the checkup was good, that we will come by tomorrow if she's free. She sends back 3 heart emojis and a note to kiss the baby for her. I do it. I kiss the baby for her and for me and for the woman I don't say out loud in case the house is listening. I dream that night of a field under a sky the color of milk. The wind moves the tall grass sideways, and the sound is like 1,000 hands rustling paper. A little girl in a dress with yellow daisies watches something small crawl along a leaf and then looks up and sees me. She does not come closer. She doesn't need to. She lifts her hand, palm up, the way you might show someone a kitten sleeping, and in her hand is a pink elephant with a yellow star. She smiles, not happy exactly, but satisfied. When I wake, my pillow is damp, and I don't know if I have been crying or if my face simply tried to wash itself clean. Morning is ordinary. The sun through the blinds makes the same clean lines across the wall. The coffee tastes like it always does. Bryn throws her cereal on the floor and then looks at me like I am the culprit. I text Rena again, and we pick a time. I put Bryn in the car and I drive carefully, and when I pass the place by the road where the little cross lives, I slow down, just a little, not enough to bother anyone behind me, and I look over. The cross is there, the ribbon is there, the flowers are faded and beautiful in the way old things are beautiful. The pink elephant sits at the base, a small spot of bright in the dry grass. I lift a hand from the wheel. I do not know if anyone can see me. I say thank you again, under my breath, because it can't hurt. Then I turn the volume down on the radio because quiet feels like the right way to drive, and we go on, slowly, like time belongs to us again, at least for now. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I did not meet Mr. Smile all at once. I met him in pieces, the way fog gathers over a field. At first he was only a child's sentence in my office, a quiet phrase tucked between talk of homework and bad dreams. It was early November, 1997. The afternoons came dark and early in Maine. My practice sat on the second floor of a square white building over a bakery. Warm air smelled like cinnamon and yeast. On cold days, when parents checked in and shrugged off coats, the doorbell chimed and a little cloud of breath followed them in. That first day, the boy in front of me was 7. He was small for his age, with a colic that never quite stayed down. I was treating him for anger and sadness he could not name. He sat on the rug with toy blocks between us and said, without looking up, "When Mr. Smile is there, everything feels okay." "Who is Mr. Smile?" I asked. He shrugged. "My friend." "What's he like?" "He doesn't talk," the boy said. "He smells like cotton candy. He stands at the end of my bed and just makes it quiet in my head." He said it like you might describe a night light. Matter of fact. Safe. I wrote it down. Children have imaginary friends. They build them out of need, give them names and jobs to do, guard the closet, listen at night, make the bad go away. A friend who lived at the foot of the bed and made things calm felt like a healthy wish in a loud house. A week later, a 9-year-old girl told me about her imaginary friend. "He's called Mr. Smile," she said, serious as a doctor. "He doesn't talk. He smells like candy. When he's there, I'm not mad anymore." She pinched the sleeve of her sweater and twisted it, the way she always did when she was trying not to cry. "I like when he comes." 2 days after that, a 12-year-old boy brought up Mr. Smile. Then an 11-year-old girl. Then a second grader who still mixed up his B's and D's. I kept their charts on separate shelves. I confirmed with parents that their children did not know each other. 5 were homeschooled, 3 rarely left the house except for grocery runs, 2 had recently moved to town. The overlaps were not social. The language was. I asked for details. What did Mr. Smile look like? "He smiles," they all said. "How tall?" They frowned, thoughtful. "Not like us," one offered. The others nodded when I used those words. "Not like us." "Does he speak?" "No. He sings sometimes. A lullaby." "Not English." "How does he get into your room?" "He's just there," they said. "I wake up and he's there. I don't hear the door. He doesn't knock." I tried to keep my voice even. "What do you feel when he comes?" "Happy," they said. "Like the bad stuff is far away." The 7-year-old lifted his hand, palm up, as if balancing something light. "Like that," he said. "Like there's a soft thing in the room with me." Coincidence explains a lot in this work. Children borrow each other's words all the time without meaning to. They hear a phrase on television and carry it to school, where it becomes part of the air. We like to think thoughts are private. In truth, they travel like pollen. But this was different. The phrases matched like handwriting. The sentences arrived in the same order. When I showed each child a list of words and asked them to circle what fit, every child circled cotton candy, without hesitation. They all said he made them feel happy, and calm, and safe. None of them could describe his arms or legs. When I pressed, they grew frustrated, as though I had asked them to draw the horizon. I spoke to the parents one by one. We kept the edges of the conversation soft. I told them that an unusual pattern had appeared, that several patients had described the same imaginary friend, and that, because I could not confirm the source, I needed their permission to loop in the police. I promised to keep them informed. No mother or father refused. The detectives were kind. They had children of their own. They asked to see bedrooms and windows and back doors. They checked offender registries and neighborhood reports and found nothing that raised a flag. Still, they took it seriously. A stranger in a child's room is a thing that pulls the air out of a house. They interviewed the children gently. "Can you draw him?" one officer asked, laying paper and crayons on low tables while parents sat silent on couches. Each child reached for red. Not purple, not black, not a rainbow in bright arcs. Red. They pressed hard and filled the page. Not a circle, not a scribble with a figure hiding inside it. They made the paper into a neat red rectangle with the patience you usually see when children color inside lines. "Where's his head?" I asked. They looked at me, irritated. "Right there." "His hands?" A finger tapped the red. "Here." I tried again with a different child later that week, the same paper in a new room. "What is this a picture of?" "Mr. Smile," she said without a beat. We placed baby monitors and small cameras in bedrooms. The sound fed to small gray screens on kitchen counters where Muggs and Worry lived. The cameras ran all night. Parents dozed in chairs, heads tilted back, eyes open. The only sounds were snoring and a little sleepy talk. No doors opened. No shadows crossed the floors. Mr. Smile did not appear. 2 weeks is a long time when you stop sleeping. Faces go pale. Words come slower. It is human to doubt yourself in that tiredness. Other clinicians in the county suggested we were watching a shared dream. Maybe the children had all seen a movie or a show with a grinning figure who smelled like fairs. Maybe this was a case study in suggestibility. I almost believed them until the first boy vanished. The camera in his room went dark at 2:03 a.m. His mother was already standing, a hand on the set. She ran down the hall. She reached his door in less than a minute. The window was latched. The closet was closed. The bed was empty. She told us afterward, her hands around a mug no one had thought to fill. It smelled like cotton candy. The search was immediate and thorough. Neighbors opened garages and sheds. The woods behind the development were combed with flashlights. Patrol cars made circles through town. No one had seen a man on foot or anything out of place. There were no footprints in the brushed snow under the boy's window, no scuff on the sill. He was gone as cleanly as if he had stepped off a page. 6 days later, a girl who had drawn a red rectangle on my office floor coloring mat did not wake in her bed. 3 days after that, one of the older boys vanished. Then another child. The list on my clipboard grew shorter. 4 names remained. You can get to know a town by the sound it makes when it is trying not to panic. Doors click softly. People lower their voices without meaning to. The remaining children started to speak differently about Mr. Smile. They said he had friends. They said the smiling men lived together in a happy place. They said they would be going soon. It did not sound like a threat when they said it. It sounded like a promise they had practiced in their heads until it fit. "What is the happy place?" I asked. They smiled with a faraway look. "Everything is beautiful there," one girl said. "There are lots of people already. He shows us pictures." "How?" I asked. "In our heads," she said, tapping her forehead with a small finger. "He can't talk like us." Soon after, the headaches began. The school nurse called me to say 2 of my patients had come in flushed and tearful, rubbing their temples. One boy put his head on the desk and rocked. A girl pressed her palms hard over her ears as if blocking a sound only she could hear. Sedatives did nothing at night. They lay in their beds with eyes open, pupils big, not blinking. Their parents sat beside them with hands on small legs, helpless. Two of the children told their mothers they didn't like the pictures anymore. One screamed for 30 minutes, the long helpless scream that makes your spine feel too thin. "The colors won't stop," she said. "Please tell him to stop with the colors." Another told me quietly that Mr. Smile was talking to him all the time now. "He says bad things?" the boy whispered, looking at his shoes. "He says I can't tell you or you'll have to know the bad things too." "Write it down," I said, after a long pause. "Give me the book. I will keep it safe. No one else will read it unless you say so." He stared at the empty notebook like it might bite. He nodded once. He brought it back to me the following week. I have never repeated what I read. I handed the book to the detective who sat in my office with his hat in his hands and watched his face get very still. The girl who liked to twist the cuff of her sweater began to draw circles on her forearms. Not pictures of circles. Cuts. Small, careful rings etched into skin like bracelets. One of the younger boys stopped speaking English at home. When his mother tried to get him to say the words he had known since he was 2, he shook his head and answered in soft syllables that did not belong to any language the school, or the police, or the university nearby could name. The cameras kept running. The adults kept watching. Doors stayed locked. Windows stayed latched. By the start of the new year, all 4 of the remaining children were gone. The cameras recorded nothing but sleep and then static and then a room with a blanket folded back like a mouth. We searched again. We prayed, in our own ways. The town learned a new stillness. Mailboxes stayed empty until after dark because parents did not want to walk to the curb during daylight and see, out of the corner of their eyes, the place where a child had been. The bakery below my office put out bright cookies in smiling shapes as if sugar could help. People bought them and ate them with their mouths closed. After the second disappearance, I moved the spare chair in my office closer to the window and left the blinds open. I could see the road where cars idled at the light and hear the timer on the bakery oven. I kept my notes stacked in neat piles. I straightened the crayons in their box and threw away the red stubs and bought a fresh pack. It felt, in a foolish way, like preventive medicine. I met with the detective every week. We ran the same details again and again until the facts felt like stones we had polished with our hands. The camera failure at 2 a.m. The smell of cotton candy. The phrase "not like us." The way every child circled the same words without being told. There is comfort in repetition when you have nothing else to hold on to. I saw Mr. Smile twice in my own life, and both times he arrived sideways. The first time, I was cleaning the playroom at the end of a long Tuesday. The rug was full of little figures and blocks had tumbled under the low shelf. On my hands and knees, I reached for the last red crayon cap and touched red wax shavings instead, soft and warm from a child's hand. The line they made on the paper beside them was a perfect rectangle. I felt, for an instant, something like a lullaby moving through the air without sound. The hair on my arms prickled. The bakery timer went off, and the feeling left. The second time was in a grocery store aisle late at night, when the only other sound in the building was a floor buffer and the radio in produce. A woman down the aisle bent to lift a bag of sugar. Her child sat in the cart seat with a plush toy. For a second, cotton candy sweetness came through the cold smell of the freezer. I looked up, heart too loud, and saw only a shelf of red boxes. People asked me for years afterward what I thought it was. They used different words: entity, predator, delusion, mass hysteria, an illness we do not yet have a name for. When you work with children, you learn how much they share that we don't see. They borrow each other's fears and hopes. They pass phrases like secret notes. But I had never seen an idea move like this, with that precision, with that smell, with that red. Some nights I wake near 2 in the morning and listen for the click of a power loss that isn't there. In the quiet, I sometimes remember the small weight of a child's red crayon pressing steady color into paper. I remember the way a 7-year-old lifted his palm and said, "Like that. Like there's a soft thing in the room with me." And how I wanted that to be all it was. I keep a box of crayons in my desk still. When I buy new sets, I break the red in half and throw one of the halves away. It is superstition, and you could tell me it means nothing. You would be right, and I would keep doing it anyway. If you are listening to this with rain on in the background, trying to fall asleep, you might hope for a turn that makes it simple. A culprit caught. A trick explained. A door we forgot to lock. I know only this: the cameras saw nothing. The windows stayed latched. The smell of carnival sugar hung in rooms with no one in them. Children who did not know each other drew red, and then they were gone. Sometimes, on my walk home in early dark, I pass a house where a small lamp warms an upstairs window. A child is probably sleeping there, cheek on pillow, a thumb loose in their mouth, a parent in the hall with a book, listening. The streetlight hums. The snowbanks lean in. If I pause on the sidewalk and close my eyes, I can almost hear a lullaby with no language and feel, for a breath, that soft weight in the room, right at the edge of the bed. If you smell candy in the night, pull your child closer. If they wake and tell you they feel happy because a smiling man was watching at the foot of the bed, don't argue about what arms look like or where legs should go on a page. Sit with them. Keep the light on for a while. Put your chair near the door. Let the rain sound play a little longer. And if a hand reaches for the red crayon in the morning, watch the page. Ask gently, "Tell me about him." Listen to the words they choose. Sometimes stories are warnings. Sometimes they are the only proof we get that something real was there. I moved to Boston in late fall, when the cold already lived in the sidewalks and the sky lost its color by late afternoon. I had a new postdoc in a lab at Harvard Medical School, a badge that didn't always open the doors it promised to, and a room in a tiny apartment I shared with a friend of a friend named Cassie. The building wasn't old or dramatic. It was a 1970s box with stubborn radiators and paint the landlord swore wasn't LEED. It was fine. It was enough. I set my boxes down the first day and found the bathroom. Small. Clean. White tile, a cabinet under the sink that stuck a little, and a mirror above the faucet in a simple metal frame. I was brushing my teeth the first time it happened. A flicker in the glass, like someone passing behind me. I turned quickly, toothpaste foam at the corner of my mouth, expecting to meet my new roommate in the hall. No one was there. The hallway was as empty as the mirror had been a second before. I told myself it was nothing. I had moved halfway across the country. New job. New city. New trains and streets and passwords. It is easy for the mind to reach for shadows when the rest of life is a little loud. I rinsed, spat, and went back to the stack of boxes with marker bleeding labels that said things like books and winter. The first week filled itself. Papers to sign. Computer logins that didn't work the first 3 times. A door to the mouse facility that closed behind me and refused to recognize my face on the way back. I learned the rhythm of the lab, the way the centrifuge sounded like the slow start of a plane, the way the coffee machine groaned and then made peace with itself. I was tired in the way that makes you feel both heavy and a little bright around the edges. I did not spend time looking into mirrors. The second week I decided to clean. It was a Saturday. The lab didn't need me, and the apartment did. I put my hair up, turned on music low enough that the neighbors wouldn't knock, and went room to room with a spray bottle and a linty roll of paper towels. In the bathroom, I climbed half onto the counter and leaned in to reach the top corners of the mirror. I sprayed and wiped in neat circles. That's when I saw it, a face, faint as breath on glass, just over my right shoulder. My heel slipped. The paper towels fell. The spray bottle thumped the tile. I caught myself before I hit the floor but still ended up sitting hard on the bath mat, staring up at my own reflection like it might offer an answer. In the mirror, only my face stared back, flushed, eyes too wide, mouth half open. I laughed once, a short wrong sound, and felt my heart slow down 1 beat at a time. Cassie opened the bathroom door a minute later. "You okay?" she asked. She had long dark hair in a messy knot and the kind of sweatshirt that looked softer than it had any right to be. "Lost my balance," I said, which was true in a way. All good. She gave me a look that said she was deciding whether to worry about me yet, nodded, and disappeared down the hall. I stood up, finished wiping the mirror, and pretended my hands weren't shaking. That night, sometime deep into the dark when the train sounded far away and the walls hummed softly, I woke to use the bathroom. Habit is habit. Lights on. Toilet. Hands to the tap. Warm water. I kept my eyes on my fingers as they lathered, but every mirror is a magnet. I looked up. There was a girl behind me. She was in the upper right corner of the mirror, as if standing just out of line with my shoulder. Pale skin with a flat, dull tone. Hair long and stringy, clinging in strands like it had dried without being combed. She looked young, 16, maybe 17. Her face wasn't striking the way a photograph in a frame might be. It was ordinary, plain even, except for the one thing that made it impossible to look away. She looked terrified. Not startled. Terrified in a way that made her features settle into one expression, like a mask worn too long. A hand touched my shoulder. My body went white with shock. My heart jumped so hard it hurt. I almost screamed in her face, but the face in the mirror didn't move with me because the hand on my shoulder belonged to Cassie. "What the hell is going on?" she asked. Sleep made her voice rough. Irritation made it thin. I pointed at the mirror, breath breaking. "There's someone, there's a girl. She's right there, the corner right there. Please tell me you see her." Cassie stared at my reflection. Her eyes were soft because she had been asleep and hard because she was tired of being woken up. "You woke everyone in a 3-block radius because you saw a face in a mirror," she said. "Let me help you out here. That's what mirrors do." "It's not me," I said, my voice too small in my own ears. "It's someone else. Look at her eyes. She's looking at us." I felt the urge to shake Cassie's shoulders and drag her closer to the glass, the way you do when you are sure a thing is real and the world refuses to share it. Her expression shifted from cranky to careful. She put her hand on mine. "Liz," she said slowly, "go to sleep. You had a bad dream." In the glass, the girl blinked. Her nostrils flared as if she were breathing harder now that we were paying attention. She wouldn't look at Cassie. She only looked at me. My stomach turned over, and then I was crying, quick silent tears I didn't agree to. I nodded to Cassie. I went back to my room. I got under the blanket and held the edge of it like it could hold me back in place. For 3 days, I washed my face in the kitchen sink. I stopped my eyes on purpose as I went past the bathroom door, like a person trying to ignore a fire alarm. I stayed at the lab one whole night because it felt easier to sleep on a couch that smelled like old coffee than it did to listen for humming in the hall. That last part is a detail I didn't admit to anyone then. In the apartment, when it was quiet enough, I thought I could hear humming from the bathroom. Not a tune you could name. Not loud. A low thread of sound that seemed to come from inside my own body and through the wall at the same time. You can't hold curiosity down for long. Saturday afternoon, broad daylight, 2 cups of coffee, no fevers, no excuses. I went back to the mirror. The glass was clean. I could see my own face and nothing else. I waited, the way you wait to see if lightning will flash again. The humming arrived before she did. It came like a memory, small and steady. I lifted my eyes without meaning to. Her face was there, nearer than before. The same plain features. The same expression that made my skin feel too tight. Eyes on mine. She opened her mouth and hummed louder, and the sound pushed into the space between us like wind. I leaned toward the glass. I told myself I was only trying to see more clearly. My nose bumped the mirror, a quiet tap, and the coldness of it shocked me back into my body. I stepped away fast, my spine meeting the cool wall. I stayed like that, pressed between tile and paint, breathing carefully through my nose so I wouldn't make noise in case noise made something happen. The front door opened. Cassie came in with her boyfriend. Voices. Keys. Laughter that didn't match my heart. I turned the water on to pretend I had been washing my hands the whole time. I dried them and looked once more from the corner of my eye. The girl had parted her lips. The humming was louder now, the shape of a tune I couldn't place and couldn't forget. I walked fast to my room, put a chair against the door even though I knew it was silly, and opened my laptop. I typed too many words into a search bar and then fewer, and then different ones. I read about pareidolia, about faces and things, about stress and hypnagogic visions and how mirrors can play tricks in low light if you stare too long. I read about people who see something once and spend a lifetime looking for it or trying not to. I closed the computer when the words blurred and the humming didn't. The next day, when the apartment was empty, I stood in front of the mirror again and did the simplest thing I could think of. I said, "Hello?" The humming stopped like someone had cut a wire. She moved closer. Or she didn't move, and the sense of her did. Her mouth opened with slow care, like it had been stiff for a long time and words cost something. "Let me out," she said. The words were flat and soft at the same time. "Let me out. Let me out." She didn't blink while she spoke. She didn't look around the room. She looked only at me, her mouth shaping the same 4 sounds in the same order, as if she were reading a line written on the back of my eyes. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice shook. I hated that she could hear it. Her lips closed, then opened. "You." Fear ran through me like a string of sparks. I fought it with plain questions. Are you dead?" She smirked, a tiny motion that felt wrong on her face, the way a smile looks wrong on a statue. "Are you dead?" she repeated, and then, in the same voice, "You will be soon." The words slid in under my ribs and sat there, cold and obvious. I couldn't answer. I couldn't think. The mirror did what mirrors do then. It showed me my own face, and hers was gone, as if she had stepped backward into some other room. That night I tried not to hear her through the wall. She did not try not to be heard. Sometimes she hummed. Sometimes she repeated, "Are you dead?" in the same patient tone, like a nurse asking the same question on different forms. Sometimes she said my name. Liz's. Eliz. The way she said it made me hate the sound of it, the way a drip in a sink can make you hate water. I stayed late at the lab the next day, telling myself it was for my work and knowing it wasn't. I came home because everyone comes home eventually. I sat on my bed with my boots still on and listened. The hum drew me down the hall the way a magnet draws a needle. I didn't remember standing up, didn't remember opening the door. I only remember the bright light in the bathroom and how close my face was to the glass. We were nose to nose. My reflection wasn't there. Only hers. I don't know how long I sat like that. Time did the thing time does when you look at water or fire or something that looks back. When I left the bathroom, I felt light. Physically lighter, as if I had set something heavy down even though I was carrying it. Maybe the room itself pressed on me. Maybe the air had a weight to it there. It felt like walking out of a swimming pool and forgetting you had been holding your breath until the moment you breathe again. I didn't go to work the next morning. I woke up with the certainty that she would not let me. I sat with her instead. She hummed my name and asked me if I was dead and told me I would be soon in a voice that did not taunt. The voice was simply sure. When I asked how to let her out, she said, "You will be soon." She kept saying it, as if my question didn't change no matter how I asked it. I searched for other answers with my phone in my lap. I typed, "How to free a spirit from a mirror." I read about breaking glass and covering reflective surfaces and saying names 3 times and prayers in languages I did not know. I read the comments and the jokes and the serious warnings, and none of it felt like the thing I was standing in. By Thursday, I had started asking strangers for help in places where strangers answer. Some told me to burn sage. Some told me to get rid of the mirror, to throw it in the trash, to throw it in a river. Some told me to move. Some told me to see a doctor and have my head scanned for tumors that hum. Some said, "Don't break the mirror, whatever you do." Some said, "Break it now." Between their voices, she kept humming, steady as rain. It is a strange thing to have a thought you do not want grow inside you like a plant you did not water. The thought was simple, and once it took root, nothing else made sense, Maybe there always had to be someone in the mirror. Maybe the only way to let her out was to take her place. Maybe when she said, "You will be soon," she wasn't being cruel. Maybe she was simply telling me how the door worked. I don't know if I decided anything after that. It felt more like walking down a hallway I was already in. I sat with her longer. I let my eyes adjust to the way her face made the light look wrong. I put my hand on the glass and felt nothing but cold. Friday night, Cassie came home to find the bathroom mirror in pieces and me standing so close to what was left of it that I could feel air move between my lips and the glass when I breathed. I had a shard in my hand because that is how mirrors break, into things that fit into hands. I was humming my name under my breath. The humming helped keep the thread from breaking. I lifted the glass. I cut my throat. There is a lot of blood in a human body, and the body does not like to keep it inside when given a choice. I did not see what happened next with eyes the way you see a car on a street. But I can tell you that being in the mirror is not like being in a box. It is not like standing behind a window. It is more like standing inside a sound. There is space, but it is not space you can measure with a footstep. There is color, but it does not behave. There is the sense of a room that belongs only to looking, where looking makes shape. From that side, the apartment looked thin. The light from the bathroom fixture came through like a line someone drew and forgot to erase. Cassie's face appeared and then doubled as tears climbed into her eyes. Somewhere far away and right next to my ear, sirens started and continued. I do not know how to tell the rest from my voice without breaking the calm I am trying to hold for you, so I will let Cassie speak. She saw the part that people need to say out loud when they tell stories to prove the story happened in a world with locks on doors and phones that call for help. I am Cassie. I didn't mean to be the one to tell this part, but here I am. I'm writing from my boyfriend's apartment because ours is sealed with tape and luminous dust and questions. I came home Friday and walked into a sound I still can't describe. The mirror was broken, the way a mirror looks in a movie, except it was real, which makes it different. Liz stood so close to the remaining glass that her breath fogged it, and then cleared it one slow circle at a time. She was holding a shard between her fingers like it was fragile. I had time to say her name and step forward, and then she lifted the glass to her neck and cut. I knew she had cut because of the sound and because of the way she suddenly went very still, and then because of the amount of blood that arrived all at once, fast and bright and spreading like it had made up its mind. I did what anyone does. I screamed. I grabbed at her shoulders. I pressed the towel to her skin that turned red faster than my hands could hold it in place. I called 911 and said words that did not feel like words because my mouth tried to be a siren too. The operator told me to keep pressure. I did. I told Liz to stay. She looked at me like she was looking through me. She made a small humming sound I will hear if I live to be 1,000. I saw her computer open on her desk later because I did not know what else to do with my hands. The police told me not to touch anything, and I didn't. But the screen was still on, and there were words on it, and I read them with the kind of hunger you get when the world has gone wrong and you are looking for the part where it can be made right. It was a thread of messages, all the way back to when she first saw a girl in the mirror. She was asking for help. She was asking the internet for help. I didn't know whether to laugh or break the computer with my hands. I didn't do either. I sat on the edge of her bed and listened to the humming that did not stop just because we had run out of things to do to make it stop. I came here to my boyfriend's place because the police said I had to and because I could not stand in that bathroom a second longer. I should not be writing this, I know it. The right thing to do is to sleep. But I haven't used his bathroom since last night, and I am afraid to look at the mirror. I am a normal person who knows that mirrors reflect, and I am afraid of one. I am telling you this because sometimes saying a thing makes it smaller. I lasted 8 hours. Eventually you have to pee. I went into the bathroom without turning on the light and felt my way to the toilet with my hand on the wall like a child in a night game. I washed without looking up. I dried my hands. Then I made myself look, because not looking does not stop something that wants to be seen. There were 2 girls in the mirror. One was the one Liz had described, with the hair like wet string and the face that has forgotten how to be anything but scared. The other was Liz. Not the Liz who told me bad jokes when we were both awake at 2 a.m., not the Liz who asked if my boyfriend snored. This Liz looked past me, through me, with a stillness that felt older than the apartment, or the city, or me. They did not speak with lips. They sang my name in a way that made the air behind my teeth vibrate. Cassie. Cassie. And then, together, in a voice that felt like rain on glass, let us out. I shut off the light because that is what you do when you are a child and you think the dark will hide you. The humming did not stop. I lay down on my boyfriend's couch and pretended my eyes were closed for sleep, and not because I could not stand to look at the ceiling. I told myself that morning would help because morning helps with most things. Morning arrived, and I understood that morning is just another kind of light. Today I have not gone into the bathroom. I have pressed my ear to the wall and listened. They hum my name. They asked to be let out in the same voice you would use if you were asking for a ride and had been standing at the side of the road a very long time. I do not know how to do what they are asking. I am afraid I know exactly how to do it. I keep thinking about the way Liz's messages read after the part where she asked for advice. She wrote, "Maybe there always has to be someone in the mirror." She wrote, "Maybe I need to die to let her out." She wrote, "I'm going to sit with her. She's so lonely." The worst part is that I understand the last sentence. Standing in front of a mirror and seeing someone who cannot leave is like finding a person tied to a chair in a room made of sound. You want to cut the rope. You want to help. Every decent part of you wants to do the thing that will stop the humming. I don't know how to end this in a way that will make you feel safe. I don't feel safe, and I am trying not to make that contagious. Here is what I will tell you. Don't look too long at things that look back. If you hear your name in a voice that feels like your own voice coming from far away, answer with your feet. Walk out of the room. Sit down. Call someone who will make you laugh out loud the way you did when you were small. If you have to look, keep someone you love in the doorway so the world has a weight at your back. Right now, there are 2 girls in my mirror. They sing my name. They tell me they are lonely. They ask me to let them out. The apartment is quiet. The rain is touching the glass, slow and steady, like a hand that doesn't get tired. I am going to sit with them a while, because sometimes presence is all we have to give, and sometimes it is a door. Am I dead yet? No. I am here. I am breathing. I am not touching the glass. I am keeping my hands at my sides, and I am saying my name in my own voice, to remind myself which side of the mirror I belong to. If you hear humming tonight, keep the light low and the door open. If you need to, say your name out loud. Hold on to it the way you would hold a railing in the dark. And if you smell sugar that doesn't make sense in your house, turn away from the mirror. Go back to bed. Let the rain do the talking. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I am the last of us. There were 12 that day if you count everyone who stood on that street and held a rifle and believed we would all walk away the same men we had been an hour earlier. 2 of those 12 died before we fell asleep that night. The 10 who remained grew old in different cities under different roofs, pretending the years between then and now were made of normal days. Every one of us learned it was not that simple. I write this with a trembling hand, not to excuse what we did, but because I need the words to exist somewhere outside my chest for a few hours before I am finished. 70 years ago I sat in a canvas tent outside Berlin with a tin cup of weak tea growing cold between my palms. Mud had dried in a brown crust on my boots. Our radio hissed and popped with a voice from far away, one of the trials. Names we knew from pamphlets and posters, men whose faces were printed like brands. They took turns explaining themselves. Some said they were mad, some admitted everything in exact detail like they were reading shopping lists, and some narrowed their eyes and said the same sentence over and over. I was only following orders. In the tent we exchanged a look that wasn't pride and wasn't pity. I wondered what I would say if the maps had turned out differently. if the Iron Eagle had flown over Moscow. I knew even then what my mouth would form. I knew the words. I was only following orders. It was cold and wet that winter. The rain came heavy, not in drops but in sheets that blurred the edges off houses and people. On the 24th of December, we entered a small village somewhere in the east. One street, 2 rows of houses, each with a fence that leaned a little, each with a gate that clicked when the wind found it. Our job was simple: move ahead of the main column, find anyone waiting to shoot our comrades, and make sure they couldn't do it. We were tired and hungry, and in that mood soldiers get when you've been told a task is straightforward and your body has not yet learned the lie. Ivan led us. He was our sergeant, and the kind of man who could look at a map, at a sky, at a boot print, and know where to place his feet next. He lifted his hand and we spread along the ditch, staying low, water soaking into our coats like it had been waiting to do that all day. The rain made a curtain between us and the houses. It also made sound confusing, and when the crack came, a single shot, sharp and mean, it felt like the air had been slapped. My body hit the mud before I heard myself move. I smelled powder. I heard the soft thump of something heavy falling a little way ahead. The others fired back because that is what you do when you don't know where to aim. We put rounds into door frames and windows and the dark gaps under wagons. The rain turned the smoke thin and smeared it across the street. The shooting from the other side did not continue. We reloaded by habit, magazine in, magazine out, hands moving without asking for permission from our thoughts. I held my fire and watched. The houses were simple shapes in the rain, roofs bowed, glass reflecting slate sky. A quick movement by a fence caught my eye, dark against darker, a shape slipping low along the boards. I raised my rifle and fired 2 quick shots toward the movement. The shape jerked and fell. It did not scream. The stillness that followed felt heavier than the rain. We waited like that until even the water sounded too loud. When nothing moved or answered, Ivan eased into a crouch and went forward alone. He approached the thing in the mud ahead of us and reached down with 2 fingers to the side of its neck, the way he always did. Then he stood and looked back. "Yes," he said, almost to himself. "We got him." There was something in his face I wasn't used to seeing there. It wasn't fear. It wasn't even surprise. It was like he had just remembered a story from long ago and wished he could forget it again. We went to the nearest house. The front door was painted a color that had once been bright. Ivan knocked with the back of his knuckles out of respect for the bones in his fingers. No one answered. He set his boot to the wood to kick it open, and the door blew outward from a close shotgun blast. The pellets hit him before I understood what had happened. He went down hard, his legs folding under him like someone had cut the strings. We fired through the wood in a short, ugly rhythm until the shotgun slid free from a pair of hands and skittered across the floorboards. We broke the rest of the way in with rifle stocks. The room was small and had the look of a place where someone had been living a life an hour ago. A chair lay on its side. A plate had shattered, ceramic shards like dull teeth across the floor. The walls wore fresh circles and tears where our bullets had gone in and not come out. Near the door a young woman lay staring at the ceiling, for dark holes in her chest. Her hair was pulled back in a way that made her look younger even in death. The shotgun lay where it had fallen from her hands. We stood there and breathed hard and pretended not to look at each other. One of us swore in a low voice. No one said Ivan's name. That quiet lasted maybe a count of 5, and then collapsed under the part of us that wanted to hurt the world back. Hands started pulling open drawers and pockets. Someone kicked a table to the side. Someone else began to gather what was worth anything without thinking what that meant anymore. I found myself picking up a little brass locket that had fallen, and then put it back down because my fingers felt wrong under its weight. When we were done pretending we were just searching, we were angry enough to punish the wood and the cloth and the glass. We knocked a lamp to the floor and watched the oil spread like a shadow and flicked a match into it because no one had told us not to and because the smell of smoke felt like a blanket for a minute. We were halfway to the street when we heard it. It wasn't even loud at first. It was the fact of it that made the room tilt. A baby crying somewhere inside the house we had just set on fire. The wail rose and fell under the crack and hiss of flames finding dry places to love. We looked at each other, and then at the door. The air at our backs went from warm to hot in a single breath. One of us took a step in and put a hand to his mouth to cover his own voice when the heat slapped him. Another grabbed his arm and pulled him back. We stood there, useless and stunned, and listened as the fire made its own plans around the small sound. The crying went on for a long minute, and then stopped, and the silence that replaced it had a shape in it that I will always know. A man came running from farther down the street while the house was still roaring, his feet loud on the wet boards of the porch outside his own door. He shouted in German, words quick and wild. Our translator, the youngest among us, with a soft face and careful hands, lifted a palm as we raised our rifles. "Wait," he said, and the man shoved past him and ran straight into the doorway. For a heartbeat I saw him in profile, thin and tall, hair plastered to his head by rain, mouth open in a sound I couldn't hear over the flames. He did not come back out. None of us followed. I have tried ever since to forgive myself for this without letting myself off the hook. I have not succeeded. When the house was a skeleton, and the fire had eaten all the fat and muscle and moved on to gnaw the bones, there wasn't much to look at anymore. We finished our task in that village without saying much. When we returned along the same road a few hours later, people were standing in the street watching us pass. Their faces held the same expression I have seen a few times since in hospitals and train stations. A look that isn't anger, isn't grief, isn't anything you can put in a sentence. It was emptiness worn like a mask. It made my skin crawl. At the place where Ivan had fallen, I told the others I needed to piss. It was a bad lie and they knew it, but none of them called me on it. I stepped through the black mouth of the doorway into the house we had burned. The smell inside was not like campfires. It was sweet and wrong. In the bedroom a beam had fallen. Under it lay the skeleton of a man, his ribs split like a broken birdcage, ash dusted over everything like snow. In his arms, smaller bones were gathered close. You can tell a lot about a person from the way their bones are when the world has taken the rest. He had twisted himself so that his body curved around the small one, as if he could make himself into a container that could not be burned through. He had gone back in for what we had left behind. Outside, by the fence where I had shot at the movement, the rain had washed the mud clean enough for me to see what lay there. It was a little boy, perhaps 6 or 7, wearing an oversized tunic like a soldier's uniform that someone had cut down with clumsy hands. He held a toy gun in one fist, wood, whittled, painted black. There was a hole in his shirt near his heart. His face was turned toward me. His lips were parted as if he had been about to call to someone. I cannot explain why the world did not spin off its axis at that moment. I stood very still and stared at him, and then at the ground, because if I kept looking at his eyes I would never be able to move again. That night none of us slept. We closed our eyes and saw the same thing in different rooms. We dreamed about the man with wild eyes, the one who had run past us into the burning door. In each dream he stood closer than felt possible, and told us he would come back for us, one by one. He said it calmly, like he was making appointments. When morning arrived, we laughed because that is what men do when they are afraid of sounding like children. We told the story like it had happened to someone else. We packed our gear and shouldered our rifles and went about the tasks of the day harder than usual, grateful for anything that kept our hands busy. When the laughter stopped, the silence was louder than it had been the day before. You can make a life after a thing like that if you repeat certain sentences over and over. You tell yourself war is a place where good men do what they must. You remind yourself other people have done worse things and gone on breathing like everyone else. You tell yourself you did not know there was a baby in the house when you set it on fire. You say the phrase that sounds like a key turning in a lock. Only following orders. Then the years begin to carry themselves and it becomes easier to let them. A job, a wife, a balcony with a plant that dies and another that somehow does not. A neighbor who always borrows sugar and never returns the favor, the smell of bread when you pass the bakery in the morning, the way newspapers rustle, the ache in your knees on rainy days, the sound of radios late at night. And under all of that you keep a hand on the memory like a lid on a pot, and each time it rattles you press down a little harder. One by one, the 10 of us learned that lids do not stay shut forever. The first went in a way none of us expected, not because death doesn't come like that sometimes, but because we had all quietly believed that day was going to be the worst of our lives and we would get a free pass after. He fell from a scaffolding on a building site. He had stepped back to wave at someone below and misjudged where the plank ended. He didn't scream as he fell. Another called to tell me his head hurt, and then a week later he could not remember my name. A doctor opened his skull and found a bloom of sickness so sudden and arrogant they had to invent a word to describe it. It was never dramatic, never what you would tell in a soldier's song. It was small accidents and private tragedies, but within our circle we recognized the pattern like a whisper you hear even when the room is noisy. We didn't speak of the man from the burning house when we met, not at first. We talked about wives and grandchildren and lost teeth and the price of cabbage and the new trolley line and our sore backs. Every conversation had a shadow that matched us step for step. When there were 2 of us left, my friend ISF and me, he came to my door one evening in the hour when the sky is still light but the street lamps have already decided night has begun. He stood in the doorway the way a man stands with bad news and did not say it until I stepped back and he walked into my kitchen and sat where he had sat 100 times before with a bowl between us, the good kind, the one we saved and then saved again, and then learned that saving is not a virtue if it means you never drink the thing. "He's coming for me now," he said. He did not sigh. He did not try to laugh. He folded his hands on the table like a boy waiting to be graded on his penmanship. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that it was coincidence, that men our age drop cups and names and end themselves all the time, and no one blames a ghost. I wanted to say the words we had used to keep walking. But I saw his face and I saw my own in the kitchen window and both of us knew those sentences had expired. We cried. Men of our age do not mind admitting the truth of that. We cried in soft, quiet sobs so the neighbors would not hear and knock and then know the story too, and after a while the bottle was empty, and we were not brave, and he slept on my couch because I did not want to say goodbye on the stairs. The next day he shot himself in his apartment. He did it neatly. He cleaned his kitchen counter and put the plate in the rack to dry. He put a note where someone would immediately see it so there would be no need for searching. I did not read that note. I know what it said because my friend was a polite man, and we had written a version of that note to ourselves again and again, and again without moving a pen. I sat on my own couch that night, and stared at the place where he had sat and listened. The building made the same noise as it always does, pipes clicking, footsteps 2 floors above that were too heavy for the hour, a tram bell from the end of the street. I fell asleep by accident and dreamed. He has been coming to me for the last week in the same way he came to the others. He stands close enough that I cannot ignore him but not so close that I can tell if he is real. His hair is black where the rain slicked it down. His eyes are the kind that see one thing only. At first he said nothing. He just looked at me and smiled with his mouth closed, and each night the smile grew wider until it felt like the room itself was bending around it. Last night he began to whisper. His lips moved. I could see words forming, and I still could not hear them because something in me had closed its hands over my ears and would not let go. The moment I understand whatever it is he wants to say, I think the silence I have held like a heavy blanket will lift, and there will be nothing behind it but the clean drop. I am not brave enough for that. I will not sleep tonight. When my eyes start to close, I will go up to the roof and stand at the edge and lean into the air before the whisper turns into a sentence. The man we shot in the street, the woman with the shotgun and the young face, the baby we burned without meaning to, the father who ran in and did not come out. These are the shapes my life has taken whether I wanted it to or not. I can tell you we were frightened and wet and hungry and exhausted. I can tell you our sergeant died when the door blew outward and we were boys who loved him. I can tell you we did not know the baby was there. I can tell you we made a choice that made sense in a room full of smoke and mud and orders shouted through rain. All of that is true. None of it changes the sound a baby makes when it realizes the world it was born into is hot. I keep thinking about the radio in the tent, the men on trial, the sentence we all know by heart. I was only following orders. The line has a rhythm to it that makes the mouth like it. It lets you stand up straighter when people ask questions. It lets you sleep on Tuesdays when otherwise you wouldn't. It is not enough. Maybe it never was. I can write down every detail I remember in simple words. I can show you where we stood and what we saw and how my hands shook when I understood about the little boy by the fence. I can leave you the image of the father's bones wrapped around the small bones like a coat, and the idea of a man running into a burning house for someone he loved. I can tell you my friend ISF chose a clean ending rather than waiting for a dirty one. I can tell you I hear the whisper now even with my eyes open in a bright room. There is a way to tell this story that makes me look like a monster. There is a way to tell it that makes me look like a victim. Both ways leave something out. The truth sits between them and refuses to move. A man can be a soldier doing what he has been taught to do and still be the maker of a ruin he never meant to make. A village can be a place on a map and also a trap you carry under your ribs for the rest of your life. Orders can be given and followed and still not be enough to build a bridge back to the person you were before you obeyed them. If anyone finds this, believe that I wanted to be better than I was. Believe that I have carried these faces with me for longer than I carried my rifle. Believe that I have watched old men in parks tie string to the wrists of grandchildren and thought about how a small hand feels when it curls around your finger. Believe that there is a kind of mercy in choosing the moment you step away from a whisper. Believe that I cannot unhear the cry of a child any more than I can quiet the creak of my building as it settles for the night. The rain tonight is soft and polite. It taps the window instead of clawing it. When I open the door to the stairs, the hall smells like damp paper and dust. It is not winter in the way it was that day, but the air still holds cold in its corners. My knees complain as I climb. Old bodies make small noises that used to come from our packs and boots. The roof door sticks and then gives. The city lies out flat and familiar, the line of the river like a ribbon of dull metal, the radio mast blinking, the windows of other people's kitchens making warm squares in the dark. Somewhere someone laughs, and the sound floats up and then disappears. I step to the edge and look down at the street where a cat is running like it thinks someone is chasing it. I think about Ivan lifting a hand and us dropping into a ditch as one animal. I think about the smell of wet wool. I think about the smile that has been moving closer each night, about the way a mouth looks when it shapes a word you know well even if you can't hear it. I used to believe that history is a road other men built, and we just drive on. Now I know everyone lays a strip of it down as they go, crooked and cracked, and sometimes straight and sound for a while. The piece I laid on that December afternoon leads me to this place. I have written it plainly because plain words are all I have left. When I lean, I will be doing it for many reasons. Some of them would make sense to my mother, and some would not. The story will still be here on the table after I am gone. If someone reads it, and wants to close it softly, and put it back where they found it without telling anyone, that is also a kind of mercy. I was only following orders. I can feel the shape of the sentence in my mouth, even now. It's small and simple and not wrong. It's also not enough to carry the weight it asks to carry. The man in the doorway is speaking, and I am not going to listen. The rain is steady. The roof under my shoes is rough. The city is the same as it was a minute ago and different in the way all minutes make a difference. I will go before the whisper becomes a word. I woke because the whole bed jumped as if someone had lifted it and let it fall. For a second I didn't know where I was. Darkness pressed on the windows, the house made the small sounds a house makes when it breathes, and a line of green numbers on the nightstand told me it was 3:37 in the morning. I had no shift coming up, no reason to be awake, and yet I was wide-eyed, heart kicking, thoughts trying to line up in some kind of order. The only clear thing in the room was the shape beside me. Rebecca sat bolt upright, her hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, her chest heaving like she had run a sprint in her sleep. I told myself it was a dream. Years with her had taught me that sleep for her was quiet and heavy, the kind that pulled you under and kept you there. Nightmares were not part of her world. It felt wrong even to think the word. I called her name, gentle at first, then louder. Rebecca? Becca, it's me. The sound of my voice seemed to make things worse. She didn't look at me with the sleepy confusion I expected. She looked lost and frightened, eyes wide, mouth opening and closing like speech belonged to someone else. Only when I reached for her arm did the wrongness show itself completely. The heat that met my palm was not fever heat. It was the dry, searing heat of a coil on a stove. My skin stuck to hers. A smell hit me, faint and sweet, and I yanked my hand back on instinct, but I was too slow. Strings of softened flesh came with me, stretching between us, and for a heartbeat I saw something stringy and red under the skin that should have covered it. The sight flipped my stomach. Pain flared late and bright in my hand, then sharpened into something almost clean. I scrambled for the bathroom, bumping the door jamb with my shoulder, hearing her scream behind me and hating that I was leaving the room even for a second. Cold water brought me back to myself. I held my hand under the tap and watched the residue slide away. It left a hand that already didn't look like mine. The fingers were darker than they should have been, the natural lines blurred. Water ran over it and down my wrist and into the sink, pink for a moment before it cleared. The pain stayed for a few long breaths. Then, to my surprise, it thinned out and faded, not all the way, but enough that I could breathe without wanting to scream. I wrapped the hand in the first towel I could grab. The cotton clung to the wet and held on like a friend who refuses to leave when you're saying you're fine. Back at the bed, the room looked like a place I had never been. Rebecca had not moved. The screaming had changed, thinner now, not from lungs but from somewhere else. The skin on her arms, on her throat, on her face, had slipped and gathered and kept slipping, not in chunks the way a movie would show it, but in a slow, terrible slide, revealing flesh underneath that was somehow too clean. It made no sense. There was no soot, no blistering. It was like the surface layer of a candle had melted and shown the new wax beneath. In the middle of the noise she caught a breath that belonged to her, and in her voice, her actual voice, the one I knew from mornings and grocery lists and dumb jokes, she said, "John, it's okay. It's okay. It's almost done." Then she lay back as if a hand had pressed her gently down. In that moment I wished I could be someone else, someone who hadn't brought any of this into our life. We met in those woods. If you looked at a map, the trees didn't cover much ground, just a patch behind the high school and the long, square field where kids played baseball in the fall. On paper it was nothing. But the first time I stepped under those trees as a teenager, when home was a place to pass through quickly and school was a building with no air in it, the woods felt endless. The trunks were spaced almost evenly, as if something had measured and planned where each tree would go. The ground flattened itself out in a way that made you feel watched. Wind moved through and made a sound like someone shushing a room. I walked there when I wanted to be invisible. I burned things there too. Notebook paper. Receipts. Once, a page with my father's handwriting on it. Flames ate the paper from the corner in, curling it into black lace. It felt like control. Later, when I think about what I set on fire without using a match, I wish I had never learned to enjoy watching anything disappear. Years after those nights, after the restless walking and the small fires and the long months where I wasn't sure I would find anything to lean my life against, I found Rebecca. Or I told myself I did. She was where the trees opened into a clearing like a round room. The light fell evenly there, even late in the day. She had brown hair that moved like it knew the direction of the wind better than the leaves did. She didn't live in town then. She said she had come to see where the kids from the school hung out, to see what the place looked like where no teacher's voice could reach. We talked easily right away. That's what I remember when I'm trying to be fair to myself. She laughed at stories I'd never told anyone. She matched me step for step on the trail without needing to be led. She asked me questions and waited for the answers. Sometimes you meet someone and you feel the door and you open before you know you are getting up to answer the knock. If I tell it that way, everything that came next sounds like a bad turn taken in a good story. I don't get to tell it that way anymore. The truth is I did something. I made a choice. I found a ceremony in a book I shouldn't have been reading, The kind of book written by people who like to pretend they aren't asking for anything when they draw circles and say words out loud in old languages. It promised a binding. It promised love without having to do the work to be worthy of it. It promised an answer where I had only had questions. I lit the candles with hands that shook and told myself it was the wind. I wanted love. I wanted it more than I wanted to be good. There are worse sins in the world, I know that. But what I did next has a specific shape, and it fits my hands. You won't like hearing this. I don't like writing it. I asked someone else to come to the woods that night. Not Rebecca. Another girl. Blonde hair. Small. She stood where I asked her to stand and said it was pretty here, that she didn't come to this part of town much. I told her I had something to show her. Some people would have called it a joke if it had used less blood and fewer words I couldn't pronounce. The circle on the ground was drawn neat. The flames stood still inside the glass like they respected the edges I had made. When the air changed, I thought it was fear leaving my body. It wasn't. Something old, older than me, older than the trees, older than the books that pretended to own it, stepped into the life of a girl whose name I never learned. It smiled with her mouth. It kept smiling even when the first terrible sound climbed out of her throat. If you're hoping I ran then, I didn't. I told myself I had made a deal, and deals had to be kept. I told myself I had called love to me. I told myself 100 excuses because I didn't want to admit I had called something else and told it could stay. We got married years later. The world we built looked like a life. A small house. The kind of couch furniture stores promise will last a decade. Monday nights where we ate the same pasta and pretended not to like the show we always ended up watching. When people asked how we met, we told them a version with the edges sanded down. If there were days when she felt like a stranger in our kitchen, I told myself it was marriage being marriage. If there were nights when I woke and the room felt unfamiliar, I told myself it was the weather. If there were moments where her face looked too smooth or her smile arrived a half-second late, I told myself I was tired. When she leaned into me in bed and tucked her cold feet under my calf the way she liked to do, the part of me that knew better went quiet for a few more hours. You can live a long time that way, trading tiny pieces of truth for comfort. You can also run out of pieces. After the night when my hand stuck to her skin and burned and the bathroom filled with the smell of a melted candle, I stopped pretending. Seeing my own palm wrapped in a towel I had bought on sale, looking less like a hand and more like something you see in a museum behind glass, put me in a new room. I could walk away from everything, or I could do what I should have done years earlier and try to set it right. I didn't think I had a right to use words like set right anymore. But I knew I couldn't keep waking up in a bed where someone I loved sometimes wasn't there even when she was inches from me. I asked Rebecca to walk with me the next afternoon. The day had that dull winter sun that makes everything look honest whether it wants to or not. We drove to the patch of woods and parked where we always parked. The branches above us were bare as ribs. I took her hand, the way I always did. My burned hand stayed bandaged and useless and heavy at my side. She talked about the wind and how it had a taste to it like old pennies. I listened and tried not to look at the skin on her neck, which was clear and smooth as if the night before had not happened. I wanted to believe she didn't remember. I wanted to believe a lot of things. This feels different, she said after a while. Good different. I forgot how much I liked this place when I was young. It's strange to miss a forest. She smiled in a way that made me want to lie and say everything was fine. Instead, I squeezed her fingers and nodded and kept walking. The trees did their even spacing trick. The ground kept being flat and empty of the little signs you use to say you've been here before. That precision had comforted me once. Today it made my shoulders tight. We found the clearing. Something small lay at the edge of a perfect circle of bare dirt. Rebecca bent to pick it up. A stuffed bear, singed along one side as if someone had tried to press it to a hot plate and thought better of finishing the job. Is this for me? She asked, her voice light for a second. No, I said before I could think of a softer word. Kids, maybe. Matches. I used to do that, you know. Out here. Paper, mostly. Burn a corner and watch the fire take over. Seems stupid now. I told her about the dumb teenage science of it. The way flame eats faster if you feed it air at the right time. The way the edge goes from white to brown to black in a heartbeat. Old stories are easier than new truths. She listened the way she always did, with her head tilted and her eyes on my mouth. I like when you talk like that, she said. You make everything sound like a scene in a book. I laughed. I didn't know you wanted to write, I said, and she said, we've been married for years and you didn't know that? The joke found a nail to catch on and tore. Sometimes it feels like I'm still learning you, I said. Sometimes it feels like you're someone else. It was a small sentence. It landed like a stone dropped in a still pond. The circles it made kept going. She straightened and let the bear fall. Whatever looked back at me through her eyes then wasn't the person who had asked if the bear was a gift. What did you say? Her voice came out flat, as if speaking English was an effort. I raised my good hand the way you do when a dog you love gets startled. Let's sit, I said. Let's talk about the other night. There is nothing to talk about, she said. You brought me here for a reason. She stepped closer. The smell of her hair, the one that usually made me think of apple shampoo and rain, had a trace of something metallic now. You're going to try to leave me, she said, calm as a newsreader. You can't. I should have been braver. I should have said it straight. This is wrong, was all I managed. It's been wrong from the start. I knew that and I did it anyway. I reached into my jacket and felt the smooth edge of the cross against my knuckles. It was the kind of cheap silver that leaves a smudge on your skin if you wear it on a hot day. I had borrowed it from a drawer in a church office while the secretary took a phone call and pretended not to see me. I had filled a canteen with water from the same sink a priest used to rinse out his chalice after Mass, and told myself that counted for something. Nothing about any of this had been done the clean way. I still needed to try. Please don't, she said. It was Rebecca's voice again, soft and near. If words could put you to sleep, hers would have. I love you, I said, and the truth of it hurt. But she doesn't belong to either of us. Her face changed in a way you can't describe if you haven't seen it. It was like watching three people stand in one doorway at the same time, each trying to be the only one who could enter. Bone made noises skin isn't meant to hear. She moved with a speed that broke the air. I fumbled with the canteen and lost the second you lose when your hands are afraid, and your heart is trying to pull your ribs apart from the inside. The cross came out of my jacket and into my palm with my burned hand, the hand that didn't feel like mine anymore. When she lunged, the cross met her cheek. I didn't swing hard. I didn't have to. Contact was enough. If you have ever touched salt to ice, you know the way it bites. The water did that to her skin when I finally got the cap off and slung a palmful into her face. Where it landed, a line appeared, not a burn, exactly, but the opposite. It erased. Flesh loosened like wax and fell in a ribbon. The scream that tore the space between us reminded me of the night in our bedroom, and then it went past it. The woods heard it. The birds lifted in one sheet and flew as if the sky had come through the branches to grab them. I pressed the cross to the place the water had made clean. With my ruined hand I held it there even as the same melting began again, and rolled over my fingers, into the weave of my bandage, down to my wrist. There should have been agony. There was only a numb pressure, as if the nerves had decided enough was enough and gone quiet. Words came out of her in a rush, layered, some I could understand, some that sounded like mouthfuls of stones. Curses. Promises. Names for things I had not believed in until I turned my back on the person I had been and asked them to come anyway. None of it moved me. The only thing that did was the small, human sound underneath all of it, a sound that belonged to the girl I had brought there years ago. The one who hadn't been allowed to speak with her own mouth for so long. When the noise stopped, it was like the air in the clearing changed color. Her body slumped and became heavy in my arms. Where Rebecca's face had been, a different one lay smooth and still. Lighter hair, the pale blonde of children in summer photographs. A small scar near the corner of her lip, the kind you get from falling off a bike. She could have been sleeping if you didn't know what the last 10 minutes had been. I dropped the cross because there was no reason to hold on to it anymore. It fell into the circle and lay there like any other piece of metal. I knelt and slid my good arm under the girl's shoulders and my bad one under her knees and lifted. She weighed almost nothing. That felt unfair, too. I told her I was sorry, even though her eyes were closed, and her lips didn't move. "The nightmare is over," I said, because I wanted it to be true and because sometimes saying things out loud helps the world understand what you need from it. "I never should have done any of it," I said, because that was the foundation under every other sentence I could make now. Something screamed farther into the trees, the same scream as before but weaker, as if the thing making it had been put in a smaller room. It did not make my legs shake the way it had 15 minutes earlier. I stood and carried the girl. The path we took back to the car seemed obvious now. I could make out small differences in the ground where before there had been none, scuffs from our shoes on the way in, a spot where someone else had dragged a stick 100 times to make a trench for rainwater that never came. My body knew the distance better than my eyes did. When we stepped out from under the branches, the light was already lower. I put the girl in the back seat and tucked my coat under her head. Her chest rose shallowly, then paused, then rose again. That was enough for now. I sat behind the wheel and watched her in the rearview mirror. For a second I saw Rebecca instead, not because of any trick or possession or horror, but because my brain had learned to put that face everywhere. I blinked and the girl was back, small and quiet and real. I thought about calling an ambulance. I thought about carrying her into a hospital and trying to explain the unexplainable under fluorescent lights while a nurse wrapped my hand in whatever they use when a person has burned themselves in a way that doesn't make sense. I thought about using my phone to dial a number I had deleted years ago and pressing it to my ear and saying, "I did it. I fixed it. Please tell me what to do now." Instead I turned the key and drove, because movement is easier than more decisions, and there were none left that wouldn't hurt someone. On the road home I watched the sky go from gray to that low purple winter uses when it's not sure which direction it wants to take. Houses slipped by with their lights on in the kitchen and the television turning blue and white in the living room. In each of them a person stood, stirring a pot or reading a recipe off their phone or pulling a sweater over their head, doing the small things that make up a life. I wanted to reverse the car and back into the day before I found that book, to be handed a hard life instead of a wrong one. That's not how anything works. You walk forward with what you've made, and if you're lucky you get a chance to make something different after. My hand throbbed once I stopped thinking about it. Not sharply, not in a way that asked for attention, but low and steady. I flexed my fingers under the towel and felt the drag of cloth on skin that would never be the same. In the mirror the girl shifted and made a small sound, the kind a person makes when her body is taking inventory. "You're safe," I said, because it was the only promise I could make and keep. The house welcomed us with its normal smell, coffee grounds, laundry soap, whatever dinner had been last night. I carried her inside and laid her on the couch. I stood there for a minute with my hands hanging stupidly because caring for anyone felt dangerous now. Then I found a blanket and tucked it around her and set a glass of water on the table, because even if it was nothing, it was something to do. I sat on the floor with my back to the couch and listened to her breathe. When she woke it would be in a world that had kept moving without her. Her parents might still live 2 towns over in a house with a mailbox that had her name painted on it in blue. They might have moved years ago because staying hurt too much. They might be gone too, and the only people who would recognize her face would be the ones who cried every time the local news ran a story on cases that never found an answer. I would have to pick up a phone and say my name to someone who had every right to hate the sound of it. I had ruined a piece of their world to build mine. No sentence starts with "I'm sorry" and ends with "everything's fine." Sometimes you say the words because they are the only ones you have. Sometimes you say them because not saying them makes you a different kind of coward. The bedroom down the hall looked like it had that morning. The dent in the pillow. The broken place in the sheet where my hand had stuck. The clock, patient and indifferent. I didn't know whether I would sleep there again, or if sleep would be something my body trusted me with any time soon. The cross lay on the kitchen counter where I had dropped it when we came in, metal dull and ordinary. It did not hum with any kind of power. Tools are only tools. People are the ones who give them jobs. An hour passed. Maybe two. The girl's eyes opened and focused on the ceiling. She turned her head and saw me and had the good sense to look scared. I lifted both hands slowly, palms out, the way you do when you want someone to know you won't repeat the worst thing you have ever done. "You're safe," I said again, and told her my name, and told her I would help her find hers. She put a hand to her mouth, and her fingers trembled. Then she nodded once. It was the smallest of agreements, and it felt like more than I deserved. Later, when the house was quiet and she slept again and I sat alone on the edge of the bed with my bad hand resting like a stone in my lap, the thought came, uninvited and quick, that I had cut myself away from the only person who had ever filled the empty parts of me without asking what they would get in return. It was a mean thought. It used my old loneliness like bait. I let it pass through. You can stand on a roof and think about jumping without moving your feet. You can let a thought say its piece and then ask it to leave. I do not know what happens to love that is built on a lie. I know what happens to people who try to hold on to it. They wake up at 3:37 in a room that doesn't feel like theirs anymore and rip skin from the arm of someone they promised to care for. They carry a girl through a forest and spend the rest of their life learning to say her name without hearing a scream someone else made months or years ago. They sit at a kitchen table and write the numbers they have to call on a pad of paper and wonder if honesty this late still counts as honesty. Morning will come because that's what mornings do. I will dial. I will say what I did. I will keep saying it. I will take whatever comes. If there is anything good left in me that isn't just guilt dressed up as virtue, it will show itself in small ways. I will make tea for a stranger. I will answer questions calmly. I will take my hand to a doctor and let him tell me what he can and can't fix. I will hand a pair of people their daughter if they want her back and step aside if they don't want me in the room. I will not reach for a match when a day feels long. I will learn to live with a space beside me where a voice used to be. People like to say the woods remember. I don't think trees carry stories in their rings in any way that matters to us. We are the ones who remember. We carry our own circles, the ones we drew and the ones we step out of with our feet shaking and our hearts raw. If there is a kind of forgiveness in the world that isn't just forgetting, maybe it looks like this. The sound of someone else breathing in your house at night who is alive because, at last, you chose the painful thing instead of the easy one. Maybe it looks like a clock that reads 3:37 one night, and then 3:38, 3:39, 3:40, on another when you are awake for better reasons. Maybe it looks like a ruined hand that cannot feel heat, and yet still learns how to touch gently. Loneliness walks with people. It has walked with me a long time. It will keep step now too, I know that. But tonight there is another presence in this house, small and real and tired. And for the first time since I said the first wrong words in a circle of dirt under even trees, I have done something that does not ask a stranger to pay for my comfort. The road ahead is not a straight line. It will take me through rooms I am afraid of. There will be a moment in every day when I will want to take it all back and say none of it happened. There will be more than one moment when a voice that sounds like love will try to talk me into believing I am the one who has been wronged. When that happens, I will think of a girl whose face became her own again in a circle in the woods, and I will remember what it felt like when the screaming stopped. I will let that silence teach me how to start over. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was doing a late set in a small New York bar when the thing with the fish got away from me. The room had maybe a dozen tired people and a red neon beer sign that looked more awake than any of them. I had a joke about lotion that ends with a funny-sounding fish, and I tripped on the last word. Tilapia. I stumbled on the syllables, the punchline clattered to the floor, and whatever energy I had in the room went with it. One kind lady laughed. I told her thanks and called her mom. That got a better chuckle than the actual joke. I thanked the crowd, set the microphone back on the stand, and left the stage with my shoulders pulling at my jacket. Danny slid a cold bottle against the back of my neck as I reached the bar. "You're sweating, Nikki," she said. She was closing her little kitchen, dark hair up, sleeves rolled. Danny always had the right line and the right drink. I told her I'd just eaten my own set. She told me I was funny and meant it, which helped a little and not at all at the same time. We tried to brainstorm other fish. Carp? Halibut? She tossed out, gefilte, with a wink. Funniest line of the night. A young guy followed me on stage. Skinny. Nervous. An imitation of a famous comic you've seen 100 times at open mics. Danny said his name was Ari, short for Greenbaum. "He's alright," she added. "Really nice." I watched him work while I worked on the beer. He wasn't worse than me. He wasn't better than me either. There are nights like that. The laugh lines on your face don't deepen. Nobody hates you. Nobody remembers you. The MC, a friendly guy named Alex, came back up like a morning radio host who'd had 3 coffees. He announced a special treat for the handful of people still awake. "Please welcome, making his comedy debut here at the mic stand, the magnificent Rodney Walters." The old man who climbed the steps wore a threadbare suit that had been sharp in another decade. He had a big mole to the left of his nose, the kind you can't help but stare at when the conversation goes slow. He told a joke about flying in from a massage parlor, and how tired the masseuse's arms were. It was an old line. He had a few more like it. You could hear the dull clink of glasses and the soft coughs of people waiting to be polite again. "Time to take a leak," I told Ari as we both stood. We walked past the tables with the same kind of smile you give a neighbor you barely know. In the bathroom we could still hear his rhythm through the door, the setup punch of quick one-liners you could find in a dusty book by the register of a roadside gift shop. We laughed a little at our own relief, not unkindly, just glad to be off stage, glad not to be listening. Then a bright, honest sound came through the wall. Laughter. Real laughter. Not polite. Not forced. Someone in the room had found something truly funny. Ari and I looked at each other. We rinsed our hands and rushed back out. The stage was empty. The old man was already halfway out the door. We caught the back of his suit as he slipped onto the street. In the room, the laughter kept pouring out like somebody had turned a hidden valve. It didn't stop after 5 seconds or 10. It built. It rolled. A woman leaned so far back she tipped her chair. Someone slapped the table, then the floor with his open hand. It was joy, and it was too much, and it didn't make sense. Alex came wobbling from the back, hands braced on his knees the way people do when they've been laughing so hard they can't breathe. Tears ran out of his eyes. The veins in his forehead stood out like cables. He tried to speak, to tell us the line that had done it, and the words fell apart in his mouth because the laughter took him again. It went on too long. It moved from funny to frightening. "Tell us the joke," Ari said. Alex tried, failed, tried again. His face was a deep purple now. The laughter knotted up in him, turned into something too tight to hold. I reached to steady him just as he coughed. It wasn't a cough. A bright red spray hit the floor. He coughed again and again. It wasn't vomit. It was blood. He fell. The noise in the room kept rising, but it had a dangerous edge now, like a party gone wrong in slow motion. "Danny," I called. "We need to go." She stood frozen behind the bar with 2 beers in her hands, both slipping, both dropping. We moved her toward the door. On the way, a man collapsed into a table and slid boneless to the floor. I wanted to stop and help him. Something in me knew we were already too late to help anyone. We ducked into the night and called for help with our backs against the cold brick, the neon buzzing over our heads, and the sound of laughter still leaking through the walls. The police did their work. They taped the door. They asked questions. They looked at us the way you look at a map in a city you've never been to. We waited under bright lights in a room that smelled like coffee and dust. They offered us bologna sandwiches, the kind they give the drunks and the unlucky. The men and women in uniform settled on a story that felt like a relief simply because it had a shape. Gas leak. Low oxygen. People get silly, then they pass out, then they don't get back up. We had been safe, we were told, because the bathroom had better airflow and the kitchen had its own system. It was neat. It didn't feel true. I took Danny to a cab and watched her go. Back home, I stared at the ceiling until my eyes burned. I tried to tell myself it was fine to believe the simplest answer. The old man's name sat on the table with my keys. The magnificent Rodney Walters. The mole by his nose. A coat that didn't fit. The way he had slipped out before the room turned into a sound I still heard when I closed my eyes. 2 days later the phone woke me at 9 in the morning, which is not a kind thing to do to a comic. It was Ari. "You reading the paper?" he asked. I told him I wasn't. He said another club in Brooklyn had a gas leak. 10 people dead. Same kind of place. Same kind of night. "It's not gas," he said. "It's that guy. It has to be." I wanted to argue. I wanted the world to be normal. I agreed to meet him at noon at a pizza place. Lucky's smelled like hot dough, melted cheese, and oregano. Ari had another guy with him, mid-30s, friendly face, a small gold cross. His name was John. He told me he was a pastor's assistant at a Baptist church. Then Ari grinned and said John was also a comic. I asked if he worked clean. John grinned back and told me he worked filthy as sin. Then he said sin again, as if the word might be useful soon. We ate. Ari said he hadn't slept right since the night in the club. He told John everything and John told him a story that sounded too old to be told over soda and slices. He said there were old books, written long before any of us, that whispered about a joke so funny it could break the person who heard it. Not just one person. Anyone in earshot. The joke itself was never written down. That was the point. To write it was to carry it. To tell it was to break the room and yourself with it. You could read it and survive, John said, if read meant let it into your head and lock it somewhere tight. But the moment you let it out, you would go with it. I told John that was a colorful way to talk about a dangerous idea, and he said ideas have teeth you can't see. Ari watched me like he wanted permission to keep believing. I told them the one fact that didn't fit. The old man on our stage left the room. If the person telling the joke dies too, how did he do that? John and Ari shared a look that said they had already walked past that question together. Because he isn't a person, Ari said. He's the devil. John nodded. He said the devil has as many names as there are days, and you can add Rodney Walters to the list if you like. I didn't want any of this to be true. I also didn't want to live in a world where a crowd laughed itself to death for no reason. We left it there, 3 men with hot hands and empty plates, and a story on the table we didn't fully pick up. That night the local news ran a cheerful segment about a big outdoor comedy festival. Midtown Mania. Stages, lights, headliners, merch. A sea of people in Central Park, cheering for their favorites. The anchor smiled and announced that a raffle winner would get a guest spot before the biggest crowd of the year. A picture flashed on the screen. The man in the old suit with the mole beside his nose. We wish our lucky winner, the magnificent Rodney Walters, a magnificent set. Ari called as the picture faded. I didn't even say hello. I saw, I said. It's him. Ari talked fast. The festival was a week away. He said his sister had tickets. He said we had to do something. I asked if he could talk her out of going. He said she wouldn't listen, and even if she did, there would be 80 or 90,000 other people there. It didn't matter if I believed in the old books or not. The picture on the screen had brought us to the part of the story where you stop arguing and start moving. We met behind the big stage the afternoon of the show. The park was a living thing. People covered the grass in every direction like a bright quilt. Food carts steamed. Music from the sound check drifted over the trees. Someone with a clipboard told us where the trailers were. Ari had found out which one the contest winner would use. Number 10. We moved when most eyes were on the stage. Joey Diaz was up. A comedian who doesn't fear a crowd can pull every gaze toward him and leave a clear path at his back. We stood in front of the little white door with a black number. I whispered the part about how we had no plan. John whispered back that faith was a plan, which was the kind of answer that's more comforting when you hear it in a church than behind a trailer with your heart racing. Ari knocked. We heard a slow step. The door opened. The mole. The suit. The familiar polite face that didn't seem like a face at all when you looked too long. "Yes?" he said. John chose wrestling over conversation. He hit the old man at the waist and drove him to the floor. The two of them landed with an unfriendly thud. Ari and I pulled the door shut behind us, not sure if we were keeping the world out or keeping something in. "Get off me," the man wheezed. "I have to be on stage in 15 minutes. John announced that he was sending him back where he belonged. It felt surreal, like a rehearsal for a play I hadn't read. The man didn't fight the way I expected the devil would fight. He didn't turn into smoke. He didn't sprout horns. He lay on the worn carpet, old and angry. "Hold on," Ari said, doubt in his voice now. "It is one thing to swear an oath in a pizza shop. It is another to hold it in a 12-by-8 room that smells like air freshener and coffee." "He's the prince of lies," John said. "Don't trust the look of him." Then the old man did the one thing I did not expect. He admitted it. "Yes," he said. "You caught me. I'm Satan. This body isn't built for theatrics. The summoning ends at midnight. I'll go home. I just thought I'd make an evening of it." John squared his shoulders and stepped closer, hands up, ready for another lunge. That's when the old man began a simple little story in a normal little voice. "A guy walks into a deli," he said. It was casual. It was nothing. It was also everything. John froze. The room went quiet enough that we could hear a water bottle settle somewhere behind us. "Don't say it," John said. "In the name of God, don't say it." The old man kept going, as polite as a neighbor retelling a joke he liked. "He points to the biggest bologna in the case." Ari shouted, "Earplugs," and we all grabbed them, a ridiculous plan we'd settled on as a last line of defense. We shoved the foam into our ears so fast it hurt. The world dulled. You could still hear voices, but they were far away, safe behind glass. The doors swung open and someone stepped in, unaware, grinning at the sound of the setup. It was the actual Dave Attell, a comic we all knew and respected. He had come to say hi on his way to his set. He heard the delivery man and smiled wider. He wanted to hear the line. He was a comic. "This is what we do." We listened for the turn. The punchline came. We watched it land on his face like a spotlight. First a smile. Then a laugh. Then the kind of laugh you don't control. His head tipped back. Color rose to his skin in a wave. The room shook with the force of it even through the foam. Then the human body reached the point where no more laughter fits. Something gave. The sound we heard was quiet with the plugs in. A small sharp pop. "The sight will not leave me." His body dropped. The small trailer was suddenly too small. Ari screamed, which we heard as a thin thread of sound. John cried out to heaven. The old man smiled. And we moved. We pinned his arms and shoulders and pressed him to the cheap carpet. He didn't fight like a monster. He lay like a man. That made it stranger. It also made it possible. I grabbed the raised spot beside his nose. I pinched it hard. It came away in my hand the way a scab does when you pull at it by mistake. The old man's eyes went dark in a way I cannot explain. Something left. I don't know where it went. The air felt flat, as if a storm had moved on. The three of us stood in that bright, awful quiet. We pulled our earplugs out. The world came back. From the stage came the soft thump of a bass, and the rumble of 1,000 people shifting on the grass. We called for help in the only way that felt safe. We opened the door, and we waved our arms until someone looked. I don't remember the order of what happened next. After, we learned that the man who had died was not the real headliner. The real Dave Attell took the stage that night to a roar. Someone else, someone who looked and sounded so much like him that he had fooled us for a moment, had wandered into a room at the worst possible time. I am not proud of the part of me that felt relief. I didn't know where to put the rest. Life does not go back to normal. It tilts and settles. A month later I had the keys to the little club where this started. I bought it from the estate of the owner who died that first night. I installed 3 taps behind the bar that made sense. Guinness. Bud Light. If it's your place, you get to decide little things like that. Danny kept her job and her perfect timing. Ari got passed at a nicer room. He started writing jokes that sounded like him instead of someone else. John got ordained. He still did comedy on weekends. He bought something he called a just in case for his closet, and I didn't ask to see it. One night I did my set and did not trip over the fish. I said flounder instead of tilapia. Ari's suggestion. It felt good to say and good to hear. The laugh warmed the room. I stepped off stage and Danny put a cold beer in my hand. The neon light made little rivers in the glass. The MC, with full lungs and a calm pulse, announced an unlisted special guest. The real Attell took the stage to a surprise cheer that felt like relief wearing the mask of joy. He did the kind of set that makes comics stand at the side of the room and smile without thinking about it. I asked Danny if she ever felt like we were living inside a story that was aware of itself. She said yes and laughed, and called me a sap. We clinked bottles gently so the sound wouldn't crash the moment. Outside, a soft rain began. The kind you can talk over. The kind that makes a city feel like it is smoothing its edges for a minute. We stood in it at closing time and let it soak into our sleeves and our hair. It was a good night to believe in quiet things. In the weeks that followed, Ari told the fish joke the way I taught him and stuck the landing every time. He still called me at bad hours, and I still answered, and he still said dude, almost as often as he breathed. John came by on Sundays with a tired grin and a new bit that somehow managed to be kind and filthy at once. He did not mention earplugs, but I caught him glancing at the shelf where we kept a small orange jar. If this all sounds like someone wrote it, I understand. I have thought that myself. But lives are made of set lists and phone calls and takeout, and sudden moments where you're asked to act as if you believe something you can't prove. Sometimes the answer is a graceful no. Sometimes it's a clumsy yes. I am not sure what my answer was that day in the trailer. I only know that the old man's eyes went still and the air came back into the room. I know that we walked out into the sun and the crowd cheered for the next comic the way crowds always do, as if nothing strange had happened in the white box behind them, as if the joke had missed them and that meant the world was fine. It isn't my place to explain what the devil can or cannot do with a borrowed suit. It isn't my place to say whether an ancient book can hold a small, perfect bomb of words inside it for 1,000 years. It is my place to learn a simpler, better fish. It is my place to keep an eye on the door when someone with a mole by his nose walks in. It is my place to serve drinks with a steady hand and to tell Danny I appreciate her, and to text Ari back even when he doesn't deserve it. It is my place to stand at the back of my own room and listen when a comic I love takes the stage. It is my place to soften the little edges I can soften and to let the rest sit in the dark. On quiet weeknights, when the air in the club is easy, the microphone catches the light in a way that makes it look like a small, polished thing without any history. I think about a room full of people leaning back, roaring, losing themselves, and I feel the half-second where laughter is the best thing on earth and the half-second after where it can break you. I want the first half-second for my crowd every time. I want them to go home tired and lighter than when they came in. If they spill a little beer because a joke shakes their hand, so be it. If they forget for a moment that the world is strange and can hurt you, so be that too. But when I lay in bed and the ceiling asks for a story to help it sleep, I give it this one, and I let it end with a quiet bar, 3 taps, a blue neon washing the bottles, and a punchline that lands exactly where it should without breaking anything. I owe the world at least that much. On a different night, when the room is full and the bass from a car outside sneaks under the door, I let my eyes move to the old poster we found in the back closet when we took over the lease. It's from a comedy festival years ago, the date faded, the ink worn. In the lower corner is the kind of line a printer slips in when he wants to be cute. "He's killing up there," it says, and the words would make me laugh if they didn't make me look at the door again for a man with a suit a little too big and a mole to the left of his nose. Sometimes the best we can do is keep the lights just warm enough, the stools close enough, the jokes true enough, and the laughter gentle enough. Sometimes the best we can do is stand ready with a towel for a spilled drink, and with a hand for a soft shake, and with 2 small orange earplugs in the drawer under the register, just in case a story tries to tell itself in our room again. Danny says I worry too much. Ari says I don't worry enough. John says faith is a pair of earplugs and a prayer if you need them. I say okay to all 3. This city is full of rooms like ours. Some have better lights. Some have better sound. Some serve better fries. All of them hold the same simple wish: that a human with a microphone can gather strangers and give them a safe hour where a sentence starts, turns, and then lands, and when it lands it makes a shape that fits in your chest without pushing anything else out. It is not a small thing when it works. It is not a little gift to do that for someone after a long day. I hope the next time an old man in a faded suit feels a door open where it shouldn't, he finds nobody on the other side. Or if he does, I hope he finds a small, stubborn club owner with a bar towel on his shoulder and a bartender with a good laugh and a friend who learned to say flounder instead of tilapia. I hope he finds he is, at last, outnumbered. One rain-heavy afternoon, months later, I found myself alone in the club. The room looked different when the chairs were up and the stage was quiet. I stood at the mic and said nothing and listened to the rain tap the glass and the old pipes answer in their whispering way. For a moment I thought I heard the echo of that too loud laughter from that first night, like thunder remembered. Then it faded, and I was just a person standing in a room that had seen good and bad and was ready for another night either way. I wiped the bar. I checked the taps. I sent Ari a fish emoji. I told Danny I'd be late because I was buying more napkins than any bar should ever need. I locked the door behind me. The sky was the color of a tin roof. Somewhere in the city 1,000 people were leaning back in office chairs laughing at something someone had said, and they were safe, and that was enough for me. If the old books are right, they only ever get to write the first half of a story. People get to decide the rest. And for now, at least in our little room, the rest is simple. You sit, you listen, you breathe, you laugh, you pay, you tip, you leave, you sleep. And if you wake at 9 because your friend calls with a wild idea, you answer, because sometimes he'll be right. I moved to Boston about a month ago for a postdoctoral position at a research lab. I kept telling myself that detail any time I felt silly about what I was seeing. I am a scientist, I would think. I run experiments, write code, present data. I am not the kind of person who scares herself with ghost stories. The apartment I moved into wasn't even old in that cinematic way you imagine when you think haunted. It's a small place from the 1970s, a little worn, a little cramped, painted the kind of white that looks like chalk. I share it with a friend of a friend because the rent in this city is a punchline. There is lead paint under the fresh coat if you believe the building group chat, but there are no creaking staircases, no stained glass, no heavy portraits watching you from walls. Just 2 rooms, a galley kitchen, a bathroom with a mirror that sits above a narrow sink, and a window that faces a brick wall. The first night I slept there, I brushed my teeth in that tiny bathroom while balancing on the bath mat that won't stay flat. I was watching foam slide down the drain when something in the mirror moved, quick as a blink, like someone passing behind me. It was so quick that I second-guessed it immediately. I turned around, because my new roommate hadn't come home yet and I thought maybe I'd hear her keys, but the hallway was empty. The air was still. There was only the hum of the fridge and the soft whir of the vent. I leaned closer to the glass, looking for some trick of light, a reflection from a car outside, anything. After a minute I laughed at myself, rinsed, and told my brain to get used to a new space. The next week was a blur. Paperwork, trainings, badge access for the animal facility, an orientation that started on 1 floor and somehow ended 3 buildings away, emails I was already behind on, a welcome coffee I didn't need. I lost my ID twice and had to follow a postdoc down a hallway I could swear wasn't there the day before. I got home each night tired and full of noise. I brushed my teeth with my eyes on the faucet, washed my face, and crawled into bed thinking about protocols. Ghosts were far down the list of what my head could handle. It wasn't until the weekend, when I decided to wipe down the bathroom because the mirror had spots, that I let myself really look at it again. I climbed up like a kid, one knee on the edge of the sink, hip braced against the counter, paper towels in one hand and a bottle of glass cleaner in the other. I sprayed the top corner and made little circles with the towel, chasing the last streak. When I leaned back to check, a face flashed in the glass right behind my shoulder, close enough that instinct jerked through me like static. The bottle slipped. The paper towels flew. I lost my balance and came down hard on my heels, then on my back, banging the cabinet door with a hollow thud. My new roommate, Cassie, ran in half awake, hair a mess, t-shirt crooked, asking if I was okay. I told her I just slipped. I couldn't make myself say, "I saw someone in the mirror," because it sounded ridiculous in my own head. After she went back to her room, I stood up slowly and faced the glass again. The only thing looking back was me, red cheeks, damp hairline, a thin line from where the cabinet had caught me. I touched the spot and forced a laugh out, too loud for the small space, then cleaned in quick, practical strokes like I could wipe the small jump out of my body. That night I woke around 2:30 and unsettled. I tried to tell myself I didn't need the bathroom, then got up anyway, because ignoring small needs always makes the rest of the night worse. I used the toilet like I was trying not to wake someone, every movement careful. I washed my hands while staring at the curve of the basin. I told myself not to look up. I told myself I could just turn off the light and leave. Then I did look, because it's almost harder not to. In the upper right of the mirror, past my own reflection, was the face of a girl. She looked like she might be 16 or 17. Her hair was stringy like she had just gotten out of a lake and never dried. Her skin was pale in that way that doesn't mean delicate. It means tired, washed out, like paper left in a drawer. Her eyes were huge and black, not empty, just deep in a way that felt wrong for a bathroom where toothpaste was still on the counter. She wasn't scary in the way a horror movie monster is scary. She was just there, watching, as if she'd been waiting for me to notice her. My throat made a sound I didn't know I could make, too loud for 2 in the morning, and then there was a hand on my shoulder. It was Cassie again. My heart slammed so hard it stole my breath. I understood why people in books say they sank to the floor. That is what my legs did. I slid down the wall and sat on the tile and tried not to talk. Cassie rubbed sleep out of her eyes and asked what was wrong, that same dull, worried voice people use in the middle of the night when they're not sure if you're sick or crying. I said, There's someone in the mirror." The words sounded like a joke even as they came out, and I hated how small my voice was. Cassie stared at me like she was trying to be kind and not laugh. She turned and looked at the mirror. The girl was still there for me. She blinked slow as a cat. Her nostrils flared with a small breath, and for a stupid second I thought, she's breathing out of sync with me. I grabbed Cassie's shoulders and turned her toward the exact corner. "Right there," I said. "Right there, she's looking at us." Cassie's face changed from concern to that thin expression that means she thinks you're having a bad dream, and she wants to handle it gently. "Liz," she said, careful, "go back to bed. There's nothing there." Her tone was soft enough that I didn't feel scolded, but the sentence still made me burn. I could see the girl. She was next to my face in the glass. She looked frightened, but not of me. She looked desperate, which is a strange word to pin to a reflection, but that's the one my body gave me. I went back to my room because Cassie was tired and because a person can only insist on a thing so many times when it makes them sound unstable. I lay under my covers and felt my heart beat in my throat and thought, if I close my eyes, I will hear her. The next 3 days, I used the kitchen sink like a campsite. I rinsed my toothbrush in a cup. I turned my face away from the bathroom every time I walked past the door. I stayed late at the lab one night on purpose because labs have bright lights and other people in them and mirrors that belong to work, and it felt easier to be scared there. I am good at work. I am less good at saying, "I think there is a dead girl in my apartment mirror." Avoiding things only works until curiosity and dread make a deal. Saturday afternoon, when I knew the sun would still be up and Cassie would be out with her boyfriend, I stood in the bathroom doorway and told myself I was going to act like myself. I turned on the light. I stepped in. I lifted my chin and looked. She was there, the same as before, as if no time passed between my last glance and this one. Those deep black eyes were fixed on mine. I realized my mouth had opened a little because I could hear a faint sound just on the edge of hearing, like humming through a wall. It felt like standing next to a refrigerator you forgot makes noise, only this noise came from her. I didn't mean to move closer, but I did, inch by inch, my breath fogging the glass. The humming rose and fell like a tune I almost recognized. My nose bumped the mirror and that small, ordinary tap brought me back to myself. I stepped back fast and was about to leave the room when the apartment door banged open and Cassie came in with an armful of groceries and a loud hello. I rinsed my hands so it would look like I was doing something normal. I dried them on the towel even though they were dry. Before I left, I looked one more time. The girl's mouth had opened. The humming was more like a whisper of a melody now, a thing without words. I went to my room and pressed my back against the door and slid down again and laughed once the way you do when something is not funny but you need your body to release the pressure somehow. That night, after Cassie and her boyfriend turned on a movie in the living room, I sat on my bed with my laptop and searched for forums I used to laugh at. People who see things in mirrors. People who see faces out of the corner of their eye. Photos that capture what eyes don't. Most of it was junk or jokes. Some of it was the kind of writing that wants attention. I did not want attention. I wanted an answer that wasn't embarrassing to say out loud. After an hour, I made an account on a small site and wrote a post that began, "I know how this sounds, but I promise I'm not crazy." I included far fewer details than what I have just told you, because typing the details made my fingers shake. I told myself that if anyone answered with something that felt normal, I would try it. When no answer came by morning, I decided to do my own test. Sunday was quiet. The building was quieter than it had been since I moved in. Cassie left late in the morning and I had the apartment to myself. I stood in front of the mirror and said, "Hello?" like a person calling into a dark theater. The humming cut off clean. The girl's face seemed to grow larger in the glass, like she took a step forward on her side. Her mouth opened slower than looked possible, and a sound came out flat and soft the way people speak after they've cried for a long time. "Let me out," she said. Then again, "Let me out." Again and again, like those were the only words left to her, said so many times they had worn flat. I stood in the bath mat's print and stared, thinking that I should ask something smart. What came out was, "Who are you?" The mouth closed and opened. "You." My breath nodded. "You as in me? You as in Liz? You as in the word you repeat when you are a broken record of a person?" I tried again. "Are you dead?" I whispered. She smirked at me, an expression that didn't match the rest of her face. "Are you dead?" she said. Then, "You will be soon." My stomach dropped. It is hard to be a person who believes in evidence when the evidence you have is a sentence like that. I stood there and convinced myself to breathe. I left the bathroom and felt, as soon as I crossed the threshold, a physical easing, as if a weight I didn't know I was carrying slid off my shoulders. I sat on my bed and waited to see if I would hear her. For a while there was nothing. Then, faintly, a thread like humming came through the wall. It moved from melody to words without changing pitch, which is a strange thing for a voice to do. "Are you dead?" it asked. "Are you dead? Are you dead?" The drone threaded through everything else until my name slipped into it like a knife sliding under paper. Liz. Liz. Elizabeth. She drew it out until the sound wasn't my name anymore, just a hiss that belonged to the building. Sleep was a mess. The next day at work I walked past every bathroom mirror with my eyes on the floor and my hands washed in cold water that felt like it would wash my thoughts off if I scrubbed long enough. I stayed late because fear is easier to manage under fluorescent lights. When I finally came home, I stood at the end of the hallway telling myself, you are in your own house. You are not a child. You are going to walk into your bathroom, and if your brain is making this up, you will prove it. I don't remember standing up from my bed. I remember being on top of the sink again, cross-legged like a kid waiting for someone to do a magic trick. I was nose to nose with the glass. The humming was there. My reflection wasn't. The only face was hers. She didn't look like me. She didn't look like anyone I could place. It was like the mirror had forgotten I was in the room and remembered only her. When I stepped out into the hallway, the relief washed through me the same as before. The pressure was gone. It didn't matter. I was already thinking about going back. This is insane, I said out loud, as if saying the word out loud would stop me from doing the insane thing. I went back in anyway. The hum grew until it filled that little room and the space behind my eyes. When I asked how to let her out, the answer didn't change. You will be soon. The sentence put itself in my head even before she said it. It made less sense the more I turned it around. I asked anyway, do you mean I have to die? She didn't answer with anything new, just the same 3 pieces she seemed to have left in her. Let me out. Are you dead? You will be soon. By Thursday, I didn't go to work. The humming would start in the morning when Cassie left for her run, and it would lay in the air like a cord stretched between 2 nails. I sat on the toilet lid with my hands in my lap and watched the corner of the mirror until my eyes watered. Sometimes the hum switched to my name, sometimes back to the question. Sometimes it just vibrated like the inside of a seashell. I tried to distract myself with music, but it slid underneath any sound I made like a bass note I couldn't shut off. At some point late that afternoon she stopped repeating the words and held my eyes. The humming faded, and I realized I'd gotten used to it because the silence hit me like a door shutting. I stood there and thought about mirrors in a way I never had. A mirror is always 2 things at once, the sheet of something solid in your hands, and the tunnel that looks like it goes on forever when 2 of them face each other. If there is a tunnel, maybe there is a space between. If there is a space, maybe someone could be stuck there. If someone is stuck, maybe someone else has to take their place to let them out. The idea arrived whole and unreasonable and yet simple in the kind of way that makes bad ideas feel like solutions. The sentence in my head filled in its own blank. Maybe there always has to be someone in the mirror. Maybe I needed to die to let her out. The thought scared me and soothed me in the same second. Scared because I knew how deep a hole you have to be in to think death is a reasonable trade. Soothed because it made the humming make sense. The human brain will accept almost anything that brings the world back into a shape it understands. I didn't move for a long time. I just felt the bathroom air cool and then warm and then cool again and listened to the apartment settle. The sun went down. The hallway night light put a weak square on the tile. I heard a neighbor's door, and then the building went quiet. I wish I could say I remember every choice I made that night. I wish I could tell you that I changed my mind. I remember Cassie's keys in the lock. I remember her walking past my door and saying my name like a question. I remember standing in front of the mirror close enough to fog it. My face and hers took up the frame like 2 halves of a coin. The humming raised until it felt as if my eardrums would split. I put my hand on the glass and it was cooler than I expected. My other hand was empty, which is the last detail I can say clearly. After that there is a blur inside my chest, and a sound like a song you almost remember and can't. Cassie tells the rest. She got home at the end of a normal week, thinking about what to eat. She saw the bathroom light on and heard running water. She called my name and set her keys down. When she reached the doorway, the mirror was broken from the corner down and across like a starburst. I was standing very close to the shards, too close, holding a large piece like it was an answer. Cassie says my face had no expression, like I wasn't in it anymore. I put the shard to my throat and drew it across before she could reach me. That is how she tells it. She says there is a lot of blood in a person, She says she will never forget that red. I don't remember any of that, which might be mercy, although I don't know for whom. This is Cassie now. I didn't plan to write anything. I only opened Liz's laptop because the police asked me if I had seen anything strange, and I thought maybe she had been watching something, a movie, something she read that would explain the way she looked at the mirror. The tab on her browser was still open to a thread no one had answered. Her last line was, "Am I dead?" It made me feel like the floor was tilting. I was not going to write here, but sitting alone in my boyfriend's apartment with a borrowed t-shirt on and the apartment key still in my pocket, I needed to put words somewhere because they feel like they might choke me if I keep them inside. The police have the place sealed. They told me not to go back. I haven't slept. I am afraid to close my eyes. The mirror in his bathroom faces the shower. It is the kind of mirror you don't notice until you stand in front of it, clean and bright, ordinary in a way that should feel safe. I haven't looked into it since I got here. It sounds stupid to say out loud that I am scared of glass, but I am. I keep thinking I will hear humming. I keep thinking I will see her looking back at me. Not Liz. The other girl. The one she wrote about. The one I never saw because I refused to look where she told me. I keep thinking about how Liz said the girl's nostrils flared when she breathed, such a small detail. It bothers me more than the big ones. It makes her real. I lasted 8 hours without going into the bathroom. I drank water from the kitchen sink. I avoided my reflection in the microwave door. I tried to watch something dumb and loud, but all I could see was the tile, the light, the broken star in the glass, and the red on Liz's hands. I told myself I would go in and turn on the light and look at the towel rack, then leave. I told myself the same sentence she told herself over and over: "You are not a child." I stood in the doorway and stared at the floor. Then I looked up because of course I did, because curiosity and dread make their own deal with anyone. There were 2 girls in the mirror. I didn't see them everywhere. I saw them only in one corner, the upper right, the way Liz said, their faces pressed close together like people trying to see through a peephole at the same time. One was the girl Liz had described, the tired hair, the too pale skin. The other was Liz. Her face was colorless, but not from the hospital. It looked like the room was pulling color out of her. She was humming. It made my stomach twist, because if I had closed my eyes I would have believed it was a refrigerator hum. With my eyes open I could see the way her mouth barely moved as the sound came out. They looked at me the way people look at you from a photograph that you didn't know had been taken, like you stepped into a frame that was waiting for you. I don't know how long I stood there. The hum rose and fell. Sometimes it became a word I couldn't hear, and sometimes it was just sound. It was the most ordinary, and the most wrong thing I have ever heard. They didn't look like they were going to jump out of the glass. They looked like they were asking me to step closer. I don't remember deciding to sit with them, only that I ended up on the closed toilet lid the same way Liz said she did, hands folded like I was in a waiting room. I listened until the hum filled my head. When I turned away, the silence felt like a weight being put down. That sensation made me angry because I realized I understood Liz better than I wanted to. Relief is a drug. Fear is too. If a sound gives you both, you will go back to it. I didn't sleep that night either. If I closed my eyes, their faces swam behind them. If I opened my eyes, I imagined I could see movement in the black of the TV. I got up. I went to the bathroom. I stood there and tried to think rationally, which is such a useless word when your world has tipped, but I tried. I tried to ask myself what this did for me. I tried to tell myself that letting them out wasn't a thing. They aren't in there, I said to myself in the kind of voice you use with children. A mirror doesn't hold people like a jar. They hummed. I thought I could smash the mirror, but I had just watched what broken glass can do. Also, the mirror at the apartment had been broken, and it hadn't let anyone out. That detail mattered. It meant that if there is a door, it is not made of glass, or at least not the kind you can break with your hands. I thought I could cover the mirror, but I didn't know what that would do. It felt rude, like putting a blanket over a person. The thought made me laugh in a way that was too close to crying, so I stopped thinking like that. When the sun thinned out in the morning, I walked back into the bathroom and they were still there as if they hadn't moved. I should have called someone. I should have told my boyfriend I wasn't okay. I should have told the police what I saw. But I could hear the way it would sound coming out of my mouth, and I couldn't bear their faces when they tried to be polite about crazy things. I didn't want to be a problem to fix. I wanted someone to tell me what to do. No one was here to do that, so I did the only thing that made sense. I went and sat with them again because maybe being with them would tell me the shape of their space, and then I could find the edges, and then I could find the door. If this sounds like a person making a decision, please know that it didn't feel like that from inside it. It felt like walking downhill after someone turns the treadmill up. You can pretend you can stop, but your body knows that you can only stop by falling. I didn't want to fall. I didn't want to do any of this. I wanted the mirror to be a mirror. I wanted to back up time to a week ago, when all this was the kind of story you scroll past. I wanted to have listened to her on that first night, not because it would have changed anything, but because I keep thinking about how she grabbed my shoulders and said, "Right there." That is the worst part, somehow. That she asked me to look and I refused to look. They are humming my name now. They are patient. They have all the time in the world. I am not a person who believes in curses, but I am a person who believes in patterns, and the pattern here is simple. She saw the girl. She tried to talk to her. The girl said, "Let me out." The girl said, "You will be soon." Soon arrived in a way that still feels impossible to write. Now there are two of them. Two faces in the glass and a sound that sits behind my ears like a hand on my neck. I am going to sit with them. It feels wrong to leave them alone. It feels worse to stay in the hallway listening. I keep thinking that if there has to be someone in the mirror, maybe the person in there shouldn't be alone. That is a thought I know I should not be thinking. It is the kind of thought that turns into a step without you noticing. If you are reading this and you are the kind of person who knows what to do, I hope you will forgive me. Maybe there is a way to let them out that doesn't involve what I am afraid it involves. Maybe there is a way to cover the glass and stop the sound. Maybe I should put the light on and call someone and let them think I am foolish. They are humming. They say my name like it is a song they've been trying to learn. My hands are shaking, which tells me that some part of me is still trying to protect me. That part of me is not as strong as the other part right now. I know enough to write that, so maybe I know enough to stop. I am going to try. I am going to stand up and walk away from the door and make coffee and let the morning light be a morning light. I am going to not check the mirror in the kettle. I am going to hold my eyes on the counter until the counter becomes ordinary again. I am writing this down so the words will be a hand on my back, pushing me toward the kitchen. I am writing, I am getting up, I am walking away now. The hum is on the other side of the wall. It is a kind of kindness and a kind of threat. It wears both faces at once the way the mirror does. I am going to sit with them. They must be so lonely. The train's heaters hummed, and little red and blue Christmas bulbs glowed along the windows, but the cold still found its way into John's bones. The walls inside the car were a soft yellow-orange, the kind of color that tries to feel like a blanket. It made him think of home without meaning to. He pictured the old living room, the tangle of wrapping paper, the way his kids used to laugh when his smile creased the corners of his eyes. He was in his early 30s, but sometimes he felt older in the best way, content, patient, the kind of man who could just sit and watch the faces he loved. Snow began to tap against the glass, then swirl, then smear into milky streaks as the train slowed. It stopped with a little sigh. John waited for the conductor. He was not a man who rushed. A door opened, closed, and a man in a blue overcoat with a cap stepped in and adjusted his scarf. His voice had a scratch to it when he called the stop. Brookfield. Almost home. John stood, lifted his suitcase, and stepped out onto the platform. The cold snapped at his cheeks. He glanced around and realized he might be the only person out there. The platform was long and mostly dark, a few lines of Christmas lights trying their best, a few eye-straight posts, and nothing else. The train's horn moaned once, and then slid away into the snow like it had been swallowed. With it went the comfort of other people. He could hear little things too clearly: the clink of two bulbs knocking together, the wet pop of a melting icicle dropping. Each tiny sound felt too big. A haze of red collected in the string of lights above him, a deepening glow that made the snowflakes look like sparks. Then a voice seemed to come with the wind, thin and far and strangely clear, as if it didn't belong to a mouth. "Leave now," it said. He told himself it was just the wind finding a trick in the wires. The glow throbbed, the wind rose, and the same words came again, louder, stretched across the empty tracks. "Leave now." He had always believed a little. Not enough to tell stories in bars, but enough to listen when something didn't feel right. Just the year before, the Amityville killings had made the whole country talk about ghosts again. That wasn't the best thought to have on a silent, frozen platform. He told himself to focus on the next train, on the house lights he would see, on the faces waiting for him. The wind moved through the shelter like a slow breath and spoke again. "Don't follow. Don't follow." Another voice braided into it, higher and thin, a little girl's pitch worn down to a whistle by the cold. "Red roses," she said, as if the wind itself had learned a word and wanted him to hear it. His feet wanted to move, but there was nowhere to go. He wasn't from this end of town. He looked down the tracks and saw nothing but white and gray. The red glow above him faded as quickly as it had swelled. The wind gentled. Then footsteps tapped behind him. He turned fast, bracing himself for something he couldn't name. It was only a small, bent woman in a heavy coat and a knitted cap pulled low. Close enough to a ghost to make him swallow. Her smile tried to be warm. She offered her hand, and he took it because there was nothing else to do. Her skin felt thin and cold, like paper wrapped around sticks. "Are you all right, sir?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Just waiting on the next train into town." She looked around the empty platform and lifted her eyebrows. "Oh, you can't be serious. There won't be another one coming through until much later. Come now. I keep an inn close by." She pointed past the end of the platform toward a dark line of trees where a narrow path cut through the snow. He hesitated. The warning in the wind still clung to him like frost. But he hadn't eaten since morning. The air bit harder by the minute. The path didn't look long. He reminded himself that small kindnesses still existed in the world and picked up his suitcase. They crossed the white platform, stepped down, and took the trail into the trees. The woods closed in, the black of bark and shadow making the snow brighter by contrast. The moon was sharp and cold overhead, the only steady light. Their boots made a slow crunching rhythm. They didn't talk at first. The wind handled the noise, pushing at them and flowing past in thin, steady streams. When the gusts shifted, they came from the side and tried to sweep them off the path. One hard shove hit them and the woman slipped, fell back, and landed in a soft puff. John set his suitcase down, helped her up, and asked if she was hurt. She said she was fine, but she glared into the dark like the wind had insulted her. They walked on until warm color finally pierced the trees, a two-story house set back from the path, Christmas lights draped along the porch rails and columns. The glow made the snow near it blush. From a distance it looked like a picture in a card, a little Victorian place with glossy paint and trim, its windows soft with lamplight. It looked safe in the simple way a lit window looks safe when you are cold. The front door was framed by a bright wreath, red lights wooing through green branches. John cupped his hands to the glass out of habit, but the woman tapped his knuckles like a scolding teacher and turned the key herself. The foyer smelled like old wood polish and a whisper of smoke. The walls painted a warm yellow a few shades deeper than the trains. A small tree with simple ornaments stood in a corner. He felt some of his shoulders drop. "Very cozy," he said. "Yes," she answered, her voice lighter. "I bought it for that feeling." "Do you live here alone?" he asked, setting his suitcase down. "I did have a husband," she said. Her words stumbled over that past tense, and she let out a small broken laugh before she swallowed it. "He passed a few years back." Her eyes filmed, and she put her fingertips to her cheek as if to hold the tears in. John felt a tug of pity. He put a careful hand on her shoulder, awkward and brief. She led him down a short hall to a room on the left. It held 2 mahogany futons facing a fireplace where a small log was already burning down to a bed of coals. A Christmas tree in the corner gave the room a little green glow. A low table with stained glass set into its top caught the firelight. It was pleasant in the plain way of an old house doing its best. They sat, facing each other. The silence grew long enough to make itself obvious. "How long have you kept the inn?" he asked, trying to find an easy topic. She stopped moving for a second, like the question had surprised her. "Oh, quite a while," she said finally. "I don't count the years. It has a way of running together." He nodded. The clock in the foyer began to chime the hour, metal and wood, too loud in the quiet. She stood up briskly and led him back to the stairs. From a closet under the steps she dragged out a small podium and a guest book. She set them with more strength than he expected and handed him a pen. He wrote his name. The pages behind his were filled with neat signatures. He noticed without trying that they were all men. He wondered at it, then told himself he was being odd. He was tired. People travel alone for all kinds of reasons. They went up the stairs. 3 doors waited in a short hall, one to a narrow stair that likely climbed to the attic, one in the middle, one on the right. She opened the middle door and switched on a lamp. The room was simple. A bed against the wall under a window. A little green tree with red lights in the corner. A dresser with a runner, and a glass dish for keys. The window looked like it would stare into the front yard. He took a breath, ready to say thank you. "Do you need anything? Hot cocoa?" Her tone was eager, almost too much. "No, thank you," he said. "Is there a restroom up here?" "Not on this floor," she said. "There is a bucket in here." She opened the closet, glanced in, and closed it again without looking at him. "Good night." She pulled the door shut. He heard the slide of a bolt, a lock turning. It clicked like a decision being made. "Hey," John said, stepping to the door. "Why did you lock it?" He pressed his ear to the wood. "Hello?" Silence answered. He tried the knob, rattled the door hard. Wood creaked, but the lock held. He pulled harder, hoping the hinges were old enough to complain. He hit the door with his shoulder once, then again. He was about to try a 3rd time when the red bulbs on the little tree in the corner swelled in color, a living pulse. He turned. The air near the tree blurred, as if he were looking at heat over a road. The red haze drew together, thickened, and began to grow into a shape that had height and outline. The hum of the bulbs became a thin metallic screech that scraped the room, then thinned again until it sounded like breath near his ear. A girl's shape stood there in a simple nightgown that looked 50 years out of date. Her hair was braided, the end ragged. The red edges of the light peeled off her like small flames snapping in slow motion. John didn't move. The air where she was felt colder, which didn't make sense with the lamp and the tree doing their work. The voice came out of the red, soft, echoing. "Hush, please. She is listening. Why did you come here?" He had a dozen questions and none of them were smart. "Maybe I should ask you that," he managed. "Where I stood, you stand now," she whispered. Then my body fell into the roses below. His throat tightened. "Were you killed?" The picture came too quickly, the drop from the window, the thorns, the snow turning red. The warning at the platform. Red roses. His mind made him think of the innkeeper, and he didn't want it to, but there it was. "Be clever," the girl said. "She believes you sleep." The red brightened once more, then stretched thin like smoke and sank back into the tree, pulling the color with it. The room dimmed. Footsteps tapped down the hall outside and stopped. He grabbed the bed's footboard and dragged it 3 feet from the wall, the legs scraping the floor like a scream. He shoved the window sash with his palms, then his shoulder. It didn't budge. He looked along the frame and saw the faint gray line of nails. He turned, breath short. "Bucket," she had said. He dropped to the floor and dragged the cover aside to reach under the bed. A face looked back at him. He clapped a hand over his mouth, swallowed the sound. The man under the bed was old. His hair was thin and gray, his skin slack and the wrong color, damp spots staining his suit. Mud marked his shirt and matted in the lines of his ears. He had been dead long enough to change and not long enough to be dust. The bolt outside slid. John moved without thinking. He hauled the corpse out by the lapels, heaved it onto the bed, and pulled the blanket to the chin. He smeared dirt from the dead man's suit across his own cheek and hands, then rolled under the bed, flat, face in his forearm, heartbeat in his throat. The door opened slowly. Bare feet stepped into the room, veined and pale. The hem of a dark nightgown brushed the floor. A white veil of fabric draped down from her head and arms, softening her edges and hiding her face. She stood by the bed and breathed. The sound of it made his skin itch before he knew why. He realized she was listening, not to the room, but to the air itself, as if she could hear the way it changed when someone held their breath. Something cracked against wood. It came in a rhythm, as if a heavy object were being tapped again and again. Then the covers rustled and lifted. He smelled her then, not old woman powder, but damp cloth, salt, a weak sweet that made him dizzy. Bone-white fingers wrapped over the bed's edge and began to curl down, searching for what was beneath. His legs were bent and pressed to the slats. He dug his heels into the frame and kicked up with everything he had. The bed tilted, crashed against the wall, and slammed the woman back with it. Her scream came out thin and knotted, more animal than human. John rolled out, grabbed the lamp, and hurled it at the window. The glass spidered but did not break. He grabbed the chair and rammed it. The cold came rushing in with a burst of shards as the frame gave way. He climbed onto the sill, and something hard and sharp raked the side of his neck. She hit him with glass. She had taken a shard in her fist and was cutting wherever she found skin. He shoved backward, felt air, felt his stomach drop, and then his hip hit the porch roof below, brittle with ice. He slid, hands scrabbling for the trim. The woman fell onto him with a thud that knocked the breath out of him. Her hand flashed, and pain split open in the meat of his palm as she slashed through to stop his grip. He felt warm blood slick the shingles. A light flared above them. Red beams shone from several upstairs windows at once, as if the house itself had lit up inside with the same ghostly color. Whispering voices came with it, layered and hollow, men's tones worn down to a chant. The little girl's red shape appeared beside the broken window and drifted forward, her face steady and sad. The older woman flicked a look up at the light, a twitch of fear, then swung back to her work and drove the glass toward his cheek. The cut drove hot up into his eye. That pain lit him up enough to move. He twisted and shoved with his knees, throwing the woman's weight to the side. Ice took over where he left off, and they slid together toward the porch edge. They went over at the same time. He reached for the rail, missed, and hit the shrubs hard enough to knock the sound out of his chest. The woman landed on the lowest rail, and the wood punched through fabric and into her body with a crack of splinter and a wet sound he would not forget. He lay on his side in a bush that smelled like winter and dirt, glass in his skin, breath coming back like he was learning it again. The woman made one choking sound, then none at all. Blood leaked from her nose and mouth and dripped off her chin onto a bed of white roses planted by the steps. In 3 drops they went pink, then red. The word from the wind made ugly sense. The red glows in the windows faded. The voices thinned into the cold, and were gone. The house sat quiet and breathed like old wood does when it settles after a storm. When enough minutes passed to hold his pain still, John rolled to his knees, then stood. He was cut and chilled and sore enough to feel ancient, but he could move. He looked up at the broken window. The small tree in the room still glowed gently, as if nothing had happened there. He wanted to leave. He wanted not to think. But he also knew what might be inside that house and how long it had been there. He went back inside by the front door. It was unlocked. The foyer lamp still burned, steady and small. He stood at the foot of the stairs and listened. The house answered with silence. He climbed, his hands leaving small red prints on the banister. The guest room door hung open now, the bed on its side, the dead man's legs tangled in the cover where he'd thrown him. The small tree in the corner still pulsed faintly as if grateful to be left alone. He checked the closet and found the bucket she had mentioned, nothing else. He checked the little attic stair behind the left door, and saw only the dust of empty boards. The door on the right opened to a room with a trunk and a stack of boxes. All ordinary. The kind of ordinary that covers something until someone lifts it. On his way back down, he stopped beside the guest book and opened it again. Names and dates, neat and lined up, men from nearby towns, men from farther away. He didn't let himself count the pages. He didn't want to think how long this had been going on. He closed it, set the pen straight, and left it the way he found it. He stepped outside into a thin new light. Morning had come without a sound. The air didn't bite as hard. A low sheet of fog stretched across the yard, making the ground look soft. The porch rail had broken and held, the woman's body caught on it as if the house itself had decided where she would end. He didn't look long. He didn't need to. He walked past the bed of roses. The white ones nearest the steps were red now, deep as ribbon. The others held frost like sugar. At the edge of the yard he paused and looked back at the house. The front windows looked blank and clean. The Christmas lights along the porch had gone dim with the dawn. A red bulb blinked once and then went out. He thought of the girl's voice, and the way it had asked nothing in return for its warning. He thought of how careful he would be now, and how many times he might tell himself to listen when the air itself tried to talk. He set his feet on the snowy road and began to walk toward town. Each step felt like he was climbing out of something heavy and old. In front of him the sky was a pale gray that promised a little sun. He touched the cut on his cheek and winced, then laughed once, quick and surprised that he still could. He would find a phone. He would tell someone what happened. He would stand in a warm kitchen and let coffee thaw him, and he would look out a window at people moving around and believe in the simple safety of it for as long as that feeling wanted to stay. He walked until the trees fell away and the road widened. Houses began to appear, one by one, yards dusted white, smoke curling out of a few chimneys. He kept going, blood drying in thin lines on his hands, breath steady, steps careful. Behind him, a house with a wreath and a bright little foyer stood quiet in the cold. In the flower bed by its steps, a patch of roses stayed red long after the frost should have taken the color back. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My mother never let me touch the family photo albums when I was a child. They sat high on a shelf in the sitting room, thick and heavy with their cracked leather spines and shiny metal corners. Whenever I asked to see them, she would say they were old and fragile and might fall apart. If I dragged a chair across the carpet and tried to reach, she would catch me and scold me, sometimes with real anger in her voice that I didn't hear in other moments. Over time, I stopped asking. The albums became part of the furniture, silent, dusty, and out of reach, until last month. I had taken a few days off work to visit her. Her health has not been great lately, and I tried to go back whenever I can. This time, she seemed different. Not just thinner or more tired, different in a way that's hard to put into words. She moved around the house like someone who had forgotten what she was doing halfway through it. She would start washing a cup, then stand and stare, as if she had never seen her own sink before. When I asked how she was feeling, she told me I was fussing over nothing, that I was imagining things, and then changed the subject. 2 days into my visit, some old school friends messaged and asked if I wanted to meet at the pub. I said yes, more out of habit than excitement, and spent the evening eating chips, laughing about teachers we barely remembered, and pretending I lived close enough to see them more often. When I came home, the house was dark except for the lamp near the couch. My mother had fallen asleep under the knitted throw. And there on the coffee table, as out of place as a snow globe at the beach, sat one of the family photo albums. I stood still and listened to her breathing, steady, deep, the kind that doesn't wake easily. I knew she wouldn't want me to look. I knew it would be a betrayal, small but sharp. But curiosity has a way of getting under your skin. I knelt by the table and slid the album closer without moving it from its spot on the wood, as if that would somehow keep me honest. The leather felt cool. The metal corners clicked faintly as I lifted the cover. The first pages were harmless. Black and white photos mounted with triangle corners. My mother and her siblings running in the garden in old woolly jumpers. Granny and Granddad at the seaside, hair blown silly by the wind. Christmas mornings with paper crowns and tins of biscuits on the table. I turned pages slowly, letting myself enjoy the ordinary weight of other people's ordinary days. I kept wondering why these were hidden from me, why I had been told for years that they were too fragile for my hands. Then I turned another page and found a photograph that did not belong with the others. It was dated 1945 in neat ink at the edge. My grandfather would have been 16. He stood in a yard I recognized from other pictures, young and stiff and trying to look grown up. He held a baby in his arms. At first glance it was just another family shot, a teenager with a new sister or cousin. But the baby's face made my mouth go dry. Her body was the size and shape of an infant wrapped in a light blanket, but her face looked wrong in a way my brain didn't know how to file. The skin seemed loose and thin, falling into soft folds around the mouth and eyes. The eyes themselves were small and black and unblinking, like polished stones. And when I looked longer, I saw teeth, too many teeth, wide, adult teeth sitting in a tiny mouth, as if a smile had been borrowed from someone much older and forced into a place it didn't fit. I kept staring. I wanted it to make sense, and it didn't. I told myself there could be a reason, some kind of condition, some strange lens effect, some trick of light and shadow. But the longer I looked, the colder I felt. I closed the album and sat very still on the carpet, listening to the hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the faint tick of the living room clock. I should have left it. I knew that. Instead, I made a choice that would change everything. I decided to ask about the baby. The next morning, I told my mother I was going to visit Granny and Granddad at the retirement home. I didn't tell her why. I walked there, turning the photograph over and over in my head like a coin. The care home sits only a few streets away, a low building with bright flowers out front and a smell of tea and disinfectant that clings to your clothes. At the desk, I asked if there was somewhere quiet we could sit. A carer led us to an unused bedroom and closed the door behind her. I talked about nothing for a while. It felt rude to pounce. We chatted about the weather and the price of biscuits and the last time I'd visited. Granddad looked older than he had a year ago, thinner around the cheeks, but his eyes were still sharp. Granny sat close to him, hands folded over her handbag like someone ready to leave at any moment. When I finally asked, I tried to keep my voice casual. "Granddad," I said, "did you have any other sisters? Or did there ever happen to be a baby girl in the family? Around 1945? He stared at me a long second, and something shut behind his eyes. "Why?" he said. His tone wasn't harsh, but it wasn't warm either. I found an old photo," I said. "You were about 16. You were holding a baby. There was something unusual about her face. I wondered if—" "We're not going to talk about this," he said, cutting me off. His voice came out flat and hard, a sound I had never heard from him before. The more he shut down, the more the question grew. I smiled, changed the subject, talked about the biscuits again as if that would fix it. They were polite back, but a chill had settled in the room. I left a little later, walked home slowly, and spent the rest of the day feeling like I had opened a door by mistake and seen something I shouldn't. That night, I asked my mother about their old house. I did not mention the photo. I pretended it was a stray thought. "What happened to the place you grew up in?" I asked. "The one with the roses out front and the tiny kitchen?" She said my grandparents still owned it, but no one lived there. It had been empty since they moved into the home. No tenants. No relatives. Just a house sitting quiet, waiting to be sold or fixed or forgotten. I tried to be sensible. I tried to tell myself the answer I wanted didn't exist, and that prying would only hurt people. And then I planned a detour for the day I was due to drive back to my own town. On Sunday at noon, I hugged my mother, loaded my bag into the car, and waved like I was going straight to the motorway. Instead, a mile later, I turned off toward the older streets near the edge of town, where the gardens grow wild and the hedges lean into the roads. I knew the route from childhood visits. My grandparents' house stood exactly as I remembered it, only more tired. The garden had gone to seed, long grass leaning over the path. The plaster on the front wall had chipped in places, and showed the brick underneath like scabs rubbed thin. I peered through the front window. Dust lay like a film over everything. The rooms beyond held nothing obvious. I knocked on the door because it felt like I should. No sound answered. I tried the handle. Locked, of course. I stood on the step and breathed for a count of 10, as if that would make it a better idea. Then I set my shoulder to the wood and pushed hard. It took 3 tries. On the third, the lock gave with a soft crack and the door swung in. The smell hit me first, a damp, heavy stink like rotting vegetables and something chemical beneath it, as if someone had dropped a bottle of old shoe polish and let it soak into everything. The air felt colder than outside, as if the chill had sunk into the walls. I stepped in and closed the door behind me because leaving it open made me feel watched. The wallpaper in the hall still had its cheerful flowers, now faded and a little grim. The kitchen tiles were the same small squares I remembered from childhood, the grout dark. Someone had taken nearly everything away. The narrow kitchen held only the old log burner and a single dining chair with a cracked seat. The living room still had a square television with a dusty screen. I turned the knob just to see. Only static. There was a built-in cupboard in the living room I dimly remembered being told never to touch. I pulled the door open and found a cardboard box, gray with dust. Lifting it sent a cloud into my face and made me sneeze. Inside were small things that belonged to someone who had been small, a doll with a cracked porcelain face, a handful of beads and string, a book of fairy tales with a picture of a girl in a red cloak on the cover. I stared at the box a long time, then carried it out to the car and set it carefully in the boot. It felt like evidence, though I didn't know of what. Back inside, I walked the ground floor slowly. The little bathroom off the hall had a toilet and a sink, nothing else. The light didn't work. Dust lay on the windowsill in a smooth line where no hand had wiped it clean for years. I climbed the stairs, running my fingers along the banister as if that would steady me. The upstairs landing had 4 doors, 2 on the right, 2 on the left, and 1 in the center of the back wall. The right-hand doors led to the separate bath and toilet that old British houses often have, one room with a cold enamel tub and a sink beneath a small steamed-up window, another with only a toilet and a slim shelf. On the left, the master bedroom stood nearly empty, a bed frame without a mattress, a wardrobe with its doors open and nothing inside, a patch of leftover sun on the floor where a rug once sat. The smaller bedroom had light green walls and bare floorboards, another echo of a life packed away too fast. I left the central door for last, telling myself there would be nothing there but a cupboard or a linen closet. When I opened it, I found a thin wooden staircase boxed in by walls of exposed brick. No paint. No paper. Just the raw bones of the house. The steps looked rickety, but the wood felt solid under my foot when I tested it. I climbed carefully, keeping one hand on each wall. The attic opened into one large room under the roof. It was almost empty. A few pieces of scrap wood leaned against the far wall. A single bare bulb hung on a long cord, dark and useless. And the cold, somehow it felt colder up there than anywhere else, a clean, mean cold that got into the back of my throat when I breathed. I walked slowly around, peering at the corners as if something would rise out of shadow. Nothing did. I told myself I was being dramatic, that the house was simply a house, and that it was time to go home. I turned to the stairs. That was when I heard it, a deep, thick moan coming from somewhere I couldn't place. It wasn't loud. In fact, it was soft enough that I might have missed it if I had been shifting my feet. But in the stillness it sounded as clear as if someone had whispered in my ear. I stood in the middle of the room and waited. The sound came again, lower and longer. It didn't sound human. It didn't sound like a cat or a pigeon or anything I recognized. It sounded trapped. I went down to my knees and put my ear to the floorboards. The wood was cold enough to make my skin ache. At first I heard only my own breath. Then a faint, chesty wheeze came up through the boards, a slow in and out like someone with a bad chest infection trying to sleep. I lifted my head and stared at the floor. Something alive was under there. I ran down the stairs and out to the car, half thinking I would drive away, half knowing I wouldn't. Instead, I drove to the local DIY store and bought a small hatchet. I felt sick in the checkout queue, holding the thing like a weapon. On the drive back I tried to talk myself out of it. This is your grandparents' house. You can't start chopping holes in it. You don't know what you're doing. But that breathing sound kept going in my head, and in the end that was louder than my doubt. Back in the attic, I stood for a long moment with the hatchet in my hand, hating what I was about to do. Then I swung. The first strike sank into the wood with a dull thunk and sent a splinter up into my palm. I gritted my teeth and hit again and again until one board cracked along its length. I pried it up and set it aside. The smell that came out of the narrow space beneath hit me like a punch, damp, rot, stale air that had not moved in years. I switched on my phone's torch and pointed the light into the gap. A crawl space ran between the joists, low and choked with dust and cobwebs, no taller than the length of my forearm. Nothing moved. I made a small noise without meaning to, something like the sound you make when you find a spider in the bath and want it to know you're there before you reach for the glass. The breathing shifted. A scratch followed, a slow, dragging scrape like something trying to pull itself closer without enough room to lift its elbows. The hole I'd made wasn't big enough to see much. I pulled up the next board. It came easier, wood already loosened by age and the gap I'd made. I lay on my stomach and pushed my head and shoulders into the cold space. The light from my phone cut a narrow, harsh line forward. There, pressed into the far corner, lay a shape that made every part of me lock up at once. It was not an animal. It was not a bundle of rags. It was a body, or close to one, with skin so loose it folded like fabric around the limbs. The flesh looked human, but it hung wrong, as if it belonged to someone twice as large and had been draped over something smaller. The hands and feet at the ends of the limbs were human shapes with nails that had grown long and thick, curling back on themselves like old shells. The face turned toward the light. The eyes were small and black and deep, set into soft, wrinkled folds. The mouth opened, and I saw teeth, so many teeth, stacked and crowded, some broken, some brown, some so white they looked new, as if teeth had grown beneath teeth and pushed their way forward in layers. I couldn't move. My body did not belong to me for a few seconds. The thing in the corner lifted one of its heavy hands and reached toward me with a slow, unsure motion. Its fingers trembled. The look in its eyes was not rage. It was something else. I don't know how to describe it without sounding foolish. The closest word I have is sad. I flinched back and scrambled to my feet. I fumbled with my phone and almost dropped it. My first thought was to run. My second was to call someone who could tell me what to do. My fingers dialed 999 before my brain felt like it had caught up. The police arrived about 10 minutes later. I met them in the hall, trying not to shake, trying to explain something I didn't understand. 2 officers went up to the attic. One stayed with me and asked me to step outside and wait by the car. He thanked me for calling. He did not answer when I asked if I could know what they found. After a few minutes, the officer who had stayed with me told me I should go home, that someone would be in touch. His face looked like a door closed carefully. I drove back to my flat on autopilot, and went straight to bed without taking off my shoes. The next days became fog. I couldn't sleep and couldn't eat. I called in sick and then stopped calling. The box from the cupboard sat on the kitchen table, and I couldn't bring myself to open it again. I pulled the curtains and let my phone ring when it rang. Time stretched and tangled. At some point I told myself I needed to put an end to it, or at least find out what it was. I showered for the first time in days, pulled on clean clothes, and drove back to my mother's house. I knocked on the door and braced for the small arguments that usually followed surprise visits. A man I had never seen opened the door. He was about my age, hair a little messy, a t-shirt I didn't recognize. We stared at each other, as if we were both in the wrong film. "Who are you?" I asked. "Who are you?" he asked back, frowning. "And why are you knocking on my door?" "This is my mother's house," I said. It came out louder than I meant. He laughed once in disbelief, then shook his head. "Unless I'm your mother, I think you've got the wrong place. I moved in last week." I didn't argue. I didn't ask questions. I walked quickly back to my car and shut the door harder than I had to. The panic that had sat low in my chest for weeks surged up so fast I nearly cried in the driver's seat. I drove to the retirement home without thinking about speed limits or red lights on empty streets. I went straight through the automatic doors and up to the front desk. "I need to see Janet and Frederick Worth," I said. "Please." "Now." The receptionist looked at me with the kind of gentle caution people use when they think you might faint. "Haven't you heard?" she asked softly. She didn't wait for my answer. "Mr. Worth was arrested 2 weeks ago," she said, "for the imprisonment and torture of his sister." The words hung in the air like frost. For a second I didn't understand them, not really. Then the addict's cold returned to my hands, and the old photograph clicked into place behind my eyes. The baby with the face that didn't belong to a baby, Granddad young and serious, the doll, the beads, the fairy book, the breathing under the floor. I pictured the crawlspace again, the narrow wood-framed gap that had held a body for longer than I could make myself imagine. And I thought about the albums high on the shelf, the way my mother had snapped when I tried to look, the way her voice had gone tight with something like fear. I stood there a long time, long enough for the receptionist to ask if I wanted a chair, long enough for the first waves of shock to sink into a stillness that wasn't peace but wasn't panic either. I left without asking to see Granny. I couldn't. Not yet. Outside, the sky had turned the pale color it puts on before rain. I sat in the car and listened to the light tap of a branch on the windscreen and felt a hollow sort of calm. There were 100 things I still didn't know. There were pictures I could not unsee. But the strangest part was that, underneath everything, a small part of me felt relief. The truth, ugly as it was, had a shape. It wasn't a ghost or a curse or a bad dream. It was a living person kept where no person should be kept. It had been a secret too long, and now at least it had a door. In the days that followed, I waited for contact from the police and tried to move through my flat as if it belonged to me. I washed my dishes and made tea I didn't drink. I put the hatchet in the shed and locked the shed and stood with my forehead against the cool metal for a while. I opened the box from the cupboard in my grandparents' house and held the little fairy tale book. On its first page, in a careful hand, someone had written a name I had never heard, a girl's name that began to feel familiar the longer I looked at it. I imagined her small fingers threading beads onto string, lifting the doll by its lace skirt, tracing the wolf's teeth in the book's illustration, and wondering why stories always love a monster until the monster is real. Sometimes at night I saw the attic again when I closed my eyes, the low dark, the reach of a hand, the way the eyes looked not angry but tired, so tired. I thought about the photo from 1945. I thought about what happens to a face when a life goes wrong and no one stops it, about how the same features can look old in a newborn and young in a stranger, and how neither is what it should be. I thought about my mother, who had carried the albums and the rules and the brittle tone in her mouth for years without telling me why. I thought about how fear can make people keep rotten things quiet, and how love can make them do it, too. I don't know what will happen next. I know that I will never look at a photo album the same way again. I know that a house can hold a smell for longer than it should, and that silence can cover a family like another layer of wallpaper until someone tears it down. I know that you can find answers in places you were told not to look, and that the answers can be both worse and clearer than you imagined. And I know that when I hear breathing where there should be none, I will listen, and if I can, I will lift the boards. It had been 6 months since the accident when I ruined Jenny's birthday card. Elizabeth sat with me at the kitchen table, the one with the long scratch from when we moved and I misjudged a doorway. The card lay open in front of us, a bright purple thing our daughter had picked out herself because it had a goofy dog on the front, and it played a tinny song when you opened it. There was a blank space on the right side waiting for my name. Elizabeth held my left hand in both of hers, guiding my fingers around the pen. She made a little circle with her thumb and forefinger on mine so I could feel the motion. We moved together, slow and careful. The letters came out shaky but still letters, J-O-H-N, until my hand jumped and cut through the last two like a jagged scar. I froze. She froze with me. The pen floated over the paper and shook a little. The feeling I had a second before didn't match what I was seeing. For 6 months I'd felt the weight of an arm that wasn't there. Anyone who has lost a limb will tell you the body is stubborn. It keeps its old map long after the borders have changed. I felt the ghost of my right elbow pressing into the table as if it still rested there, the way it had for most of my life when I wrote, when I ate, when I leaned in to tell a joke. I'd gotten used to the harmless parts of that, the impression of weight, the weird itch in a knuckle that no longer existed. But this was different. Something cold had touched what my mind still insisted was my right wrist. Not a breeze. Not a draft from the window. It felt like a set of fingers that didn't belong to me. Cold the way a cut feels when you run water over it. Not ice on skin but air on the inside where air isn't supposed to be. Elizabeth squeezed my left hand. "Pain?" she asked. I swallowed. "Just a jolt," I said, even though I wasn't sure it was pain. The pen chopped a sharp line through my name. I tried to laugh and make it small. "My phantom hand thinks it's cramping." She nudged her chair closer. "Do you want to try again?" She flipped the card over and slid a scrap of junk mail on top of the ruined line so Jenny wouldn't notice later. I nodded, put the pen down, then picked it up again with my awkward grip. We tried once more, and I fought the urge to look down at the space where my right arm should be. It didn't help to look anyway. The shape wasn't there, but it was there, and the more I noticed the more it seemed to hum at the edge of my awareness. We finished the signature like that. Elizabeth's hand wrapped around mine. Mine wrapped around the pen. My mind wrapped around an absence. We managed something that looked like my name if you squinted and were kind. When we cleaned up the table, she asked again if I was hurting. I told her it was nothing. I told her it was phantom pain, the kind the occupational therapist had warned me about. I told her it was probably my nerves throwing a tantrum. I said all the things that made it sound normal, and part of me believed them. The rest of me felt, in the middle of my empty right palm, a memory of a hand that didn't belong to me. The accident had been a storm of wrong moments. There was a blizzard on the interstate, the kind where the sky and the road trade colors until you can't tell which is which. Elizabeth was driving. She's the better driver in winter. She always has been. A truck appeared in the side mirror as a large, rolling shape, then a smear of headlights. The wind shoved us sideways and there was a long second where the car decided it wanted to be a sled. Elizabeth fought the wheel, knuckles white, jaw clenched, and I did what I shouldn't have done. I grabbed the wheel with my right hand to help. We spun. For a moment we were facing the wrong way and everything slowed down. I saw Jenny's eyes round as coins in the rear view. I saw a snowflake stick to the spiderweb crack in the windshield. I saw the grill of the truck coming straight for us, and it was enormous, a gray wall with 2 bright holes. The doctor said my arm was almost gone before the hit. I don't remember that part. I remember the feeling of warmth draining from my shoulder, and then nothing. You can be bleeding to death and not feel pain. Your body will keep its secrets until you're safe enough to hear them. I woke in the hospital to a room that smelled like lemon cleaner and plastic. The bed hummed under me. Elizabeth's hand was on my left hand, her face both drawn and bright with relief. Jenny had drawn a sun on a paper cup and set it by the window. 6 months later, the stump had healed into a tight, puckered line that ran clean and neat. The phantom limb had moved in like a loud tenant. People are kind when you lose something you can see. Friends bring casseroles. Strangers offer to hold the door. Therapists teach you tricks and say you're strong. The phantom limb is harder to talk about because it sounds like a joke. I still felt my shoulder ache when I slept on my side. I still scratched a forearm that wasn't there and swore I could feel relief. Sometimes the old right hand itched like there was a grain of sand under the skin. Sometimes the missing fingers cramped. That night after the card, I filed the cold touch under, strange, and tried not to file it under, afraid. It came back the night after, and it woke me. I was sleeping on my stomach with my left cheek on the pillow. That used to mean my right hand dangled off the bed. It still felt like it did. I drifted awake because the hand that was not a hand tingled the way a real hand tingles when it falls asleep. Pins and needles that prickled in a shape that was familiar but wrong. I tried to flex my non-existent fingers. The act of trying drove a clear thought through the fog. I don't have a hand to flex. Then the cold set in. It wrapped around my phantom wrist like someone had lifted my hand and held it lightly at first, then more firmly, then with a pressure that said this grip was not an accident. It was the cold of air on the inside of something. It felt like the moment right after you cut yourself and you run water over it, and there is this terrible clean chill that tells you you're open to the world. The cold climbed the phantom forearm and settled on the back of the phantom hand. My real body reacted. My shoulders tightened. My breath hitched. My skin prickled. I rolled onto my back and the feeling did not shift the way normal pressure would. My brain expected the weight of the phantom arm to swing. It didn't. The grip stayed where it was, as if the hand clutching me had anchored itself to a point in the air. "Liz," I whispered, and then I said her name louder when the words got stuck. She woke fast. She has always been like that. She's the kind of person who sits up and is present in 2 seconds. She pushed up on her elbows and looked at me with that scary calm face she wore the night of the accident. "What is it?" she said. "It's... someone's holding my hand." I tried to make a joke of it and failed. Saying it made it more real. My mouth tasted metallic. "It feels like a hand on my hand. The right." She slid closer and put her palm on my chest to feel my heart. "Phantom sensation," she said softly. "Sometimes it comes with that kind of vividness." She always tried to give things a simple name first. She cupped my cheek and talked to me about breathing. She told me to match her inhale, then her exhale. I did. Her voice was warm and normal. I stared at the ceiling fan and counted. The cold pressure didn't go away. It did not move, it did not loosen. It held like someone who was tired but refusing to let go.